If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button and let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live. And be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 Cents Boxing or by leaving a super thanks in the comments below. Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jay, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing Where is the outrage for Romero? The Tank Davis lies continue, and T.O. is an idiot. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button, and make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live stream today. Be sure to help support the channel by dropping your 2 cents below, punching that like and subscribe button. You can monetarily support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 cents boxing or dropping your 2 cents in the super chat below. Today is the call-in show, 281-845-2103 if you want to call in. But I will probably be dropping a link today, but because I forgot to put the call-in show in the title. I'm going to get the hang of it. And I'm not even sure if we're going to get to all the topics in the title, but how's everybody doing this Friday evening? I got some new, AI things I've been working on. One in the chat if y'all have been enjoying the AI art. One in the chat if y'all been enjoying the AI art. Like I told you, all of the all of the money that you all donate to the channel is used to improving the audio and video quality of the channel. So I definitely been trying to keep it entertaining. So I got some new stuff I've been working on, and it's still a learning curve. But I've been making some shorts throwing in the AI. You know what I'm saying? We trying to get fancy over here. Trying to make the community a fun space to be. Want to make sure I'm giving you good quality content. And this is y'all's channel, and the money that you all donate to the channel absolutely goes right back in to the channel. It is not cheap to run a YouTube channel. Not a good one, not a quality one, right? Now, I wanted to run. I didn't get to do this Tuesday. And I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about right here, right? We're going to get to Rolly. But I wanted to talk about Bill and Devin for a second. One, because it's a hot topic. And two, they just keep doing things to bring attention to themselves and receive negative attention and backlash. And then people wonder why Devin doesn't get the energy, or people don't quote unquote feel sorry, or, oh, Devin's a victim. Because, Charlo had a conversation with Rolly. Like, I'm getting requests for the pictures. Make one of Shakur with 1,000-year-old hands. All right, I'm gonna see if I could do that. Gotta write that down. Who wants to play this interview? I just watched it right before I came up here, and I thought this was interesting. And I want to make a point. I think I should play it now. Let a couple more people pull up in here. We got 27 people in the chat. Y'all punch the like button. Punch the like button. Let me get a like check. I need 100 likes before I get off today. We got to get people in on these conversations. I've been getting a lot of feedback from the channel. People enjoying the lives. Thank you, Miss Barbara D, for the Happy Mother's Day. Appreciate it. Y'all make sure y'all take care of the mothers and the mothers of your children in your lives this weekend for Mother's Day. 23 likes, 27 people in the chat. Let's get to 27 likes. Let's get to 27 likes. And we can watch this video, man, because it's another thing I think we should discuss. I know people not going to be, but it's my 2 cents. Let me set the disclaimer. This is my 2 cents. Now, this is Shane Mosley speaking about the fight, because y'all do remember Shane was like, oh, we're going to be sitting down on his punches. They got me in the camp. Woo, woo, woo. I'm teaching them blah, blah, blah. Right? And we was like, why do you got Shane Mosley in the camp? Why you got Nate Jones in your camp? Like, you did a whole camp and did all that to get in the ring and fight like that? You did all that to do all that to get in the ring and do that. But let's check out what they had to say about it. And I think this is gonna open up some real dialogue.
I think that he took on to his father's. I trained a different way.
Patty cake.
Yeah.
But we're the last of the last. When we fight, man.
All right, if you can hear it, put a 1 in the chat. I want to make sure everybody can hear. If you can hear it, put a 1 in the chat. Did y'all hear that? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all heard that. Cause I'm gonna give my 2 cents about it. It's just my 2 cents, y'all. It's my opinion. Ain't nothing, I ain't facts. I ain't got no sources. I'm just stating my opinion. And you can definitely let me know yours. All right, I see some ones in the chat, so let's get it going.
It was a different mentality that that Devin hated to
This
get
whole
to the
thing
ring.
is patty cake. I don't know about that.
Devin hated took a different mentality. I think more of his father's mentality in the ring. I think and not the fighters that because we're like I train a different way.
Did y'all hear what he said? He said Devin Haney took more of his father's mentality into the ring. Now I'm gonna pause right there, like dramatic pause. I'm gonna say it again, and I'm gonna have a dramatic pause, and I want you to think about that. I'm gonna replay it. I'm gonna say it again, and then we're gonna pause and think about it.
I think and not the fighters that different mentality. I think more of his father's mentality in the ring. Different mentality that that Devin hated to
This
get
whole
to the
thing
ring.
is patty cake. I don't know about that.
Devin hated took a different mentality. I think more of his father's mentality in the ring. I think and not the fighters that because we're like I train a different way or I think a different way. And Nate Jones was in his corner too. He thinks a different way. So it's like I think that he took on to his father's.
Shane Mosley just said, why he's really trying to be nice, right? He's like, listen, I think a different way. Nate thinks a different way. You know, as a fighter, I think a different way, but I think Devin took on more of his father's mentality when he got in the ring. So, do y'all see the problem with that? Like what he's saying, Devin doesn't even have, you know, you got to have a fighter's mentality. He don't even have his own mentality going into the ring. We're going to talk about it though. Let me let it finish playing.
Mentality of maybe protecting the bag for the next fight, and that's just not how I roll. But you know, to each his own. He won the fight. He got his victory, but sometimes a victory could be a loss if you do it the wrong way.
Listen, Shane Mosley is a fighter, y'all. I'm not saying this. Shane Mosley saying this. Shane Mosley saying this. He's a professional fighter. Y'all know who Shane Mosley is. Sometimes a win can be a loss if you don't do it the right way. Let me rewind it. Because I said in the chat, I was on KO channel. Shout out to Knockout Boxing 86 TV. I said all you gotta do is win talk is a loser's mentality. All you gotta do is win. That's a loser mentality, bro. That's some like I don't know if y'all know that, but that's some loser shit to say, especially in a sport like boxing. And you know what? I'm gonna go to the beginning of this because he makes another point that I was making Tuesday on my live. Come on, Shane. What else? Let me rewind it so they can hear it. For those in the back.
Sometimes a victory.
For the boxing hackers in the chat.
He won the fight.
This is for those in the back and the boxing hackers in the chat. Bars.
That is a victory, but sometimes a victory could be a loss if you do it the wrong way.
Yeah. Victor sentiments on that historic fight with the champ. I mean.
Sometimes one more time.
That is a victory, but sometimes a victory could be a loss if you do it the wrong way.
Yeah. Victor sentiments on that historic fight with the champ. I mean, you can't say it any different. I'm one of the old school. I'm not as old school as my brother right here, but I'm from the last of their era. From the ending of his era, I started in that gap. in that gap, there was nobody really, and then boom, I arose. But then the other class started coming up too. I was a little left behind for God, no problem. But at the end of the day, you don't when you get throwing blows, bro.
Yeah, I get you.
It's yeah.
uh, it was a big letdown for them. It's supposed to be one of the biggest
You know what
weeks
it
in the
might
history of
be?
boxing.
I don't know personally, but maybe champ. I think a lot of the social media, maybe.
It could be a little bit of social media, but
yeah,
also it could be they're getting big. It could be within 12 million, you get 20 fighting for the money instead of for the legacy for. But I
And where's boxing at, man? If you guys, he's giving these fighters a lot of money. Like you said, everybody was
Well, it's a part in here. I will have to find it, but I wanted y'all to hear that about what he said about Devin Haney.
in this
But
right to fight WBC Hall of Fame night. I was
it's a great. I never even understand, but it's all good.
doing the
Yeah, it seems like because he doesn't know what he's in for, but it's all good though. Like it makes it for a better fight.
a special moment with your
At first,
prime. I mean, even today when you step into the ring this week, it seems like everybody was upset. You guys just kind of
You know what?
share some of
I
your thoughts.
believe. I believe personally, me speaking, I grew up watching this legend next to me, and legends next to him. But we're the last of the last. When we fight, man, we fight.
It was a different mentality that
we don't-
that Devin Haney took
This
it
whole
to the
thing
ring.
is
Yeah.
patty cake. I don't know about that.
Devin Haney took a different mentality. I think more of his father's mentality in the ring. I think that not the fighters that because we're like I train a different way or I think a different way. And Nate Jones was in his corner too. He thinks a different way. So it's like I think that he took on to his father's mentality of maybe protecting the bag for the next fight. And that's just not how I roll. But, to each his own. He won the fight. He got his victory. But sometimes a victory could be a loss if you do it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Victor, sentiments on that historic fight week.
all right, so he also goes in the interview to say, I want to just play it again for the people that just stepped in and the people in the back and the boxing hackers in the chat. Sometimes a victory can be a loss if you do it the wrong way. And he says Devin Haney took on his father's mentality in the ring. So let's talk about that for a second, right? Because I was asking myself, why did Devin Haney go through all that, go through that whole training camp and do all that just to get in the ring and fight like that? I was wondering, did Bill tell him to fight like that? Did Bill Haney tell him to fight like that? And so, just to give my 2 cents, I feel like that was another bad decision made to Devin Haney from his father. And I don't understand why Devin Haney does not have his own mentality inside of the boxing ring. Now, I'm not saying if it's true, and I'm just going off what Shane said. Because Shane said, basically what Shane was saying, I ain't teach him that. Nate ain't teach him that. So his daddy must have told him to do that. That's basically what Shane's saying, but he was saying it in a nice way. I don't think like that. Nate doesn't think like that. We in the training camp, we working on this, we working on that, and then you get in the ring and you just like, oh, let's just be secure the bag for the next fight or whatever the case may be. And even if you were fighting a more cautious fight because of the next fight, once you see my thing I can't get over is once he seen how slow he was, how he kept getting him out of position, like he could have let his hands go more. Like that's when I was like, "What are you doing?" Because it's not like, "Oh, I had to survive," as if you was really being challenged in there. You wasn't. You wasn't really being challenged in there, and you just continue to run around, and that's what people are having the issue with. And it's not even that you did that. It's really the way you're acting afterwards. You put on a masterclass performance. You said people going to the hospital. You heard some Jamal Charlo said. Now you putting all the man personal business in the street, and then you get mad when you get the energy that you get from people. But look how you tear down other fighters. This is a perfect example. But Shane Mosley said that Devin Haney took his father's mentality into the ring. And that's not good, y'all. That's not good. I remember we was watching the Devin Haney media workout and everybody was watching it and we was like, he looks kind of like apprehensive, like stuck. Like Devin Haney almost looks like he's stuck in between styles. He's stuck in between styles. And the one thing I know about boxing is when you get in the ring, your style, it's how do you explain it? It's like your personality. Like your style is like your personality when you get in the ring. I got 2 sons that box. My husband and I train both of them. They fight very differently. They got 2 different personalities. And it shows up with the way they fight inside the ring. So if you're taking on, who are you? Who are you in the ring? And I think that's the issue. Since I heard him say that, we were already kind of like, Devin, he need to speak for himself. He need to do this for himself. He need to let his daddy stop talking for him, right? But that's just a small symptom of the real problem, which is that Devin Haney does not have his own mentality when it comes to him fighting and getting in the ring. Who wanted to sue? His daddy wanted to sue. His daddy wanted to sue. Bill Haney, aside from the Brian Garcia fight and the Austrian situation, Bill Haney has been the one creating the most obstacles for Devin. Like, have y'all, in my opinion, y'all let me know what y'all think. He was the one that came out making the trailers for the drug test and bringing all this attention to everything and putting it on TV. And he was doing that. He's the one that keeps talking about Ryan Garcia and this and that. Like, he keeps doing that. He's the one that keeps tearing down the fighters and talking about the fighter. He's the one that is doing that. He's the one advising Devin to get in the ring and run around and quote unquote be safe to get to the next bag. He's the one that's doing that. And so when people is kind of like, when you hear Oscar be like, Devin needs to fire his father, you kind of look at it, you kind of like, man, I don't know. Maybe it's something to that. Because you could have just easily said, Devin had a year layoff. He came back. He was able to pull off the victory. He ain't perform how we wanted him to perform, but we about to go back to the drawing board and get ready for Ryan Garcia. Boom, over. That shut down everybody that want to talk. That shut it all down right there. That shut it all down. But you want to post stuff and lie on other fighters and tear down other fighters, and why? Why? Because this is not the views of the public. This is the view of somebody that was in your camp. They were in your camp. He's like, I don't know. He's like, listen, Shane, like, don't put that on me. Shane, like, don't put that on me. I don't think like that. Nate don't think like that. I think Devin took on his father's mentality when he got in the ring. That is crazy. Your dad is not the fighter. You are. You're supposed to have a fighter's mentality, not your father's mentality. You're supposed to have a fighter's mentality, not your father's mentality. Jason Williams, as a father, I want my son to honor me the way Devin honored his father. You want to control your son? What do you mean by honor? What do you mean by honor? There's no way the person that trains you the whole camp should be saying you took on your father's mentality. They the ones that's been training you the whole camp and teaching you. Nate, Shane. Shane been talking about he been teaching you to sit down on your punches. Shane been teaching you to sit down on punches and you ain't sit down on nothing. You didn't sit down on nothing. And that's what he was teaching you for a whole camp. Look at Shane's face when he say this, y'all. I want y'all to see this man's face.
The victory, but maybe protecting the bag for the next tour. He's in the tour too. He thinks a different way. So it's like I think that he took on to his father's mentality of maybe protecting the bag for the next fight, and that's just not how I roll. But to each his own.
Shane looks sad. Y'all seen him? Shane looks sad, bro. He can't believe it. Let me get these super chats. Shout out to Miss Barbara D with the $10 super sticker. Shout out Miss Barbara D with the $10 super sticker. Shout out to Jab Queen Boxing with the $5 in the super chat. She says, this is also what happens when you schedule 2 and 3 fights at a time for a fighter. Shout out Jab Queen Boxing. And we're going to talk about that too. Shout out Mr. Greg with the $10 in the super chat. He says, Shane is 100% correct. Today's fighters has a weak mentality and we are seeing it. There is an absolute fear, in my opinion, of getting hurt. So you wondered why they are choosing boxing. Shout out Mr. Greg. See, I think what's happening is, you can honor your parents without them making you. What y'all talking about? Fighters have teams, they strategize together and come up with a game plan to execute. So you disagree with Bill's planning. Why are you going at Devin? What are you talking about? Am I not talking about Bill and Devin? This is Devin's mentality that we're talking about. I'm not going at anybody. I'm just giving my 2 cents about the situation. Shout out to Bob Gunn with the $9.99 in the super chat, and he's just supporting the channel. Appreciate the support, Big Bob Gunn. Yeah, we got some color in the chat today. So, Jason, this ain't Drew Titan Goofy channel. Stop the cap. Damn, right, Star. Mr. Greg, in my opinion, Bill is simply hustling the fight game. He has his son just doing enough to get the win to keep getting the next bag from the next promoter. Because Devin is a fighter and should be listening to who pays to train him. Yeah, facts. Or that old ass gray hair fake Israel. Okay, come on, y'all, with the dissing. We're not gonna do that. Blaze P for P in the building. Bill Haney used to be a real life pimp. Bill and Devin ran in that fight to be fresh for Ryan. I don't respect the play. I mean, it's not, to me, it's not even like, I get it, like y'all don't like his performance or whatever, but I get it, like you coming off a layoff, this and that. I feel like you could have did better. But if you just would have been honest, then we wouldn't be sitting here having all of these discussions. Cause now it's like all these crazy narratives of like, oh, he put on a masterclass performance. Oh, they said the same thing about Floyd, man. And then you gotta combat that, right? And then it's like, oh, where you going at Devin? No, like they're the ones that's doing all of this. Talking about you putting people in the hospital, you landed 70 punches. No, you didn't, bro. Well, Mr. Greg, what I was saying is I think these fighters come from the amateurs and they don't understand that an amateur fight and a professional fight are 2 different things, bro. I got people that's watching professional boxing talking about it's based off points. No, it's not. If you want to watch a fight based off points, go watch the amateurs. The pros is a fight. That's why people don't like that running around shit. It's not about, oh, a win is a win. A win is a win. No matter how you win. That's all I'm saying. The professional is a fight. They want to see a fight. I'm not talking about no rock'em sock'em robots, so don't even start saying that. But they want to see a fight. They don't want to see you running around for 12 rounds. Boxing hacker. Bill Haney and Devin Haney got shut out the last fight. Pro boxing has a point system too. It has a point system, but you're not winning off the point system, boxing hacker. Let me play this for boxing hacker real quick, coming in here with the stupidness. Listen to what Shane Mosley had to say, boxing hacker.
Mentality of maybe protecting the bag for the next fight, and that's just not how I roll. But to each his own. He won the fight. He got his victory, but sometimes a victory could be a loss if you do it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Victor,
Sometimes a victory can be a loss if you do it the wrong way. Boxing hacker, it was just done the wrong way. And I don't even really think it was the fight. That's really the issue. It's the response and the way you acting after that's escalating the situation and making it even worse. That's all I'm saying. Yes, Jason Williams, there's a criteria for boxing. No, Jason Williams, y'all tell me how boxing is scored. Cause they telling me it's based off a point system. Like it's the amateurs. It's not. Shane Mosley says it in the video. He says it's not an amateurs. You want to watch points? Go watch the amateurs. This is professional boxing. You come in here to fight. If you want to win by running around, you can do that, boxing hacker. If you want to win fights by running around, you can do that. But what you can't do is complain about not getting fights or not getting paid the money that you want. That's all I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is what I'm talking about. Who can let me know and drop it below in the chat which fighter we're discussing right now? Yeah, Miss Barbara D say, so what, boxing hacker? It still doesn't change the fact that it was a shit fight. It doesn't change the fact that you can still win and lose if it's not done, if it's done the wrong way. That's what Shane Mosley just said, boxing hacker. He's a fighter. He knows. You gonna argue with Shane, boxing hacker? You gonna tell Shane Mosley he wrong? You know what I'm saying? So let me see. I had another video I want to go over with y'all, but I really wanted to show y'all that because I think that's crazy that the person that trained him feels as though he got in the ring with his father's mentality. You need to get in the ring with a fighter's mentality, not your father's mentality. I'm going to say it again. Devin, it's not a matter of Bill needs to stop talking for Devin and Bill can do whatever Bill is doing. Like I've said it before, I think the reason it's not the fact that Bill talks, it's the fact that Devin doesn't. We need to see Devin more. We need to hear Devin talk more. We need to see more of Devin's personality. Does he have one? Does he have one? He clearly doesn't have his own mentality in the ring. Paid in Full says there's 4 criteria in scoring a professional fight. The amateurs has a point system. There's a difference. There's a difference between a point system and a criteria. There's a difference between a point system and a criteria. That's the first thing that y'all need to understand. Professional boxing is not a point system. Exactly, boxing hacker. Devin talked the whole press tour, and that's what I'm saying. When I seen him talking more, that's when I realized he needs to speak more. He needs to be in the media more, not his father, because his father's just making it worse. He out here dissing Jerron Charlo now, putting the man personal business and stuff in the street. Why is he doing that? I'm not sure what your point is, boxing hacker. I'm not sure what your point is with that. We'll see how much money and main card events he gets for that BS win. I mean, they probably gonna do what they do with Turkey. And let me try to find this video because with Rolly, because ain't nobody saying nothing about what Rolly said about Turkey. They hush as they quiet as a church mouse. Quiet. Some of y'all, I'm realizing, just be on here to argue. Like y'all don't even be thinking nothing through. Y'all just be on here repeating stuff from your favorite tabloid channel, YouTube tabloid channel. You ain't even thought it through. For the one in the chat, if you can hear me.
Live on the zone worldwide, May 2nd and 3rd, a knockout weekend of boxing. Garcia versus Romero and Canelo versus Skull. Two huge fights. Pick one or go all in for only $90.
Come on, bro. I've been missing Pornhub, bro. I haven't busted in.
Oh, hold on, that ain't the right video. That's before the fight. That ain't the one I'm looking for. Uh, Hold on, y'all. Be all in my YouTube history. Hold on. Where is this video? I'm gonna find it. If anybody got the link, send me the link if y'all got the link to Rolly talking about how they was doing him at the thing. So let's talk about Turkey with these fights. Now, then of course we got the Shakur Stevenson interview, right? And in the Shakur Stevenson interview, let's take a look at this short right here. Shout out D1. I watched a short earlier from D1. I'm not understanding why. It's on history now, right? On this thing. Okay. Ding. All right, let me find it. Let me find it. Anyway, so anyone had put a short up that I watched with the Shakur Stevenson interview. And in the Shakur Stevenson interview, he's talking about Turkey and you know how Turkey definitely want to make the fight with Tank and all Tank got to do is get on board. And I'm like, why is he even saying that? First of all, right? If I'm Shakur Stevenson and if I'm Tank Davis, right? Why would I want Turkey? Seeing how Turkey's events been going, they had stupid ass times, stupid ass days, stupid restrictions, like only 300 people can come to the fight. They in the middle of the street, like all this kind of stuff, right? Turkey got going on. They driving up in Batmobiles and lowriders to the fight, right? Why would you want Turkey to promote your biggest fight of your career? Do you think Tank now maybe Turkey might offer Tank $150 million? Maybe he'll go over there with Turkey. I don't know. But I'm just saying logically right now, why would Tank leave the platform he has, that he's contracted with, to go? Oh, like Tank is fine where he's at. Tank is fine where he's at. He's fine. You can come over here and make the fight. He's straight. But you want him as the A side to leave and come fight on. It's not even your platform. Like Shakur don't even know what's going on with himself. Like, are you with Eddie? You with Luda Kuba? Like, y'all beefing? Do you got a contract? Are you a free? He don't even know his own situation. You want Tank to leave his own situation That's perfectly fine and come to your situation ship because everybody's pretty unclear what the hell you got going on to make one of the quote unquote biggest fights of his career. I'm just asking if does that make sense to any of y'all? Because it don't make sense to me. That alone would make me just be like, that don't make no sense. So why are you saying come over to Turkey to make? Why do I got to get on board with you? Why do I got to get on board with you? I don't understand that. Why do I got to get on board with Shakur Stevenson? He does that to me. That just sound like okay. You know I'm not about to do that, so you don't want the fight. That's like when you call somebody and you know you call them at a time they're not gonna be available, and then when they call you back, you don't answer the phone. Like you just call them and be like, "Man, I called you." Like you knew I wasn't gonna be able to answer the phone at that time. Why would you call me? And then when I call you back, you don't answer the phone. Be like, "Oh, I've been calling you." That's what Shakur Stevenson is doing. You putting out into the public some random stuff that you know most likely probably ain't gonna happen. So everybody can start being like, "Oh, Tank can go with Turkey, Tank need and y'all keep saying, somebody please find me that link that Tank need to go with Turkey when Rolly just came out and said how they was doing him while they was out there. They didn't have his hotel room ready. They didn't give him his per diem. They feffed up his gloves. And he ain't even say whatever else he went through. They was just complete like that's the thing like you cannot definitively say you know for sure somebody is going to win in a boxing match. You can think that like oh I know for sure like of course we talk like that, but it's boxing, anything can happen. You got a whole promo with Ryan and Devin fighting next like Rolly ain't right there. Now I thought Ryan was going to beat Rolly, but I'm not shocked that Rolly beat Ryan. It wasn't like he ain't stand no chance at all. Come on, y'all. I mean, I know we talk like, oh, he going for sure. But I mean, come on, Rolly had a shot. Rolly and Ryan very familiar with each other. They grew up fighting each other in the amateurs. But everybody just wanted to proceed to shit on Rolly because he's one of Tank's opponents. Like, that's really what it was. That's really what it was. So you got the story with Rolly, and he's like, Turkey showing favoritism. How is he better than anybody else? How is he better than anybody else? And he's showing favoritism. You messing up my like I gotta be in you messing up my psychology right now. I'm trying to get ready for a fight. One of the biggest fights in my career, you ain't got my hotel ready. You ain't got my per diem, you ain't got my money for me to be able to eat. You got my hotel super far away from the fight place. Like why you playing why you got this like psychological warfare thing you got going on? This man got a fight coming up that he gotta get ready for, and you playing psychological games, messing up his gloves and doing all this stuff. But nobody's saying anything about it. They glazing right over it and keep wanting to act like Turkey's just so great. And then you want a fighter to leave his situation to go over somewhere else where the other fighter don't even got their situation all the way straight to make a fight. And it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I've been telling y'all Rolly been getting better every fight. The pit bull fight was his best fight. That's the best I ever seen Rolly look. He lost, but go back and watch the fight. He said he was weight drained. I mean, maybe he was. That's not important. And then we're gonna talk about that too. But maybe he was, but not his point. But if you go back and watch the fight, Rolly was getting caught because he was coming in. He was staying like a second too long in those exchanges before he got back out, and he was getting caught. That's why Rolly lost that fight. His footwork was better. He was boxing better. His defense was better. Everything was better that fight. But y'all don't like a fighter style, or y'all get stuck at how a fighter looks, and you don't acknowledge either their decline or you don't acknowledge their improvement. And real quick, I'm gonna drop the link. Y'all call into the show 281-845-2103. Friday night call in show. Y'all call in. Yeah, Miss Barbara D, go back and look at that fight. Go back and look at an old fight from Rolly and look at that fight. Since he left Bullet, he's dramatically improved. Fly frequency, you don't like your listening skills are not very good. We thought Rolly was gonna lose because he was tank opponent when they both was tank opponents. You just brought Tank up for no dang good reason. That's not even what I said. Whew, some of y'all listening skills, I don't know how y'all made it this far, bro. I don't know how y'all made it. Shout out Teach, Blaze, P for P, Mr. Greg. Teach, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
All right, so I mean, I have quite a bit to say, man. I guess I wanted to start off with the Eddie Hearn stuff. So pretty much, I mean, I want to say the reason why that I feel, Eddie is the best promoter. 1 second. Hey, 2 cents. Let somebody else go. I got to do something real quick.
All right, Blaze, P for P, cents. What you got for the show?
Oh man, what's happening? I'm just glad to be on watching you cook with hot grease this afternoon. So thanks for having me on the show. But I'm just in there what you talking about, Bill and Devin Haney that last fight, and just what happened. Just, everything. So I'm just happy to be here.
Okay. Mr. Greg, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I didn't hear everything when I came in, but the thing I did hear that we've talked about before is the fighter's mentality. I'm glad to hear somebody like Shane, who was in the camp of Devin's, say he didn't. Primarily, he came into the fight with the mentality of his father. I've always said his father was hustling this game. This is one of the reasons why they go to promoter. They just trying to get money, or like I said, they're trying to get a lick. And that's what has been happening. He doesn't want his son to lose, which is why he fought so hard with this situation that happened with him and Ryan, because having a loss does set a fighter back a little bit. But in the same time, it really has not helped Devin. I know there's some people who say you win. That's not true. And Shane just said it as well. It's how you win and even how you lose. It's going to come a time when Devin is going to have to make a decision, because we talked about that as well, of who he is in that ring. His father is making him be what he wants him to be just to get the win so they can go to the next game, so they go to the next promoter for the most part. That's a bad strategy, because there's going to come a time that they're going to keep doing that, and Devin's going to get hurt. He's going to get hurt badly, where he's not going to be able to fight for a minute. You have to be prepared for everything as a fighter. You got a guy who has gone through the fire when you brought in Shane. Why did you bring him in? I don't know what you paid him, but you threw away your money if the father is interfering and not let you train this guy to be who he should be in that ring. I think Devin has skills, but it's always the mentality. If you're not going in there prepared to fight, and all you're trying to do is get past this fight so you can get to the next one, you're doomed to failure sooner or later. And the failure could be where fans don't want to pay for you. Nobody wants to see that. There's been a few fighters in this sport who have tremendous skills. Nobody's paying to see them. And so the promoters realize you got a great talented guy that nobody wants to see because of the way he fights. That's where you're losing at. I know somebody said a win is a win. No, it's not necessarily. You may get a few dollars from that fight, but you won't get any more. And that's where you start losing. It's the perception of who you are in the ring. Fighters need to be able to know who they are in that ring every time they go in.
Not go in because your father tells you or your trainer tells you just stay away. Just go ahead and do what you need to do to get past this fight. Fans aren't stupid. They'll start booing you. They'll start looking at you in a different way, and they will. I'm not going to see Devin Haney. I'll watch it on YouTube or I'll hear what somebody else has to say, and that's where you start losing because then there are sponsors who might want to come in like a Nike or a company like that. But if you don't have that winner mentality where you go in and fight, this is not the amateurs. This is professional. Yes, there's a point system that's a part of the game, but this is about fighting. That's why you choose this. You have to have it in you. And today's guys, all of them are actually very soft and fighters of old, but you still have to have that willingness to go in, to be daring. Yes, you can get hurt because that's what fighting is, but you have to be able to do that. And you're part of the entertainment complex. People watch the fights to be entertained, not bored, not be put to sleep. I don't care that you just going to do this to get a win. That doesn't count. We're talking about Devin and criticizing him again because of how he performed. Sooner or later, we're not even going to be talking about it. We're just going to say we don't want to see him.
Exactly.
We're not talking about Rolly because we've said it before. Rolly is getting better. You can lose and get better. We've seen that happen with great fighters, but we also look how they fought when they lost. I think about the babyface assassin, Barrera. Barrera got starched by Junior Jones, and then he lost to I forgot the other fighter. When he came back, he mixed fighting with boxing, and you saw how well he fought. And that's what you have to be able to do, but it has to be in you.
Hey,
Shane,
Greg, real quick. Let me just real quick because I just
No,
introduced
no,
myself, but I just wanted to.
Let him finish. Hold on, Blaze. Let
All
him
right, all right.
finish.
Go ahead, go ahead, go
We're
ahead.
gonna go around and get back to you. Go ahead, Mr.
yeah.
All
Greg.
right, bet.
So what I'm saying is, you have to understand, you have to perform. Now, Devin got hurt in the last fight with Garcia. I get that. So if what you're going to do is take an easy fight to get your confidence back, you have to shut up. You can't be bringing in somebody like saying we're going to sit down on our punches, we're going to really be spectacular, when all along you're not prepared mentally to do just that. And that's what we saw. That's why we're talking about it. But we should be talking a lot more about Rolly. Rolly has done pretty well, I think, to this point, and he has lost. But you don't see him wilting. You don't see him talking where he's going to do all these things and then he doesn't do any of it. I can see if you try and you found out, I can't do this with him. Maybe I'm going to have to change tactics. We didn't see any of that. We saw Devin fight and hold on and run. Yeah, okay, fighting is hitting without getting hit. But you still have to fight. He did not fight. He simply skated through that fight, and he's lucky not Garcia, um, I'm gonna say Barbosa, that who he fought did not go after him and didn't have it in him to challenge Devin, rough him up, throw him down, maybe get a point deducted or something. But you have to. He needed to change what Devin was doing as well. So I won't just put it all on Devin. But Devin was supposed to be the main star in that fight, that particular fight. And he didn't show that he was deserving of being seen in that way. He didn't deserve to be getting the money that fans are going to pay to see him fight. He didn't prove that he's worthy to be in a ring if that's how he's going to continue to do. And it's because of his father, who, as I said, he's hustling this game. He's doing it well. I can't say he hasn't done that because they keep getting the bag. But that explains why they're running from promoter to promoter. I'll stop there because I could go on, but I don't want to take it
All
all.
right. We got Boxing Hacker, Jab Queen Boxing, Dragon Assassin Rich, and then we're going back to Blaze Piece for P. Boxing Hacker, what's your 2 cents? What you got?
What's good, 2 cent? Hey, so you know me, I gotta give a different take. First off, I don't know where people are getting this idea that pro boxing doesn't have a point system. Pro boxing definitely has a point system. I don't know. The point system is based on a criteria, but it has a point system. as far as a win is a win, can a win be a loss? A win is always a win. A loss is always a loss. There's never a situation where a win is a loss. Your record is always going to show what you had. Was it a draw? Was it a win or loss? It's never intertwined in any shape or fashion. As far as people saying, "Oh, it's because of Devin and his dad." Like I said before, you can say that. People can say, "Oh, like the fight wasn't exciting to them." It's opinion, right? Like a lot of people say, they like more exciting fights, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, was what Devin did effective? You have to say yes, because guess what? Robert Garcia and Ramirez had 12 rounds to figure out what to do different, and they couldn't. They couldn't figure out what to do different, and he won easily. He won the fight easily. People will say, "Oh, but Bill Haynes messing up Devin." How? Bill Haynes got his son to be a two-time champion. Bill Haynes got his son to be undisputed. Like, what are we talking about? Like, he coached his son through all these situations. And if you look at it, how many other coaches are out there? They have, their fighters aren't undisputed at all. Their fighters got losses on the record, but look at where Devin's at. Devin's one of the highest paid lightweights in the world, lighter weights per se in the world. So like there's so many things sometimes we sort of focus on negative and we forget like the full picture of the whole thing, like at the end of the day, Devin Haney does good, Bill Haney does good, it's not like, like he went out there and lost, like he didn't go out there and just get shut out. It's sort of like how they used to do Regan Diao. Regan Diao beat Donaire and people were like, "Oh, it's a boring fight." He shut out Donaire. It is what it is. If it's boring, then why is the other fighter making adjustments to make it more exciting? Why is it on the person why would I change my style? Or why would I have to change my style, put myself more at risk just to make it, make it more entertaining while I'm winning clearly? I'm a fighter. I'm going to fight and win the way I need to win at that moment in time. Now, could he have done more? Sure. Of course, any fighter can do more in a fight. But at the end of the day, like I said, it was an effective fight that he fought. And I'll land with there.
Jab Queen Boxing, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I'll keep my intro very short, and then I'll circle back as the panel opens up. But I feel just from that clip alone, that Shane probably had a solid game plan for Devin to win in possibly a more impressive fashion. And it looks like it just kind of disappointed him that he didn't get to see his vision come to life. He said you can lose even if you win, and I agree with that 100%. Some people, I'm learning, just have a very mediocre mindset and a very that's good enough mindset. And although Devin may not have a loss on his record, his stock is plummeting. Outside of Turkey Al-Sheikh and maybe Eddie Hearn, if he goes back there and rubs his leg real nice, I'm not sure who is willing to promote him because he never had a exciting style, but we were dealing with him. But now this style that he has now adopted since he has PTSD from getting whooped by Ryan, it's just not going to cut it. And I hear Boxing Hacker, Bill has gotten his son to where he is. Yes. And that's not necessarily a good thing. There comes a point in your son's career, and your son needs to take the lead on his own career, that he needs to make decisions for himself. I'm not really sure why they hired Shane Mosley if they weren't going to allow him to do what they are paying him or paid him to do, because I'm pretty sure that was not a part of his game plan, or he wouldn't be speaking out in the way that he does. But I'll leave it there for now until we pass it around, and then, we'll go back or whatever.
All right. I think we on Dragon Assassin Official. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Salute 2 cents. Me personally, even though I think the fight was boring and Devin was boring, I do agree with Boxing Hackers in like the other opponents need to actually cut the ring and not expect the fighters to just stand there and wait for them. Like for me personally, the only problem I have is with Devin Haney. He expects to demand A-side money and legacy fights and all that, but he's not going to get it with those type of performances. And I think it's just the fact that his fans are not taking the criticism like fairly. They're making excuses for him. But at the same time, I do agree that the other opponents need to do just as much as Devin Haney as well, just like Skull versus Canelo. But I'll just leave it there for now.
All right. Rich and then Blaze P for P. Rich, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I'm just gonna let it pass through, but I definitely came in because I was looking at your other live. I think it was your last live on Sunday or one of them days, and I heard some people talking about accolades, and I want them dumbass people to show up on here again, and say something about accolades. It's when you good and all that type of shit. Cause that was the
Well, you
most
never
dumbest
looked
thing
up the
I.
definition.
That was the most dumb. That's just like saying Abdullah Mason came into the boxing. He got accolades because he good. That ain't no fucking accolades. Cause if he end up being some total shit after 10 fights or whatever like
But
that, what accolades
nobody
did the
said being
fuck he
good was an
have? You
accolade,
know,
though.
I heard them on the thing. They was saying being good was an accolade. Just being good. I
I don't
heard the
think
guy
nobody
say
said
that
that.
on there. He said just being good, just having high expectations is an accolade. That's not no accolade at all. But yeah, I'm just here, just waiting for them
All right.
people to show back up.
Blaze P for P, what you got for the show? What's your 2 cents?
Oh, peace. Yeah, my 2 cents is particularly with Bill and Devin Haney, and it's like, hey man, Bill done said it himself, man. He's from Oakland, man, real live former pimp. So he's doing business like that with Devin. So if y'all don't see what's going on, he's a promoter. He's promoting, and so it's like we can all have our critique on how they moving and how they promoting and who's their promoter and who they're going in and out with, but it's their business because it's Devin Haney Promotions. And so, but my thing with the issue with Devin, with what he just did, is that was trash. That's the closest thing to a fixed fight. That's why you don't bet on boxing type of shit like that, where it's like, and then I'm glad that Mosley, like you said, Sugar Shane Mosley, stand on business. Y'all need to go Google his box rec. If you wasn't watching him on HBO live when he was doing his thing, when he was arguably pound for pound, in his heyday. It's just be very simple and very clear. Like, nah, I was it because you see they got the video trying to promo him like it was sneaky. You gotta like he was Bigfoot. They showed him maybe one time in camp, and you see what he said. Listen, I don't approve of that. I didn't tell him to do that. We don't do that. That's not a fighter. Fighters don't do that. It's simple. You feel me? The Hall of Famer has spoken. I don't gotta disagree with that because I want to see what's going on in the ring. I don't care what goes on out the ring. Them is two different arguments. So that trash he pulled by not boxing, six ever compy box history. We talking about how many years of boxing we talking about? 2 cent, 100 years? And then
Yep.
okay, CompuBox don't go that far. Where CompuBox go? 80s, 90s. We're still 30 years. The worst in 30 years. That's unacceptable, straight up. And I know what it is. I see it. I know business. They did that to get through to Ryan, and the other half of that puzzle is Ryan and Rolly, and how they did Rolly, because they didn't involve Rolly in the play. They played with Rolly, and Rolly showed up. And like 2 cents there earlier, he been improving in his boxing, even in the loss with Pitbull Cruz. I'm gonna go watch that because I believe you, because he's done improved and he blew the party up. Both of them guys were supposed to skate to that fight, to Devin and Ryan. You feel me? And that's the whole problem with boxing anyway. That's why I didn't watch it live. That's why I wouldn't watch the replays. And that's why I didn't watch Canelo either. Because it's like I'm not watching a fight through a fight. Like real talk. This is almost scripted. It's bogus. You feel me? And the only thing with this part of the story is that Rolly, you feel me, blew up the narrative. So Haney literally ran just to be totally fresh for Ryan. I get it, I see it, but the problem with it is that's not boxing. And anybody who watches boxing and anybody who respects the sport and respect when they want to show, when they time and they money, you feel me? Because like I said, I didn't waste my time. I caught clip. I watched the replays on my own time. I didn't go live. I'm not throwing a fight party for that trash. You feel me? Straight up. Who's gonna do that? That's bad business. And that's bad for the sport because it's sixth in history. This ain't like, oh, this was a mediocre fight we done seen before. The greats ain't never did that. The greats don't got no tape like that. And he's in high def doing that trash. You feel me? That's my biggest issue with it. So I look forward to who Haney fights next. If Haney can fight Rolly for that belt, cool. If Haney can fight whoever for a belt, though, at 147. And then I want to see if he don't do that, then I don't respect this. And I don't think Ryan's ready because you see Ryan's crying in the car like on Friday. I don't think his mind and body is built for it anymore. I think he's been exposed. I don't think he's going to fight Haney, be Devin, because Devin was going to eat him. You feel me? And so I want to end like this. We're doing recency bias real quick. I want to do what one thing about Haney. Like I said, I like Haney. I just don't like this move. Let's not forget when he fought Regis, he was looking solid. That was a solid fight. That was a shutout fight. Then he got whooped by Ryan on PEDs. It's just there. He was fighting good. 2 fights before this. So let's not act like he don't know how to fight. We know he knows how to fight. And he beat Loma before that. Let's not forget that. You feel me? The flashpoint with this, and I am right here, is the Ryan fight. And then all this that comes after it because it's bogus. But let's not forget, Haney is a very good fighter. Haney was undisputed, but these guys is playing the game, and I hope he fight whoever he can fight at 140 and 147. And that's a whole nother argument, right, 2 cents, because there's a lot of boxers. And so I'm good.
All right, shout out Blaze People B. We got Cash Crypto on the panel.
That's good.
What up, Cash?
What up to the panel, man?
Yes, Cash. Salute.
Yeah. Is it on me?
Yeah, it's on you.
I'll go after that.
You know, I agree. What do you say, Teach? You shut your ass up, nigga, when I'm talking. All right.
So hold on. After
Well, hit
Cash
mute
finish
then.
up, hold on. After Cash finish, I'm gonna show this. We're gonna go over this rolling video. Go ahead, Cash.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Greg, man. And something you said earlier, 2 cents. Like all Devin and them had to say was he's just gonna go out there and make sure he's good and get his feet wet and win however he wants. If he had just said something like that, there's no criticism to be made, man. But these niggas is talking about, oh, he's improved. You're gonna see a better Devin. You're gonna see all the mistakes erased. And if you were watching closely, the kid was making the same defensive mistakes, even though he was running for 12 fucking rounds. It's literally nobody's job to chase a motherfucker for 12 rounds straight. This is a fight. This is not tag on the school playground, man. Nobody wants to see that sucker shit. And you crybaby ass niggas crying about a Webster definition, man, go argue with Webster, nigga, and wipe your damn nose, nigga. It's leaking. That's my 2 cents.
All right, here we go. Let's play this rolling video. Yeah, because I really don't know what you're talking about, Rich. Nobody said being good was an accolade. We said being popular is like a form of an accolade.
You said what?
I said I'm about to play this video, but I'm saying I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody said being good was an accolade. We literally looked up the definition. I don't know if you watched the whole live or
No,
not.
I just heard y'all. I just heard y'all this week saying that being good, doing something, having high expectations, coming into the boxing game is an accolade. That's not an accolade. That's no way
I
near
think you need to
accolade.
go rewatch that.
Hey, man, you need to go rewatch the damn live.
I did watch it.
Your attention skills is trash. Go watch it again.
Y'all was arguing down the guy that said if you win something.
Argue with Webster, nigga. Don't argue with us.
Hold on, let me play this video. Hold on.
Soft ass nigga.
Bro, you can't say shit like that. You're gonna get me demonetized, bro. You gotta chill.
All
right,
you
go watch
emotions.
the video. Listen, check it out. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it.
They didn't have a fucking hotel room for me. They fucked up my gloves. They didn't give me no damn per diem, nothing. I ain't care. I kept it cool. They didn't want to fucking put no damn money in escrow or nothing. And look at this shit. They all had a fucking plan. And look at this shit. I destroyed everything they fucking had.
Hey, Rolly.
So y'all.
So nobody got nothing to say about that?
I love what he said. He turned the table over and he let them know.
I love it.
Like ish, and this is what you get for doing it.
Teach.
So they had a plan.
Boxing hacker, all Johnson bouncers. Y'all don't got nothing to say about that?
What about what? Rolly complaining? I mean, people complain sometimes when they're matches, right? It happens all the
You
time.
see what I'm saying? Two cent, and this is your channel.
that's
You do what
crazy.
you want,
That's
but why
crazy
you
work.
always got this ignorant fool up here, yo? He
No,
says
but
the
it's
most
true, though.
ridiculous
You guys-
things all the
it's
time.
not the first time.
It's like he
It's-
purposely be he's
Wait.
purposely trying to be contrary to what everybody
Am I
else
lying, though?
Hey, Hacker, shut up, nigga. She's talking right now. Shut your ass up.
Boxing hacker. We're gonna do this today. Today we're working on you waiting on your turn to talk. Okay? Yeah, you be messing up my replay value, bro. And this is business. I'm gonna have to stop letting you on here. You be messing up the value
messing
of
up
my
the
replay
property
value.
value.
Just wait till your turn to talk. Go ahead, Jab Queen Boxing.
No, it's just ridiculous. Like, how you gonna sit up here and say this man's experience is a damn complaint? He's literally telling you what they did to him. Everyone has complaints. Like, what are you talking about? They literally tried not to pay this man. Did you not hear that? They messing with his gloves. What he needs to box. All because they're looking past him. So damn right. I'm glad Rolly upset the apple cart. That's right, Rolly. They got plans. Let them know you got your own damn plans. And we
But on
moving
top of
like
that,
this.
on top of that, Ty,
Wait, can I
he
respond real
didn't
quick?
do. Hold on, nigga. He didn't do no complaining while it was going on. He just toughed it out
Exactly.
and
He's
dealt with the
explaining his
shit.
experience.
Goofy
Okay, yeah.
niggas, man.
Can
Go
I,
ahead,
can
boss.
I,
Go
yeah,
ahead, boss.
hey,
This
yeah.
nigga the
Two
biggest
cents. Just to
gangster,
respond to
man.
what you just
He
said.
too
Hold
tough.
on. Just to
This
respond to what you
nigga
just said,
tough
two
as
cents.
shit.
Remember,
God.
you just asked me a question. I was answering you, and Jacqueline jumped in front of me, and you put me in the back. So when you say that I jumped in front of her, that's not how it happened. See,
Go
I was
ahead, boss.
talking. Okay, and you put me in the back. So let's just clarify that. But anyway, what I'm
I did.
saying is this.
My
Yeah,
channel. Go ahead.
yeah. I'm just saying, like you said, it was my fault, but I was talking, right? And you asked me a question, and then I went to the back. But anyway, so what I'm saying is this: is I'm not. I want Rolly to win. I don't know. I want Ryan to win. I like Rolly more than I like Ryan. But what I'm saying is, it's not the first time like the person who is the B side gets like wild treatment. Like you hear it all the time in boxing. It's not. It's definitely not the first time that somebody said like, and it's not just based on it's a turkey card. That's what happened. No. Sometimes shit like that just happens. Like people can make complaints about how they're treated in the back. It happens. I wasn't
And
I wasn't caught off guard by it, you know. And it's not to say
okay.
anything was wrong with Turkey or because that's I feel like that's where all it's going to. It's like Turkey is put on these cards, but he's not being fair to fight. No, shit like that always happens. It's normal. People have
Boxing hacker.
disputes about gloves and all that.
Let me
Yeah, what's up?
respond to you, boxing hacker. Let me respond to you, boxing hacker, because I'm gonna say two things. I'm gonna say one, with that logic, it happens. And excuse my French, I'm just saying it for effect. Shut the hell up about Ryan Garcia and Austrian then. Because guess what? People get cheated in boxing.
Mm,
It happens. It happens, bro. Devin
mm.
Haney is not the only fighter to ever get cheated in boxing. It happens. And two, you cannot say it happens because Turkey is literally trying to fix a fight. He's literally trying to put Rolly at a psychological disadvantage before the fight. Literally, not doing the business right, putting his money in escrow, don't got his hotel, messing with his gloves, don't got his money to eat. What are you talking about? Shit like that don't just that's not just like a oops, my hotel too far away. That's all intentional. That's all damn near that's fight fixing, bro. That
Mhm.
doesn't
Yeah.
happen. So let with your logic,
Mm-hmm.
people get cheated in boxing. I don't want to keep hearing about that shit then.
So
And
wait.
secondly,
We're
And the
going
hold
only
to
on,
people that got
wait, I'm
mistreated
still
on that
talking.
card
Hold on,
was
wait,
Rolly.
I'm finished. Hold on. And then if it happens, who else did it happen to? Boxing hacker. Who else did it happen to? Because nobody else said that happened to them. Rolly said that happened to him after everything was over with. He didn't even complain about it while it was happening.
No, Ramirez, coach came out and said that something about they water and everything else too.
Oh, really?
So,
What'd he say?
yes, it
Jab
was
Queen?
Rolly, and it was Rolly this happened to, and it was Ramirez. I'm gonna look for the clip now. But yeah, I saw that earlier. His coach said something about the water. They wasn't getting water, or they had to drink a specific water, something with their water.
It was that
Wow.
the official water that the fighters were supplied with, they were take that they allowed Devin Haney to have what he wanted, but everybody else got penalized if they had what they had. So they
Yeah, I
They
knew it
couldn't
was
have
something
no,
to do with the
hold
damn
on. But this
water.
is boxing. Nobody finna provide me with no water. Jab Queen, let me
Hmm.
get that clip.
All right,
Like this is
let me
sounding
pull it up.
crazy. And see, for boxing hacker to sit up here and be like, "Oh, it happens." No, it doesn't
I
happen.
don't know
it
how
does
you get
happen.
that one.
It happens all the time. You guys know how y'all not know this?
How
It
about
happened
me?
for
See,
years.
It's still bad
It
business
happens.
whenever it
It happens for
happens.
years.
Whenever it happens, it's
Yeah.
disrespectful.
there
Whatever
was
happened
Yes,
is some
but here, but
BS.
there
here,
was an expectation that Rolly was supposed to lose. Ryan is a star, and they wanted to give Ryan psychological advantages, which is why they did this to Rolly. You got to
that
understand that. You got to understand that when you do things like messing with where somebody has to stay, messing with their gloves, not putting the money in escrow as you're supposed to do, that
Hold
does
on, somebody got a mute. I got a crazy echo.
Yeah,
When
that
can I
does
go?
take a toll on the fighter, and it does affect for how he performs, unless he is mentally strong enough, as Rolly was, and Ryan was not. So you have to understand it's not that this just happens, it's intentional. So if you're going to say that, then you have to then say that promoters intentionally do things to trip up other fighters, particularly when they're going to fight their star fighter. Rolly was going to be, I'm sorry, Ryan was going to be part of the new package that Turkey Al has put together. So they did not want Ryan to lose, and he did, and he lost, and it upturned the apple cart. Yes, Rolly should have said what he said. I won in spite of what they did to me outside the ring. It's not just this just happens all the time. It happens intentionally, and there's a reason why it does. It's not just by mishap or accidental. It's intentional, and you got to understand that part if you're going to say that.
Okay, so here's the thing about this whole intentional thing, right? And whether it happens all the time or not, it does happen. We've heard Robert Garcia mention how his fight was treated against Floyd Mayweather, and we've heard Zab Jr. Complain about how he's been treated back in the past as well. This stuff does happen in boxing. The problem with making this narrative. Wait, hold on, Mr. Greg. Yeah, the problem with making these narratives like, oh, it was intentional, is that one, who's in charge of setting this thing up? We always look at the person at the top. Oh, it must be Turkey and higher it up. No, they have third parties who set things up to set these events. Wait, no, let me talk about this. It's important to know this.
I gotta get the super chat. Shout out to Jab Queen Boxing with the $2 in the super chat. Turkey need Tank, not the other way around. Shout out Jab Queen Boxing.
So it's important to realize that, like for instance, do you all know how the A side fighters were being treated? We don't even know that. We just jumped to a conclusion. Oh, he was being mistreated because they wanted Ryan to win. Ryan was already the favorite. No, a lot of people didn't even think Rolly had a chance to win, right? Ryan was already the favorite. Do A side fighters or favorites get treated better? A lot of times, yes. It's not just on Turkey's card. It was on PBC's card too. It's been on Top Rank card. Yes, like the superstar fighters normally do get treated a little bit a little bit better. That happens, So like these whole narratives, like it was a setup. No, Rolly, it wasn't even the matchup wasn't even the odds weren't even close between Ryan and Rolly. They would think that Ryan had a chance of losing. People thought Rolly was going to get knocked out the first 5 rounds of the fight. So we got to calm down on the narrative a little bit.
No, we don't.
You're not being honest, Boxing Hacker, bro. You're being so dick. Somebody got a mute. They got a crazy echo. I think Dragon Assassin wants to go. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let Dragon Assassin go.
Going yet, man.
Boxing Hacker, Teach, you didn't get to get your 2 cents. Oh, we did miss Teach. All right, I'm gonna go to Dragon. And I'm gonna go to Teach. Boxing Hacker, you're being so dishonest and disingenuous right now that is unbelievable. Like, what are you talking about, bro? They literally did this intentionally to him for a reason. Like, I don't know what you're talking about is not even what we're discussing. Dragon Assassin, what you got?
But where's the proof of that? How do you know they did it intentionally? What was the mistake?
Hold on. The problem is, Haka, things like that happen in general across the world on different platforms.
You see what I'm saying?
What you're not realizing is, at the end of the day, it happened to Rolly, and Rolly's talking from his experience at that event. Why is it only happening to Rolly? Why wasn't Rolly included on some of the adverts in the press conference? Why didn't he get his per diem when he was there? Why did he have to feed himself and everybody else got treated by their handlers? That's the problem. You know what I mean, Haka? You're not looking at that part of it. And then for Rolly Romero to go through that, beat Ryan Garcia, come out of it without complaining, having his gloves tampered. Come on, man. You can't see that. That's suspect, bro. Come on, man. Come on. That is very suspicious, man.
But how do we know? Like the other fighters didn't talk about
Hacker, it's not your turn, Boxing Hacker. Go ahead, Teach.
Yeah, so I got to start from scratch. Yeah, salute to the whole panel. So what I wanted to say about, Eddie Hearn earlier is the reason why I think he's the best promoter, in my opinion, is because, Eddie Hearn, he's pretty much readily available and transparent. Well, I'm going to take back the readily available part and say maybe he's accessible. And and we see this because Eddie's always, doing interviews. He's always on media runs and he's doing YouTube content, right? And as a fan who loves boxing, to me, I mean, I like it, like I relate to it. And other fighters do as well. There's a lot of fighters saying that they really like Eddie Hearn. Um, when it
Oh,
comes to when it comes to the way like he approaches things, again, he embraces the social media aspect. Like he embraces YouTube, and he embraces these different streaming platforms, and he does it more like aggressively than a PBC, a Top Rank, and and promoters like that. The other promoter that I could say is like behind Eddie Hearn is Oscar De La Hoya, because he also promotes his fighters. When it comes to the events, right? I mean, Eddie puts on good events with the fighters he has, and it's usually, to me, in my opinion, relatively strong main events and undercards as well. You guys just make fun of, Eddie Hearn doesn't. Eddie Hearn puts his fighters in tough fight and they lose, but that's what you're supposed to do. Like, I don't want to see tough fight. I don't want to see. I don't want to see top rank kind of cards where they match make them and that one fight is gonna win like easily. I don't want to see that. Um, as Eddie Hearn, like, he works with these other promoters, right? He's working with Top Rank. He's working with like PBC fighters. Um, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, to me, Eddie just stands out because of what he's doing, in the scene. He's out there promoting all these guys. No other promoter is doing that, right? Like, PBC has the biggest names. What they do, they schedule fights and they put them on, which is all good, but they don't promote like Eddie. Top Rank, they had the ESPN back end, but they don't really promote anything, right? And again, as I said, Oscar is like the other guy just behind of Eddie, who's out there speaking for his fighters. When it comes to that Shakur, right, and Eddie did what he's supposed to do initially. He's out. Somebody's echoing. Is that Rich?
Man,
Um,
just stand the plane on this Eddie shit.
I'm
Hurry
not
up.
gonna land because I have a lot to say, man. So just keep quiet and shut up, man. So
Hurry up, man.
um, so
let him
again,
finish, Cash. Let him finish, Cash.
yeah. So again, when it comes to this whole Shakur thing, Eddie did what he's supposed to do. He promoted Shakur. He talked about Shakur. Um, he got him a fight on Turkey's card, right? One thing that KO said, he said that he takes everything with a grain of salt. Well, he takes some things with a grain of salt. One aspect that I don't take as a grain of salt is the way that Eddie sells his fighters. Again, he's always talking about his fighters, and as a promoter, you have to do that, right? So Eddie did what he's supposed to do. Again, Eddie was always a link to Saudi Arabia, because this all goes back to the Joshua Ruiz, right? That was always linked to Saudi Arabia. So it started with Eddie, and Turkey's fights is always mostly with Eddie and Frank Warren. When it comes to what Shane said, pretty much, Shane kind of spoke his mind with the Devin, Haney and Jose fight. I'm not sure if Devin has taken his father's mindset, but I mean, it definitely showed a weak mentality, right? I mean, whether it was like reluctance to get hit or just doing the bare minimum to advance, feels like Devin was, doing that, in my opinion. As a trainer, I would say Bill, he's genuinely giving solid advice to me in Devin corner. And you could see it in like round 2 of the last fight he had with Jose, right? Bill was telling Devin, you gotta set your feet, you gotta throw, and you gotta relax. If you listen to the corner, if you listen to what Bill pretty much said exactly that in the round 2. If you want, evidence of that, you could go to the Ring magazine and watch the full fight there, right? So, but later, like in the fight, he was clearly being like too mobile and not throwing enough. So that speaks, mostly towards Devin's mentality. Um, Again, I wanna emphasize this, right? We got four different styles in boxing. We got the outboxer, the pressure fighter, the counter puncher, and we got the boxer puncher, right? What Devin was employing was the outboxer, but he was, excessively using like too much movement, right? At the same time, as Boxing Hacker said, as Dragon was, alluding to, it speaks to his opponent IQ, right? So I mean, they gotta show timing, they gotta show patience, they gotta show that they could cut the ring off. It's all up to them, right? And if they don't do that, it pretty much just expose who they are, a one-dimensional fighter, right? Styles make fight. So you gotta show that you can
It
beat
also
this style in boxing. And then the last thing that I want to say is, everybody knows that I stand with Rolly, right? So if Turkey did all that stuff, yeah, I'm not for it. So I stand with Rolly. This is Rolly Appreciation Month. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying that Rolly had this victory, and is getting all his attention. Again, if you're gonna play that video, Two Cent, you gotta watch all Rolly's interview because some of the stuff he took back. He actually said there was a misunderstanding about the hotel thing, and he got paid. So if you're gonna play that, you gotta listen to all of Rolly's interview, and yeah, do it that way.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen. What do you mean? Of course, it could have been a misunderstanding, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen, though. Teach.
I find it interesting. He said it was a
And I
misunderstanding
find
after
it
Turkey
interesting that
also
he
came
took
out
it
and
back.
said something.
Let's see. Let's check this one.
But went from a misunderstanding to
Y'all
a
think
setup.
Rolly said that for no reason? Y'all think Rolly just came out and was like, "Oh, and they did this and this and that," and then for no reason? No, he probably got told, "Hey, get up there and walk that shit back, nigga." The fuck? Y'all
I
act
mean,
like Turkey not no whole dictator out here. Y'all stop playing. Listen, all right, I'm about to play this video.
You know, better be a 2-time world champion, being a 3-time world champion.
We just watched that one too. So the other one.
Oh, that's the one we just watched. Okay.
Yeah, it's the other one.
Oh, this the one about the water. Let's hear this one. Hold on, let me share my screen real
Start in
quick.
a minute and 38. It starts at a minute and 38, but that's a little before where it starts.
Shame on the NASAC checkout with Robert Garcia says how they let Haney do whatever he wanted.
In the hotel to the locker room in the hotel. Our locker room, the table they gave us there with the bucket and stuff like that, and they had like 6 water bottles. So 6 water bottles because the commissioner also said before the fight and the rules meeting, you cannot drink nothing in the locker room. You can bring nothing.
No water, no Gatorade, no
nothing,
no
Gatorade, no nothing. Only water that the commission provides, the promoter provides. So when we got to our locker room, there was already like 6 water bottles, but they were from the hotel, like labeled from the hotel. The hotel sometimes have their own little label. And so I prepared all the water with the ice and all that shit. And the inspector that was in my corner, in my locker room, told me, look at that water and said, no, you can't use water. Because they're very strict right there in New York. You can't use this water. I'm like, what do you mean? It was already here. Well, no, this is the wrong one. You have to use the one that the promoter provided. I said, well, isn't this the one that provided? Because it was already in my room. It was already in our locker room. Yeah, no, I don't know who put it there. So they made me take it out, and they brought me the new water that they want me to use. Okay, so I was like that. Fuck it. It is what it is. So we changed the water. We were using the one that they told me to use. It's this third one, yeah? So hey, Jonathan, get ready. Hang here. Where are you hanging?
That was badass. That was good. I was trying to do some trick he taught me. Anthony Cuba Jr. and Mikey sharing the ring.
Is that the end of it, Jab Queen? Or he keep talking?
No, he keeps talking in and out, back and forth. But he gets to the Haney part in like Go up a little bit more, because he was saying how Haney and them had their own waters, how they were allowed to have their own water. I don't know if you want to watch that whole thing. He was killing me eating that damn popcorn too.
I like that.
And everything, but they said no, it has to be the water that we provide. Okay, so they took it, they brought me the new one, everything's fair. So we were scheduled to walk out at, let's just say 7, whatever. I don't even remember the time. So we switched corners to go see the hand wraps. So they sent somebody, 1996 Olympian, to my locker room to see my hand wraps. I did my job. I sent Chepe to their corner, to their locker room to see the hand wraps. Chepe came back, everything's fine. The hand wraps, nothing, everything good. But Chepe did tell me, he says, one thing that I did notice is that their bucket has nothing but Nike water bottles, like three or four Nike water bottles already prepared and everything. So then right away I told my inspector, you didn't let me use the one that somebody had already provided. You made me change because it's the rule, it's the law, it's a whatever, it's the rule here, the commission. So I told Chepe, go back and tell the inspector over there that they made us change our waters. Why does he have water bottles where, you
can't bring your own water? Yep.
You can bring your own water. You can't have any sports water bottles. You have to use the ones that they provide you. You can't even change the water into the water bottle. You cannot use any water bottle.
Very strict.
Yes. So I'm like, so why are they allowing them, but you guys didn't allow me? So they go back, do whatever it is, and they come back and they tell me, oh no, he's allowed to have whatever water, he's allowed to drink whatever water he wants and whatever liquids he wants, whatever it is, Pedialyte or whatever, until he does the urine test. Once he does the urine test, then he can drink nothing else but the water we provide.
Is that what they told you?
That's not what they told me, and they've never the commission has never told us, you cannot until after the you do the drug
I did
test.
see Devin's lawyer over there with them, around them. Maybe the lawyer was talking. And
he's a good one.
And I told the
know
lawyer
him.
about it.
So, Boxing Hacker, this completely just shot down your whole argument, because not only are you saying it happens, now it seems to be a pattern of the fighter that they're not putting in a position to win, they're doing all this fugazi stuff with. And it also goes to show you that everybody always crying about the commission. The commission don't be doing their job either. So this is another example of that too.
But wait a minute,
hold on, Boxing Hacker. There's a pattern of this shit going on with Turkey. And you see Robert Garcia talking about it. He talking about it like, what the hell is going on? He not talking about it like, oh, it happens. That's not how he talking about it. This has now become a pattern for Turkey with the fighters that he hasn't put in a position to win. And that's not cool. And there's
wait a minute. So wait a minute, hold on 1 second, because I think you're coming to a conclusion too quickly. First off, it makes sense why it actually does make sense why you only drink their water after you take a urine test, right?
No,
Because
it's not about it making sense.
wait,
Boxing
no, hold on, let me talk.
Hold on. So that's fine for after boxing. What about all the stuff he said that happened before? What about that?
Let me talk, guys. I thought nobody jumped in front of people.
Hold on, listen, because you other people got to talk on the panel, Boxing Hacker. I got other people up here,
but everybody jumping in front of me.
Because we're talking about what happened.
And we don't
it's
want to
not
hear
about what they're talking about if it's good. It's about what happened. He was told he can only drink out the water bottles he was given. Devin Haney, they got Nike water bottles. They ain't even supposed to have that, period. They got Nike water bottles doing whatever they want to do. And it's not a problem. The commission came back and was like, oh, they could do whatever they want to the drug test. But you got to do whatever we tell you to do and drink out these water bottles.
Well, that's not exactly what they said, right? They said that until after you do the urine test. When you do the urine test, you can only drink their water bottles because they don't want you to put don't want you to put anything else weird in your system after urine test, right? But here's the thing, though, right? It still doesn't mean that somebody's trying to get cheated. It could be just a miscommunication, right? Which is literally sounds like it was miscommunication. Whoever the liaison was for, handling that situation must have miscommunicated the information to Lava Garcia. And that's really, I mean, we laugh about it, but wait, people laugh about this. But remember one thing, though, right? You guys are drawing conclusions on, it's a setup based on little information about when they were supposed to drink like custom water versus their own water. When clearly, like based on the story, it's just a miscommunication happening.
So,
And what was
Boxing
stated
Hacker, let me ask
afterwards.
you a question real quick, Boxing Hacker. So, you mean to
I
tell
would
me
like
that
to
there was
ask
a
one next too.
miscommunication with two boxers that are going against what they perceive to be their star fighters? That's just a coincidence, right?
Yeah, it's possible. 100% possible.
Can I ask a question real quick?
It's also a big event. So a big event where things are allowed to.
Let Rich go. Let Rich
Go
go.
ahead.
I
Go
want
ahead.
to ask y'all. This is what I want to ask y'all, right? So if Turkey come out and say that he had nothing to do with this, so who y'all gonna believe?
I didn't have nothing to do with it. It's his
I mean,
event.
because it's two sides to every story. Just because these guys said some shit or
You mean the
whatever.
boxers that experienced it?
Yeah. Because I mean, if Devin Haney would have said something or said something that was out of the ordinary, y'all would have had like a bunch of
You know,
stuff
Rich,
popped up
I'm
on
not
here
really
and said that he
sure.
was
I'm not
wrong
really
and all
sure
that
how many
stuff.
people you go around, or if you are familiar with everyone on this panel, or how familiar you are with people on this panel. But for me personally, I have my own mind. I don't lump myself with anybody. What I think is what I think, and what I think is that Turkey got some shady shit going on. Whether it be Devin, whether it be Rolly, whether it be Ryan, whether it be whoever. If you're doing shady shit, it doesn't matter who it's done to. It doesn't matter if he's my favorite fighter or not. If you're doing foul shit, you're doing foul shit.
Hey,
I
listen,
don't care who's being
I
done
never,
to.
hey, look, listen, I never said what Turkey doing on. I'm just saying, if he say that guy's lying, then what? Like, cause,
Let's see if
Then
he
I'm
come
gonna
out and
believe
these
the
say
people that
something.
he has a
people,
pattern to say things
cause
about.
we tend to choose to believe who we want to believe. You know what
What
I'm
are you
saying?
talking about? Who you
At
I
gonna
believe
believe,
people
Rich?
times.
based on a pattern of things that I see.
Hold on. Shout out Key Alexandria on the panel.
What's up, Key?
Key with the T.
What's
But hold on. Let me ask Rich a question. I'm gonna let you go, Key. Rich, who you gonna believe, Rich?
I mean, I gotta hear two sides of every story. I'm not gonna sit there and believe a funny talking nigga like Rolly and just go off the top. Oh, he telling the truth. He telling the truth. Nah, I gotta hear more to it, man, before I sit back and believe that shit. What Robert Garcia saying, it probably is true. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really put it past him. But I'm not just about to believe anything off the first thing I hear just because I don't like somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think we believe because we
That's
don't
just
like
ain't me.
somebody? How did you come to that conclusion? Okay, Key, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, blessings to everyone. I have a problem. I did not first of all, shout out to Queen Ty for putting that video. I did not see that. And I had no idea about that. And this is what I'm gathering from everything. It's mighty funny that after three of Turkey's biggest showcase fights, there has been some type of issue that has come up regarding the fighters and the promotion and or the business side of the boxing. You've had Carlos Adames and Shiraz. Not to mention, I continue to say there were three fighters that were sick in that card besides Kid Austin that we never found out who patient zero was. Okay, that's number one. Then with the draw, that was not a draw fight. And then afterwards, we go into these back-to-back weekend cards. We got Rolly saying what he said, walks it back, saying that, oh, it could have been a misunderstanding. Afterwards, what did Kid Austin Sr. do? Floyd Sr. say the same thing. Oh, it was something, it was a misunderstanding. But we seen a picture of Kid Austin in a hospital. Then on top of that, before during the ceremonial weigh-in where people were not allowed to come in, we see Devin Haney turn off the weight machine and And now Robert Garcia is saying all this stuff about water. See, one thing about boxing, I've never boxed before, but I've been following the sport for a long time. And one thing that I've always heard trainers and coaches and everybody say is you don't take from anybody because they can spike and try to do anything to you. And so, with all this water talk and everything, not to mention F.A. Ajaba and Bacoli fought. And what did F.A. Ajaba say? We can run this back, but it has to be where? In America. If these are not red signs to y'all, look, George W. Bush said it years ago. Do it one time, shame on me. I mean, shame on you. Second time, fool me once, fool me twice. You're not finna fool me again. I'm not buying none of it. It's too many coincidences. Eddie Hearn may be a lot of things. Oscar may be a lot of things. Frank Warren may be a lot of things. The PBC may be a lot of things. But y'all cannot honestly say that after we not even a full year, within 3 months of a fight card, 2 to 3 months of a fight card, we ain't never seen all this go down with no Matchroom, no PBC, and everything else with all of this speculation and things that went down. Robert Garcia never came out and said anything like, oh, well, the water made Jose Ramirez sluggish or nothing like that. He was pointing out the differences in everything. F.A. Ajaba pointed out the differences. I want to fight in America. The rest of these fighters that's coming out and saying these things are pointing out the differences and what's going on. Everybody wants to fight in America, and all the fighters, majority of the fighters are coming out saying things are not right. How many times are we going to hear fighters talking about crypto? Being paid in crypto. How many times are we going to hear about fighters getting a house, and then next thing you know, they come out, put on a stoppage, and all of a sudden Turkey putting them up? Like, come on, y'all. If this is not a
Don't forget
blatant,
about T.O. Key. Don't forget when he put
right.
that quote out
Then
there
don't
and then
forget about
changed
how
it
they
at the
did
last
Adonis.
minute.
Remember
Exactly.
Adonis
Yes.
having
And then
controversy and all that?
exactly. And then with T.O. didn't even know when he was supposed to walk out. Are we gonna forget about this?
But there's nothing wrong with crypto, by the way. I don't know why people even
I'm
brought up
not saying
crypto.
there's nothing wrong with crypto, but there is something wrong when you have fighters that are being guaranteed contracts and then they turn around and say, yo, we getting paid in crypto? Wait a minute,
Yeah,
hold on. There
So why
should
not?
not be a
Wait.
shock.
there's
None
nothing
of
wrong with
this
that.
Why?
boxing
So why not
hacker,
them fighters
none of
sue
this
them?
should be
Lord,
a
let her
shock
talk.
to none of this to fighters should be a shock to them. They're already getting the ring about to put their lives on the line for their livelihood. T.O. Crazy Tail should not be asking, when do I walk out? They should not be saying the promo was bad. We haven't even gotten to Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia felt like the whole thing was bogus. He didn't even like the atmosphere that was in New York and it threw him off. Are we going to call cap on that? But no, some of y'all are going to continue to ride with him, ride with this turkey character, and I don't know why. Fool me once, fool me twice. You're not fooling me a third time, and that will be the last time I support a turkey card. You heard it here first. That's it.
Absolutely.
Let
Yeah,
me say
there's
this
nothing
about the
wrong with
Hold on, let
crypto.
me
crypto,
get
by the
the
way.
super chat. Let me get the super chat. Shout out Key with the T with the $1.99 in the super chat. She says, please let me come up. I have something to say. Shout out Key with the T. Go ahead.
But
What's your 2 cents? What you got?
yeah,
But this should
but
have
Key,
been. This should have.
once I see Shay, Key, you do realize even with all that, the craziest thing that's happened this year was literally on a PBC card. You know that, right? The
This
craziest
Stop
motherfucker
thing,
it.
getting
Stop
on
it.
my
Stop
the
it.
nerves.
Stop
Boxing
craziest
it.
thing
hacker,
that
you
What
gotta
was
happened
the
this
stop.
year,
craziest
You
thing?
gotta
What
the
was the
stop
craziest
this
thing
craziest
was
shit.
thing?
happened this year with a fighter taking a knee, a referee starting a
Oh
count,
my God.
stopping mid-tier,
Man, get
letting the
this nigga
fight
out
clear
of
his
here.
face.
Wait a minute.
You
Hold
are
on. Hold on. I got
man.
one better for you.
You are
I got one better for you.
bro.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I got
That is
one better for
pathetic.
all of y'all. With Virgil Ortiz fight on the Riyadh season card, how many times did Madrimov hit him in the back of the head? And how many times did he have to get warned by a ref to stop his dirty fighting and then get a point deducted? Stop it.
Yeah,
Stop it. Stop
that
it.
still
Stop
is
it,
not as
boxing hacker.
Yo,
crazy.
Stop it,
Wait,
boxing
Key,
yo,
hacker.
wait, Key. Let's not do
Why
that.
is
Still
he
not
back
as
up
crazy
here, bro?
though. It's
yo.
still not as crazy.
Boxing
That
hacker,
actually
that ain't
never
got
happened in
boxing
boxing.
hacker.
Yo,
Nah,
this
but
is
Boxing
talking
hacker.
about
That don't
why
hold on,
domination.
hold
y'all
on,
why
hold
y'all
on.
get mad?
Hold
Cause
on.
He
the
can't
guy
That
keep
don't
trying to
got
Tank Johnson out his
hold
mouth. We're not
on.
even
That's what I'm
talking
saying.
about Tank, bruh.
That don't got
Exactly.
nothing to
Everybody's
do
putting
with
on
what
his
we
Wonder
talking
Woman
about,
bracelet,
boxing hacker.
deflecting to tank.
It's not
Very
even
suspect.
comparable, bro.
Seriously.
Very
It's
suspect
not
that
even
is for a man. It's
comparable.
very suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about things that happen suspicious in boxing. Why
Nah,
not
he
talk about
ain't
the most
telling no
No,
suspicious
lie,
thing
but
that ever
man.
okay,
No,
but
happened
we're
Boxing
talking
this
about the
Hacker,
year?
previous
when is
This
the
card. Now
year,
we
last
just
this
time?
year
now
was
we just been
historic.
talking about, bruh. We're talking about the last card. Stay focused.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking
No,
about
But
Gervonta
when
Tank
is the
Davis. We're
Exactly.
talking about the fights that
exactly?
took place over the weekend. That's what
he
we're
was
Not
just
talking
talking
about.
telling
about
no
Hamza
lie.
Sharrad's fight, which was not the last
No,
card.
but listen, no,
Thank
okay,
you.
and that's a good point though. But still, though, Boxing Hacker, when
What?
have we seen within
Mm,
3 months of each other,
sure.
February, March,
Yeah.
April, May,
Yeah.
3 months of each other, where
Mm,
almost the majority of the high elite, the fighters that we know of, are
mm.
saying these type of things, and they all have the same person and the same pattern. When?
What's the same person, the same pattern? There are three. You
Turkey
give
Al
like
Sheik, Turkey Al Sheik, and his ways with this boxing stuff. We have an AI judge
uh
judging these fights and giving more precedence. We're not. I didn't even mention the WBO, or was it the WBA fight card that Turkey put on, that had an AI judge and they scored it the way that they wanted it to with all prospects. Come on. Now the person that he's teaming up with is about to try to get rid of or alter the Muhammad Ali Act. Come on, Boxing
yeah.
Hacker.
Wait.
Really?
You're going. You're doing too much. Hold up.
No, it's
You're saying
not
about
doing too much. You asked
wait.
about the actions
No,
of this
let's
person.
talk
That's
about it.
Turkey and his
Let's talk
actions.
about it. Let's talk about it. When you talk
Everything.
He
about
needs to handle that
coincidences,
weekend like he did on the other
Hold on,
channels.
Boxing
hold
Hacker.
on.
Let me
Let's,
get this super
let's
chat.
get to
Let
the
me get
point,
this
man.
super chat. Shout out to Big Dog Willie with the $2 in the super chat. He says Jake Paul versus Tank, November 22nd, 2025, Las Vegas. Shout out Big Dog Willie. Boxing Hacker, bro. This is the problem, right? We're gonna have this conversation, but you cannot be unserious, bro. You gotta be
I'm serious.
honest. Like you're
I'm
not
always
being
honest. What am I lying about?
No,
I'm
he's
literally
I
saying the
mean,
not.
truth.
not
But
you're
telling him to
lying.
be
It's not that
honest is
you're
like
lying.
telling.
We're literally talking about you doing things to fix a fight and give other fighters
Okay.
advantages. When you're talking
Okay.
about a bad call by a ref, there's no comparison to that, bro. Like, stop it.
Wait. That was a diabolical call. That's actually never happened in boxing. So when we talk about things that are unfair during fights, that's actually never happened in boxing before.
That's true.
Let's put that in perspective, okay? And when it comes to like all these coincidences
Bad
that
call by the ref
team,
has never happened in boxing before.
no, a fighter taking a knee, a ref starting a count up to four, stopping the count because of
You see
what the
every
fighter
single
told him.
boxing
Hey
match.
The
hacker,
fighter then
they
walked and
talk
said,
about coincidence. You telling the
"Yeah,
truth.
yeah, exactly.
They
That's the
talk
problem,
about
right?"
everything is
This is the most
suspicious.
ridiculous thing
You
I've ever
telling the
Also,
heard.
when
truth.
it
You
comes to
telling something that happened
coincidences,
blankly in their
T,
face, and they still trying to
Can I
exactly,
answer
say
this?
something bad to
exactly.
you, man.
Y'all
Let
always
teach,
gotta
But
bring it
Key,
let
back to
teach
Tank.
oh,
go, man. Let teach go, man.
I
well,
want
You
let me
trying
just
to make
add one
something
thing.
happen in all of our faces. We ain't that crazy.
When it comes to coincidences, right? Them not getting water and fighters getting sick are not coincidences. Those are two separate events altogether. The fighters travel to a different country. They're eating different foods. People get sick all the time. Freaking vacationers will go to Saudi Arabia and get sick just from eating the food because their bodies are not used to that system. So fighters getting sick, it happens. So when you say that is not like a coincidence, like fighters not getting using different type of water bottles. How are we grouping these things together? These are not coincidence. These are not the same thing whatsoever. Robert Garcia is talking about unfair things happening behind the scenes, right? And then you're trying to group it with, oh well, don't you remember Kid Austin and Patient Zero and three fighters got sick? Like that has nothing to do with anything. That's completely irrelevant to the whole scenario. But I'll end with that. I like ref.
So I kind of,
Can we move on? Because it's obvious. There's nothing gonna be settled with this guy.
so I
Go
kind
ahead,
of,
T.
Literally.
yeah. So I kind of want some clarity with this. The water thing. Is he pretty much saying that? And you could answer the question after because I have something to say after this. Is he saying that they were only able to drink whatever was provided to them before the urine test? And so what I was gathering from this is that whoever the hotel or whatever they gave, not the hotel, but whatever official gave the Ramirez team, water. And what Devin Haney had already, he was able to use that, before the test. Is that what he was trying to say? But in the ring, to me, well, in the ring, they were pretty much using, water bottles. If you watch the fight, so I don't know what that says
And
about it.
that what this is what he was saying. He was saying that they were told you can only drink the water provided to you.
Right.
But Devin Haney and Bill was doing whatever they wanted. They had water bottles and all kind of shit when they weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
And then when Robert complained about it, they told Robert Bill and Devin can drink whatever they want up until the drug. They can have whatever bottles they want up until the drug test.
All right. Okay. That's completely wrong then. So I mean, yeah, I get the point that that he's trying to make, and you guys were, giving. And then I want to say that, so whatever is going on with Turkey, right? I mean, I can acknowledge it right now, and and I see it, in certain fights. The one that I want to bring up was the Adames and Hamza fight. It was very blatant in that fight. Like, Hamza wasn't supposed to win, and they gave him the draw. I mean, Hamza wasn't supposed to, lose, but they gave him a draw. So it was very blatant in that fight, and I didn't agree with that at all. So I mean, I could acknowledge, current events with Turkey that's been going on, but I also want you guys to acknowledge that this is a trend that was pretty much going on already before Turkey. So, and I want to land it there.
But you also got to acknowledge how y'all was saying Turkey, make the fights the fans want to see. He not gonna be like the other promoters. He gonna be perfect. He not gonna be da da da. And then it's like, bro, this shit Turkey doing is not, because this is the thing. These aren't Turkey fighters. Like, none of these fight Turkey don't give a fuck about none of these fighters. He gonna do what he gonna do with them, and they gonna keep going to do what they gonna do. But he's getting them and he's playing with them, setting up and trying to make outcomes that he wants. Like, come on. The man is putting on fights in the middle of the street where only his friends, only nobody else can see, flexing in the middle of New York. He's bushing, trying to give advantages to the people that he wants to win. Somebody said he had the belt already made with Canelo face on it. How?
So who you
One
think
thing,
Turkey?
one thing
Who
that
you
I
think?
can say, one thing that I can say in
Who
this
says
Roly
that?
Ryan fight is that Ryan, they could have given Ryan that fight, but Roly won unanimously.
Wait, hold on. So who side Turkey on when Crawford fight Canelo and when Shakur fight Cepeda? I
I
want to
think
know.
he on Bud's
I think
side.
he want Canelo to win.
Okay, what about Shakur
Really?
and Cepeda?
Holding
What
his hand?
what about Shakur and Cepeda?
I don't know. I think he probably wants Shakur to win. But I
Oh
don't
I
know.
think
I don't
wow.
know. I
I
don't
think he
know.
wants. I think he wants Crawford to win. Because Crawford's his favorite fighter.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
you
wants
wanted Tyson
Crawford to
Fury to
win.
win against what's his
I,
name,
I
and
don't
Tyson
I don't
Fury
I
lost.
don't I don't I don't believe he won it. I think he just wants to see a good fight. I think he wants to entertain people.
I think he wants the person that he has the 4-fight deal with, which is Canelo. He's paying Canelo 150 million, well, 50
Yes, sir.
million
Oh
for the fight.
yeah.
If that's already been established, it's a 4-fight, $200 million deal for Canelo. One fight has already taken place, the Skull fight, and you have to understand that was an easy fight. Canelo now gets to come into the ring as a 2-time uh, undisputed champion, the
Right.
same way that Crawford comes in. The
Right.
problem is Crawford money has not been announced. Canelo's
Right.
money has.
So you know what you should do? You should bet me on that then.
What am I bet you on?
That you think that Canelo gonna win. You with
I didn't
50,
say
right?
that. I did not say that. I said you
And
said
I know you ain't
no.
said. I
You
know
said
you ain't said. I know you ain't said
okay.
that.
All right.
I
All
know you
right.
ain't said that.
But is,
Turkey,
but is Gregory's favorite fighter, Rick?
Turkey's
So
admitted
look,
that Crawford's his favorite
You
fighter.
said what,
Turkey's already
Keith?
said that.
Now I said Crawford is Gregory's favorite fighter.
Okay.
but Turkey wanted Tyson Fury to beat what's his name? Tyson Fury lost twice. So people keep saying that Turkey's setting up these fights. I don't know how water bottles is a setup for a fight. Are you guys saying Turkey spiked the water or something? I don't get it.
Boston Hacker,
A
Big
lot of
Dog.
fighters
Hold
that
on, Boston
he
Hacker. Hold on,
wanted.
Boston Hacker. We got
Okay,
Big Dog Willie on the panel.
What's up, big dog?
Big Dog Willie.
Willie, what's your
cracking?
2 cents? What you
What's
got for the show?
cracking? Oh man, I'm just up in here trying to promote the Tank and Jake Paul fight, but I just
That is hilarious, 2 cents.
He's
That
a
is too
I swear
funny,
that.
yo.
You something else, big dog.
Yo.
yeah. What about the water? What's going on now? I missed that.
Why he
What?
throwing his arm like that?
What's going on?
There was a alleged miscommunication when you set up when whoever your people are that's assigned to govern the rules inside the dressing room. There's no reason why one camp is told you can't have the water that unless you only can have the water that we provide. Then
Okay.
that camp sees another camp having water that they wanted, the Nike water, for instance, and the Haney camp. So then you ask the official, how come they can have what they have, but we only have to wait to give you what y'all have? And then you say, oh, you know why? It's because they can drink the water that they want up into testing. That should have been communicated across the board. That shouldn't have been you being told one thing and you seeing something else. That's a communication a miscommunication, if you want to call it that. That seems to be suspicious.
That's kind of favoritism. That's
Come on, Big
yeah.
Dog Willie. Let me get your super chat. Let me get your super chat real quick. Shout out Big Dog Willie with the $5 in the super chat. Jake Paul versus Tank, November 22nd, 2025. Undercard is Logan Paul versus Earl Spence. Katie Taylor versus Ronda Rousey. Hargreaves versus Curl Activator and Midget fights. Shout out Big Dog Willie.
Pro activator will win every time. That shit burns, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see what Tank has in his hair.
For the show, Big Dog Willie.
But yeah, I just want to say, I mean, so it's just like it's favoritism, just like when Tank took the knee and they didn't call anything. It's the same thing. So I mean,
It's
what are
not
you
the
gonna
same.
do?
It's
It is
not
the
the same
same.
thing. Listen,
It's
why
the
do y'all
same.
do this? Why do y'all? It's like y'all. I don't know why y'all do this. It's like, what's the word? Yeah, it's not. It's like y'all can't be objective or I don't know what the word is, but it's like
Deep throating.
it's the
Obsessive, man. Obsessive.
That's definitely not the word, buddy.
It's the same thing.
That-
Like we're on here giving several examples. Boxing haircut, what the hell are you doing?
Suspect
I
behavior.
got a little one, you know. So,
Oh.
yeah.
Damn, y'all. Oh, I'm just saying, like, y'all trying to say that's the same thing. That's completely not the same thing, y'all, that we're talking about.
Oh,
We're
okay.
talking about somebody controlling the whole event and manipulating and doing things, and y'all are talking about a bad call by a referee. That's two completely different things. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about Rolly coming out and saying things were going with him to get him off his game and off his focus psychologically. We're talking about Robert Garcia running the risk of his water being spiked because he's being told that he can only drink with the water bottles that he's being provided. But Devin Haney over there got actual Nike water bottles pouring and mixing shit up.
Gatorade,
Probably we don't know what's going
Pedialyte.
on, and that's not supposed to be what's happening.
So
You
2
got
cents.
Adamas talking about he having issues when he was trying to get in the country or whatever he had going on. Like it's
So
that's all we're saying.
so two
But
cents. You didn't see the person in the crowd that gave the referee the head nod.
I don't know what you're talking about, Rich.
He gave Tank the head nod. I mean, gave the referee the head nod in the Tank fight.
And back to Tank. Here we go.
I seen that. I seen that. I was wondering what that was about.
To do. Listen, y'all, that still don't got nothing to do with what we're talking about, bro. It don't got
It,
nothing
it
to
was
do
it
with
was a
what
white
Nothing at
dude with
all.
the white dude with a
Nothing
bald
at all.
head with buck teeth. I no, I seen that dude.
He gave his ass the head nod.
No, I seen
like
no
you
for
know what
real.
to
I
do.
seen that dude. It was a white dude with bald head with buck teeth. I seen that guy.
Oh
Shout
my
out
god.
to Lee Jackson with the $2 in the super chat. He says, Rich, I got 50 on Canelo. Shout out Lee Jackson.
But, but wait, guys.
I respect
There's a
that. I
reason why
respect that.
the water
When we
bottles
get
work that
close to the
way.
fight, we just gonna lock it in with 2 cents.
Hey, just to clarify something for like Teach and
You heard me?
Big
Two
Dog, right?
cents.
Yeah, I
You
heard
heard me?
you.
2 cents.
Yeah, I
All
heard
right.
you.
All right.
So just to clarify this whole water situation, right? The reason why you can drink anything up to your urine test is because if anybody does anything to your water, if you're
We don't
juicing
care about
anything,
that. We
no.
don't care.
So
There's
everybody
no need for
understands.
you
'Cause I
to
think
explain.
there's
No,
a
we
little
don't
bit
need.
confusion.
We don't need to understand that. That's what we're trying to tell you. That's irrelevant. Why? It doesn't matter why. We don't care why. None of that. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about. The issue is, I was told that we can't drink anything but what we're given. Bill and Devin drinking whatever they want, got water bottles, the whole nine. And you in here inspecting and taking the water and giving us other water for no reason when they over there doing what they want to do. All that other stuff you're talking about, it's irrelevant to the conversation. It don't
That's why
matter.
you can't. But that's why you can't be spiked, though. That's what I'm trying to explain. You can't spike. The reason why is because anything prior to a urine test, it will get caught, right? So that means you can drink whatever. If it's something's bad, they will figure it out. There'll be active investigation. Afterwards, there's no more urine tests. So like that's why they give you the regulated water
They don't
because
do toxicology tests, boxing hacker. They wouldn't know. They're not testing for that. They're testing for performance enhancing drugs.
so again, if anything's irregular in your system, after urine test, they'll call it out. They
No,
may
they
not be able to
won't.
catch. They may not be able to catch everything, but they there's like testing being done. So there's stuff that they will catch, you know. So that's what I'm trying to let you guys know. Like there's a reason why that is. It's not just like they decided to do it for Devin and
That
not
doesn't
for
matter though, boxing hacker. It's still not fair, bro. Is the point that we're
yeah.
making.
Like it's a miscommunication. I get that, but I don't know
Here we
where
go
we
again.
it's a mis. But okay, how does that
Boxing
correlate to
hacker, we
cheating
just
in the
don't
ring?
agree. We're not gonna keep talking about this. We just don't
Yeah, I mean,
agree.
please.
I mean,
We just don't agree.
I understand both sides. I understand what 2 cents is saying, and I understand what boxing act
Yeah,
is.
me too. I understand what they're both saying.
But yeah, that's what Robert Garcia was saying. And we was watching the video with Rolly, talking about how they ain't have his hotel, his per diem, they ain't put his money in escrow, they messed up his gloves and all the stuff he had going on while he was out there. And then, so we were saying that it's starting to seem like a pattern that the fighters that aren't favored to win are getting, these little psychological tricks and games played on them. And it's starting to kind of be like a pattern going on with these events. And then Key with the T came up here and she gave some more examples about things going on with Turkey in these events. And so we're like, okay, like what's really going on now that fighters are speaking out?
Hey, 2 cent. Do you think that more women should sign with Jake Paul since he's doing
Uh,
the whole women thing?
do I think more women? I mean, if it's a
Yeah,
fit for them.
because he started trying to start with something with women, right? I know he's like a lot of his like I think majority of his MVP thing is women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that I mean I'm asking
I don't
I'm not
know. I
joking, I'm
don't
being
know.
serious.
No, I don't know. I haven't really
Yeah,
been.
he's geared more towards the females. If you haven't picked up on that, big dog.
Yeah, at least the most popular females are
Him and
MVP.
Eddie Hearn. Him and Eddie Hearn. Hold on. Shout out Phoenix the
Well, Eddie Hearn
Assassin
is sleeping with him. So.
with the $5 in the super chat. He say he trying to let y'all know what he doesn't know and missing the point of the conversation. Shout out Phoenix the Assassin.
The capper.
I just feel boxing act likes being combative with 2 cents. So
Hold on,
Nah,
Adrian.
man.
You say
Nah,
you
I just feel a
again?
different perspective, man. It
Man,
ain't like
Box
that.
acting like being like that with anybody.
Nah,
I
some
like
people be saying some wild stuff, man. I just speak my mind. That's all.
Well, you like
You are
being
wild, bro.
controversial. That's on your mind.
Obsession with one
Huh?
man is crazy, bro.
Who?
Obsession with one man is crazy, bro. Especially when he's not the topic. It's like, come on, bro. Every panel
No,
you go in, every
so the
panel.
reason, yeah. So here's the reason why though, Dragon, because there's a constant bias that happens, you know, and like when you point it out, people get upset, but it's a bias. Like if you say one thing with one fighter, then
No, they're
you
not
don't say it for the
upset
other
because
fighter.
you're pointing it out. They're upset
There
because
is.
you're being
Well,
ridiculous.
when it was about Turkey, it was all good. Like we could talk about Hamza Shiraz fight. We could talk about his card before that. You know, we could talk about all that. As soon as I mentioned the
We're
PBC, card,
a
the
picture
bias
and a
showed up.
pattern about what Turkey is doing. We're not
Yeah.
discussing Tank and his situation. We're
Wait.
painting a picture and connecting the dots about Turkey.
Yeah,
You understand
but
that? Like, can you
yeah,
follow
Hey,
me?
Boxing Hacker, that Shiraz shit was that was diabolically hella. That shit
I
was
agree. I
horrible.
agree. I
That was
understand how the
horrible.
optics was crazy. I get that. The optics was
No, it's
definitely
not about
crazy.
optics. That was just crazy. That was fucked up.
The optics are wrong. Yes, it was crazy. What I'm saying is this, though, right? What I'm saying is this, though. This is what happened, Big Dog. What I'm saying is this: the most diabolical thing that happened this year, this thing that you always comment about, was literally Tank taking a knee, a ref counting, the ref stopped counting, and then walked to the corner. That was
No, it was not.
in
That was
my
not the
years
most
of
diabolical thing that
watching
happened this year.
fighting.
We're about to
I've
do a
never
whole
seen
look
that
at
in my
somebody.
life.
That wasn't diabolical.
Hold on,
Big ball
y'all.
kicking somebody.
Hold on,
That
let
wasn't
me.
diabolical.
Oh yeah, big ball
Y'all
was
niggas need to get
diabolical.
taken nuts out y'all
Hold
mouth.
on, hold on. Shout out to Juke with the $20 in the super chat. She says, saying a ref never did that in history is crazy. When a ref let Tyson bite Holyfield twice with no DQ, Floyd team rushed Zab and no points was taken. And the ref called a TO initially, then started counting once Lamont complained.
Yeah, it
Shout
never
out.
happened in
Hmm?
history.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
No, it didn't go
Hold
like that.
on.
No, you making shit
Shout
up
out.
now.
Hold on, let me get you a little Devin dance. The Devin dance. There we go.
Why is he doing that with his arms?
I said the same
Yeah,
thing, Victor. Really, I said, why he doing that with his arms?
yeah, it's never happened in history. I don't know why. He just gave a bunch of different things that happened. That
No,
particular thing has never happened
he
in
was
history.
off on a lot of
Yeah, he
those
was
things.
off. Yeah, I'm really sorry.
What were you
Jupe
saying
is
never
a girl.
happened
First
before,
of all,
a
show her
hacker?
some respect. Jupe is a
What?
woman.
No, I
What
didn't
were you
know.
saying
Jupe is a
never
woman.
happened before, hacker?
What? A fire taking a knee, a referee start counting. The referee stopped counting because what the fire said, and the fire walked to the corner. Yes, it's never happened.
Do you
Yeah,
remember what
that was
do
a
you
bad
remember what
look
happened
right
to
there.
Butte?
What happened to Lucius
Man, that
Bute?
man had his head knocked.
He got
Y'all didn't
dropped,
see that shit.
and he was getting ready
He
to
looked
count him
at the
out.
crowd and
He
then he said,
turned
"Oh shit!"
around and walked over to the fighter, make him go back to the corner. So he stopped counting. I forgot who that fighter was, but Lucius Bute should have been counted out. The ref stopped the fight. This was in Canada. Lucius Bute was still a 168 champion. So that has happened where a ref has
So
stopped.
wait. Okay, so you said Lucius Bute was knocked out.
He should have been knocked out. He was
No,
knocked down.
he was laying down.
To me, he was knocked down. He was
Okay.
being counted. The ref stopped, turned around, walked to war. I forgot the name of the fighter. Made the fighter go all the way back to the neutral corner and walked with him. Then came back and resumed the count.
So he stopped counting and then resumed.
Yeah, but
what was the position of Lucius Bute?
yeah,
Was
but
he on the ground?
He was on the ground. Yes, he was on the
Okay,
Hold
ground.
on, y'all.
I have to relook at it.
Hold
I
on.
can't
Let me
say.
read
Yeah,
this.
look
Let
at
me
that
read
fight.
this. Let me read this comment because it's not boxing hacker has already made up his mind. He's not gonna agree. And
No,
so
I'll
you know,
rewatch the fight. I've never seen that before. So
Tommy
maybe
Hill says, 2 cents, real question. Why does Tank have to fight one of them ones to prove to people like the Danza Project and the haters you have with you on the panel that he's official, yet his contemporaries don't? Let's say something about the good dude on the Danza Project, right? He could not, he's telling you that Shakur is his number one fighter. He couldn't name any of Shakur Stevenson's opponents. I'm done after that. You get like, I'm not worried about. Yeah, you can have whatever opinion you want, right? But I'm not really worried about your opinion like that when you can't even name another one of Shakur Stevenson opponents. Like Rolly shut him down with that. He changed the subject because you up here talking about, oh, I got Keyshawn, Tank, Shakur, because Tank just ain't fighting nobody. He ain't fighting nobody we want to see. Who has Keyshawn fought? Like it gets ridiculous because you can start to tell when people just repeating stuff and they're not coming of their own opinion. Like you can't tell me
man,
Shakur
Keyshawn
Stevenson is
got a
your
good
number
resume for
one.
only 12 fights.
Man, come on, Rich.
You
Cut
said
it out.
boxing. I completely agree. I would completely agree with you. Nobody fought hair grease like Tank did. I mean, that hair grease is just highly ranked and
Big dog, you want to help, brother.
I just got to say, I right now I feel like only I
Nah,
feel
but
like
I really want.
wait. I
I
want
really
to
want
say
to know this though.
wait. Let me say this real
I
quick.
want to know that.
Hold on,
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say I feel like Shakur fans are the only fans who want the Tank and Shakur fight right now. Like I feel like Tank fans are trying to avoid this.
Exactly.
Nah, you're
So,
chatting rubbish there, Teach. You're chatting
nah,
rubbish there
well,
because I'm
I
an
mean, yeah,
advocate.
you got to tell
I'm
me
an
why I'm
advocate.
wrong. So yeah, I just want you guys got to tell me why I'm wrong. So let me know.
Everybody wants
Yeah.
to Shakur
Man,
fight, but what
Tank,
people are saying is the way Shakur's moving is like he
Tank.
doesn't want the fight. We
Hold
want the fight.
on. Hey, look, Tank fans is just like a kid attached to a mom or something like that. They with whatever he with. Tank say he ain't with that fight. You would
Rich,
never,
Rich,
you would
I
never,
find
you
that
would,
rich coming from you. I find that extremely rich coming from
you would never hear Tank fans say, "I want to see this fight." You probably hear one or two people say that, but you don't hear them talk about how we want to see the fight like they want to see it, man. That shit crazy,
Honestly,
right, Teach? Hey,
and on
Teach,
that point we do agree. I don't want to see that fight. I think it's going to be boring.
I just noticed with that, Teach. What you
See, that's what
said
I'm
was
talking about
real
right
right there,
there.
man.
That's what I'm
What
talking
you
about right
said
there.
was real right there, Teach.
It's a fight that has
Guys,
to happen though.
Teach, answer this question,
listen.
Teach.
Yeah,
How much
sure.
times have I said I want the Shakur fight, Teach?
Oh, I'm pretty. Yeah, you want it for sure. Like you
Okay, then so
definitely
the
want it.
argument's dead there. So dead that because you can't say all Tank fans because I've kept it neutral throughout.
They love clumping us all together.
I should say
I don't know
most.
what's wrong with these
I
people.
should say most
Hold on,
Tank
let me
fans.
say
Then
this. This is the thing about Tank fans, right? This is what y'all want. We're not gonna on here and bitch and cry and complain because we don't have to beg for a big fight as a Tank fan. Y'all do. So that's why it seems like that. Because y'all, every time you hop on here, you gotta bitch, whine, and complain about Shakur. Tank need to fight him.
But you guys,
Okay, if Tank not gonna fight him right now, who else can Shakur fight? I keep asking that,
but you
but y'all
guys
keep
always
saying,
talk about
hold
Shakur.
on,
Who
let me
Shakur do
finish.
this, Shakur
Let me
does that.
finish. Oh, Big Dog Willie, how you gonna talk over me, bro?
My
So let me
fault.
finish. So cool. Well, if Shakur and Tank fight, Shakur and Tank fight. Like I don't understand if he don't want to fight Shakur, he don't want to fight Shakur. Like I don't understand what y'all want people to do because Shakur is the one that's sitting on the Breakfast Club talking about Tank got to get with the plan and come make the fight with Turkey. Shakur saying that.
Hey,
But
but
let's not
that's see,
forget
but
that.
wait,
Let's not
hold on.
forget what Tank said about Shakur. He's not worthy of fighting me.
He
He's
never
not.
said that.
Huh?
He did say that.
He did say that.
He did say that. Wait
He
a
never said he's not worthy of fighting me. I'm not about to argue with
He
y'all.
said, "Little buddy, got you know what he got to do if he want to fight me." That's what he said.
No, come on,
No,
He
no,
ain't
man.
no,
say
no.
no shit
Hold
like
on,
Yeah,
no,
that,
that's
time
what
man.
he
out.
do
We're not
too.
about to argue. We're not about to argue. Time out. We're not about Rich. Time out. Time out. We not about to argue. We
He's on
not about
about
to
when he says
argue. Hold on,
fighting
hold
for
on,
what?
hold on, Dragon. Hold on, Rich. You gotta stop,
Wow.
bro. We not about to argue. Go find the clip where he said he's not worthy and put the link in the
Oh,
chat.
okay.
It's
Well,
that simple.
he hasn't done enough. He doesn't deserve a fight with me. My fault.
No, he says
Oh,
He
okay.
said, "Little buddy, know what he got to do. He want to fight."
He said
That's
more
what he
than that.
said.
Big Dog, you're on about. He said fighting for what? I know what you're on about. You're on about. He says fighting for what? What has he done?
Yeah,
Because I didn't
Yeah,
get
yeah.
I
that.
mean, hey, don't become a lawyer on this thing and try to get in Tank mind and say what he mean. Cause we all know what he mean, man.
We know what he
Yeah,
meant. Come on,
he don't
man.
want that fight.
We can't
Hey,
talk if you
don't
become
become a,
a.
don't
Hey,
be,
Dog, hold on. Who's a lawyer? Because I'm speaking to Big Dog William, just agreeing
don't
with him.
become a lawyer, big dog.
I don't know you on about
Hold on, we got
lawyer.
some new people on the panel. Shout out Phoenix
You
the
on about?
Assassin and Paid in Full.
Thank
My
God.
boy.
What's up, Phoenix?
What's good up
Hey, how
there?
y'all doing?
Assassin,
What's
and
going
then
on?
hold on,
Phoenix
I'm
the
gonna let
Capper.
Dragon the Assassin go, and then I'm gonna let Dragon
Lies.
finish, let
I love
Phoenix
me a little
go, and
hate.
then let
Let's go,
Paid in
Phoenix.
Full
Hey,
go.
so who is that
Go
saying
ahead,
I'm a
Dragon.
Kappa? Who
Hold
is
on,
this?
Phoenix. Go ahead,
You
Boxing
Dragon. Go
know, you
capper
ahead.
know who's saying
himself.
it. I am,
Oh,
but
Boxing
you
capper.
that
already
bomb.
know.
Hold on,
You
y'all. Let
already know,
That
Phoenix
kiddo.
bum
finish.
boxing hat. Okay, I remember boxing hacker. I've seen you
The
since
one
the
that
last
walked
time
in
we
the debate. Yeah,
wait. Watch
Hold
me in
on,
the
y'all.
debate. Every time we done debated,
Hold on, Phoenix. Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute you real quick. Go ahead, Dragon. Finish up what you saying.
Yeah, as I was saying, Big Dog, I know what he's on about, and we both agree on the same thing. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they're trying to say he didn't say that. I don't understand that.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
just
but
admit it.
I only wanted to verify that because I don't know who Rich was calling a lawyer, but you know where I'm coming from, so I don't know where
I
he's
know,
coming
I know where you're coming from, but
from.
I don't know why they take a man's trying to act like he didn't say that.
But my
All
He
thing
right.
didn't
is
say
this:
what, Big Dog Willie? He didn't say
always hear
what.
Rich.
Phoenix the assassin. Go, Phoenix. Go ahead, Phoenix.
Yo, what's good with it? So what we talking about? What Tank and Shakur?
That's the new
Tank and
normal
Shakur.
conversation, even
Okay,
though we
yeah.
was 7
Okay,
miles
yeah.
Yeah,
away.
you know, he's supposed to be
I
talking
think I
about
can
something
break it
else.
down in a way to help people understand. Here's the way it goes. Look at boxing through history, and when people call someone out. When you call someone out, you go to them. How many
Thank you.
times we heard Tank call somebody out? He stays silent. He's not on social media dropping a whole bunch of names like other people. He responds to them. He responds to questions that people ask about what other fighters are saying about him. He don't go out his way to mention other fighters. So when you look at boxing history, you look at guys like Juan Manuel Marquez, right? He wanted his fourth fight with Pacquiao. He couldn't get it. So after he fought Diaz, he called out Floyd Mayweather. Went up to 142 to fight him. Had a catch weight. Floyd Mayweather spent a lot of his career calling out Oscar. He moved up to 154 to fight Oscar. He had Chad Dawson, who was a champion at 175, calling out Andre Ward, who was at 168. He moved down to fight Andre Ward. So we could even go to Conor McGregor, calling out Floyd Mayweather, and switch sports to fight Floyd Mayweather. But we saying that all these people who's calling out Tank got to do what they say. They don't got to go to him. Why is it switching up like that? That's my question for y'all.
Shakur and Tank are in the same weight class, buddy. What are you talking about? Nobody
Why
has to
is
move up
he,
and
bro?
You
down.
know
He
what he
went to
mean,
Matt
and
And
answer
hold
the
Canada.
up. And
question. You know
also,
what he mean, answer the question.
Oh,
Shakur.
I would like to
Okay, here.
petition to have that question answered, please.
Yeah, I'll
hold
answer it.
on,
I'll
hold on.
answer it.
Wait. Boxing hacker. Shh. Go ahead, paid in full. What's your 2
No,
cents?
I wanna let him answer that question. Him and Rich, because I heard them two up here
Yeah,
lying.
yeah, no problem. Shakur
Hey,
said it
hey,
himself
hold
in
on,
the
hold on.
break.
Hey, boss, hey, come
Hold
on, boss, hey,
on. No,
you too soft smoking for this nigga.
no, don't worry.
What
I
you
got
talking
you.
about?
Got it. You got after me, bro. You got after me, brother. Listen, Shakur said it at the Breakfast Club interview. He said it on the Don's Project as well. He said that Tank is the A side. He will let. He's not denying that Tank has bargaining power. He never did that.
So
So he just wants
Well,
all
you
to
know what?
happen, and then
I can shut
Tank at
that. I
least
can
comes
shut
to the
that down
table.
right now. I can shut that
Hold
down. You
on,
know
let
what the
No,
Boxing
you
problem is
wanted
with
the
finish.
that?
answer.
Let him finish, Phoenix. Let him
No,
finish. Let him finish
you
his
wanted the
plan.
answer, right? You wanted the answer. Your question was, why don't they do what you know? Why don't they do what? Shakur's already saying this guy's the A side. What else does he need to do?
so why did he tell
Shakur
him to
has to
come
move
over to
up.
Turkey?
Why did he tell him? Then let PBC make the fight.
So why
If
is he
they
telling him to
want
come to
to,
Turkey
yo, at
if
the
he
end of the
know
Exactly.
his
day, take it.
position?
Then let PBC make the fight. If y'all wanted to
So
happen,
why he
let
didn't
P.
sign the PBC when he was a free agent?
So
You
why
don't
is he
have to
asking?
go. You
I'm
don't
really
have
trying
to
to.
go to a promotional. You don't have to join somebody's promotional company and fight them.
Yeah, that's
But
So
Kevin
true.
why is
Lee
he
That's
had
telling
to
him
true.
to
fight
come to
that's
Lomachenko.
Turkey?
true. You
He
don't,
fought.
but you don't have to go further away either.
Hold
No.
on,
Wait, further
he
away
tried to fight
is
Loma.
Golden
But
Boy,
hold on,
right?
wait, hold on.
Wait.
Can I talk? How the hell did he go further away? PBC doing
Eddie
shit with
Hearn,
Turkey,
a
so he could
nigga that
fucking do
Eddie Hearn
stuff
Facts.
with
don't fuck
Turkey too.
with.
So how the
Facts.
fuck
Wait.
you
Name
gonna
one.
Facts.
go
Y'all
Name
know
one of.
damn
Hold on.
y'all
Hold on.
know
Hold on. Hold
damn
on.
well ain't
Now
no
you gotta keep
inside
acting
going
all
on damn
come on,
PBC
hold on,
There's a
promotion.
problem with what y'all
Hold
are
on.
saying.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
hold
on.
on.
Hold on. Hold on. Name one
Let's
big
really
star.
talk. Let's
Hold
really
on.
talk.
Name. Hold on. Hold on. Name one star. Name one star that PBC has that he's worked with Turkey on.
It
Who's
don't
versus
matter.
Stanionis?
PBC still
No,
doing
Who's
his
versus
It
business
pay-per-view.
with
Stanionis?
matters.
No,
Let's
I'm
It
see.
saying his
matters.
pay-per-view
PBC.
stars. Name one that Turkey has worked with.
PBC still doing business with
Hey,
Turkey. So
y'all
what the
need to
fuck does
listen
it
to the
matter?
horn. Listen to
It does
two
not
cent.
matter.
Listen to 2 cent. Calm down, y'all. Listen to that horn right quick.
All right. So like I
Yo,
said,
y'all gotta stop
what
one
do
at a
what do?
time and stop getting rich.
Okay.
Rich.
Now,
We
now they
yelling,
ask
bro.
me
We
the
can't
question. Let me
understand
answer
what
the question.
we
Let me
can't
answer the
understand
question.
what you're saying because you're yelling, bro. We can't understand
Okay.
you.
Okay. That's what I'm
Let me
saying.
rephrase the
Well,
question, 2 Cent.
PBC.
What
Wait.
I'm saying is name one pay-per-view star that Turkey has worked with. That's
What you
at
You got a
PBC.
bad echo, Rich. You got a bad echo, Rich. You need to turn something down.
Yeah, Rich might need to come off a speaker or something.
All right, can y'all hear me or am I still like
Yeah.
You
buzzing?
fine, Pay. You fine, Pay.
All right.
Boots versus Stanionis. Stanionis was with PBC. Boots was with whatchamacallit. So what's there? Turkey's not a promoter. It's a TV
Was
show.
Stanley
So
on his
what's the
fighting on
problem?
pay-per-view?
He's a what?
Was Stanley on his fighting on pay-per-view?
It was on his own.
Bro, was he fighting on pay-per-view?
You pay for the zone, right? So I guess
Okay,
so.
Hey,
This
I mean, what you
here's the
want
ridiculous,
me
thing.
to
yo. I
say? What's
can't
going
No,
take
on
it
with the
hold on,
zone?
anymore.
hold
I
on.
can't take it.
Yeah, I
It
don't
was
know what you want me to
mercy.
tell you. He was on the zone. I just answered the
Man,
Mercy
at the
question.
was
end, hey,
That's
look,
no,
man.
no,
Hey,
you
hey,
didn't.
boss,
Hey,
No,
y'all,
you didn't. You never answered the question. You danced around it.
Y'all
hey,
let
boss,
Rich
hey,
go.
can I talk?
Go ahead,
Hey,
Rich. Go
hey,
ahead,
boss
Rich.
Go ahead,
Hackers.
Rich. Go
Hey,
ahead,
boss
Rich. Go ahead.
Hackers. Hey, man, stop answering dumbass questions. They did stuff with PBC. Turkey did stuff with them. So that means they had the right to do stuff with their
I
big
can't hear him if
fighters.
you
They could
talking.
definitely get money. All that
You can't
bullshit
hear
that y'all.
who? You can't
I
hear
can't
Rich.
hear Rich.
Rich.
Fade it forward. Go back out and come back in.
All right.
Yeah, because I can hear him. Go ahead,
Come
Rich.
on,
I can
man.
hear him too.
Y'all making up stuff for these niggas, man. Y'all put it
Nah,
on.
nah, it's
Y'all
not
gonna tell a
making up.
nigga.
Here,
Y'all gonna tell a nigga where to sign to how he gonna
let
get some money.
hey,
But
But you want
let
him
me
to
break
tell
it down
Tank
for
where to
you.
sign, though?
How the hell you gonna
But you
tell a
want him to
nigga
tell Tank where to
who he
sign.
got signed to
Let
to fight?
me
You
but
got
Because that's
50
what
signed
let
he's
to
me
nigga
break
literally
it
fight.
trying
down
to
for
do
you.
to
Who the
Tank.
fuck
That's
is
what he's
you?
literally trying to do to Tank. That's what he's literally trying to do to Tank.
He not trying to do that to take. He said holler at Turkey because he know Turkey gonna give him a bigger bag than what they gonna ever make. He know that Tank can come in there
And
with
we know
leverage.
that how,
Tank,
Rich? How do
Tank,
we know
Tank,
that?
Tank could come in there with leverage. Same way Canelo make more money than Tank, but he bow down to Turkey. That's why,
Yeah,
nigga.
well, Tank
Cause
ain't
he
about to
making
bow
more money.
down. He's
He
not
making
about to
more
bow
money.
down. He's not like
Y'all,
the rest of
y'all
these
talking
niggas.
Hey,
crazy.
hey, hey,
Y'all
hold
Y'all
on, hold
ridiculous,
on,
talking
hold on, hold
yo.
crazy.
on.
at the end of
Y'all
the
talking
day.
Give away
crazy right
everything
now.
he worked for just to fight this nigga. Like for what?
So at the
Y'all
end of
talking crazy right now.
so at
Man,
the end of the day,
Nah,
that man Tank, if he wanted to go over there right now, Tank could go over there right now and be
Yeah,
like this.
if
Look,
he
and
wanted
look,
to, Rich,
look,
but
wait.
obviously he
Let,
doesn't
let,
want to.
let me say something. I'm not talking about go over there. I'm saying he can sit back and say, look, man, I want 120 for this fight. Knowing he ain't gonna make that shit over with PBC. And,
He ain't
and
gonna make it with
Turkey
Turkey
probably
either because he denied to give him the two damn
listen,
Ferraris y'all had a 50 he even asked
Turkey,
for.
let me talk. Turkey probably dick ride his ass so much and say, I give you 150. You know what I'm saying? So y'all gotta talk logic right
All
now, man.
money ain't good money,
okay,
Rich.
hold
Now,
on,
chill
hold on.
out.
All money
Hey,
ain't
hey,
good
Toussaint,
money.
you
And
cool if
that's
I
a
respond to
ridiculous
that?
ass number.
You know why that don't make sense?
I gotta say
Hey,
this, and
Toussaint.
so Shakur has been saying that I mean he's been bringing up Turkey recently, right? But he's also said that hey, he did his part calling out Tank. Now it's all on Tank to make the fight as well. The A side has to do something, right? And Shakur is down with whatever. So whatever Tank is
That's
gonna
not
do.
true.
No,
Hey,
but
hey,
but
wait,
Shakur
hey,
said
hold
that,
on.
A-Side
right?
always makes the
And
fight. Come on,
Hey,
man.
Go ahead,
Toussaint.
No,
Phoenix.
no,
Go
no, no, no,
ahead,
no.
Phoenix.
Hold on,
Name
hold
one
on.
time A-Side ever made a fight. Name
Hey,
one
No,
time.
I
hey,
I'm
can't. I
gonna
can name one time. I can name one time.
hey,
When?
Ryan
Hold on,
Garcia.
hold
Ryan Garcia.
but
What did
oh,
Ryan do?
What
hey,
are you
You
look,
talking
remember
about,
Oscar?
Ryan?
Listen.
With
You
who?
have you
remember. You
have
remember
you
With
Oscar
ever
Tank.
De La Hoya. Listen. You remember Oscar De La Hoya went on Club Shay Shay and talked about that. He said Ryan cut him out of negotiations. Went over to Tank with his own team of lawyers and everything.
right.
Worked everything out. So why
Okay,
is all these? So listen. Why is
Who
all these
picked
other
him?
people who's
Who
calling
picked
out
him?
Tank not doing that? Okay,
Who
Tank picked
picked
Because
him?
there's
Lomachenko.
no
so,
Okay,
hey,
negotiation
okay.
Who
on the
Tank
You want
table.
picked
to talk
Ryan
about who
Garcia to
picked him?
fight him?
Okay. Where's
Ryan always
Lomachenko
about
then?
to
Hold
Tank.
on,
He
can
was
I,
hold
talking
on.
about the fights that just
Listen. Where's
happened.
Lomachenko? Where's Lomachenko? Because Tank picked him too, but he dipped, right? So
on,
it's not
y'all.
all on one
What does that
person.
have to do
It
with
takes
what?
two
You didn't
fighters.
hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said.
It's
Hold on,
not all on the A side. It takes two fighters. Don't matter
You
what the A
know,
side wants
I said
if
the
the B
A
side
side
don't
makes the
agree.
fight
The inside
happen.
didn't come out here.
Nah, no, because the A side can't force the other fighter's signature. Both fighters got to
Whatever,
sign.
man. Whatever.
What
You
did
just
A
make why
side
you
When
just
do? Tank has
y'all
done
hear the
nothing yet.
horn, when y'all hear the horn, y'all that mean be quiet. All right, I'm about to play this video. Let's check this video out. Shout out to D1. Shout out to D1. Let me make it bigger so y'all can see it. All right, is that good? All right, here we go.
Tank and offer to fight you.
Nah, he's definitely want the Tank fight.
Okay.
He want the Tank. Like I said, it's all up to Tank. So he gotta just come on board and let's make Tank fight.
Okay.
He want the Tank. Like I said, it's all up to Tank. So
You seen his little conniving, little dirty little face that he made at Buddy when he said that bullshit? The fact of the matter is his punk ass fan base will never hold him accountable for nothing he says. And what he just did told me, you, everybody involved in this whole boxing shit that he doesn't want to fight. He can't. He couldn't couldn't possibly want to
So
fight.
what the
And
fuck did
I'm willing
Tank
to
say
bet
Coming
that
from a
was
chicken
fine?
maniac,
contacted
one of the
about
biggest
that.
chicken maniacs there is.
But
Come on,
deal
man.
wasn't right for him. So you goofy ass Shakur fans are going to be running around the internet, deflecting and capping and doing everything you can to protect your little hero from the shit he just said.
Newport's in his
But
hand.
guess what?
Fuck on, man.
You can't protect him. You can't cap him. You can't
Dirty
kid
ass boy, man.
because that is clear as
Don't,
day
and
that
don't say
that
you
kid
want
does
down,
not
down there,
want to
man.
fight.
Come on.
Dirty
He
ass.
wants the easiest fights for the
Junkie.
most amount of money every single time. It's never going to change. He's going to like Zepeda is some sort of a world beater, but ask any one of his fans, Zepeda's easy work. There's only one fight we want to see Shakur in, and that's a Tank fight, and he don't want it. He don't want to fight Tank,
So what
guys.
Tank
I'm
did to
sorry.
make him want to
There's
fight
nothing we
Shakur?
can do with that bit of information.
Absolutely
I played
nothing.
twice for you guys, other than say this kid doesn't
Take
want
his
to
name
fight.
out your mouth.
You can't. And you see his little face,
Y'all
like
be quiet.
like I said, it's all on him. And how come he doesn't know how to say the word him?
Okay,
I
that
don't
was good.
understand it. That was
There's
very
one thing
strange,
Shakur
Seymour.
did. There's
Hey,
one thing
That was
Shakur
just about
did
the
last
talking
year that
right
I
there.
can't
contradicts
hear
you.
everybody talking at one
hey, can I?
time.
Y'all,
I gotta say this before I leave because I'm gonna bounce. So I mean, while I acknowledge this whole turkey thing, Shakur bringing turkey into it, like again, that part I don't agree with. Like for me, in my opinion, like I want this to be pretty much under Tank's, Tank's in Tank's domain. Like I want it to be on Amazon Prime. There's a reason why I want it to be on Amazon Prime is I don't want there to be a reason, after Shakur beats Tank, you guys say something. So again,
Facts.
Tank got to reach
I
out.
agree with you. I agree
Tank,
with you on
I
that.
agree with that. Yeah.
I
Tank
agree
gotta
with
reach.
you on that one.
Yeah, so Tank got to reach out, to Shakur. I'm pretty sure Shakur is gonna accept whatever term, Tank.
Shakur never did nothing
No,
to
he
earn that
won't.
fight, though, Teach. He ain't never did nothing to earn that fight, though, Teach.
Yeah, that's what
So
they're
Tank got to
saying.
reach out
That was
again.
that
Shakur
what
ain't
Tank
never did
said.
nothing to earn
Yeah,
that
don't
fight,
have
Tank
though.
got to
don't.
reach out
Yep.
again.
Yeah, but
He got to reach out
Shakur,
again.
man,
Hold on.
Shakur.
Hold on. Why y'all so emotional? Hold on. Let me get this. Shout out Juke with the $10 in the super chat. 3 times Tank included Shakur in the list of people he wants to fight before he retires. Y'all ignore that. Tank only dismissed Shakur when he brought up while promoting fights with different opponents. Shout out Juke.
Where are you getting that?
So
Hold
Shakur is.
on, hold on. Let me get Jupe her little dance, y'all. Y'all got away. I got a new thing. I got to give people their little dance when they get the super chat.
That chicken wing.
What's he
I
doing
just,
with his arms?
Hey, if he was
That
doing
is
that, he might have blocked
hilarious,
some of them
Susan.
punches.
So yeah. So
I just
Shakur
want.
has been doing what he's supposed to do, right? Pretty much calling Tank out. Like, I don't know what else he's supposed to do. But
That's not all he's supposed to
y'all want
do.
to deflect saying Shakur is not
Let me break it down
exciting
for
and
you.
he doesn't deserve the fight. Whatever, man. All Tank has to do, again, send Shakur an offer. I'm pretty sure Shakur is gonna accept. If he wants to go on Amazon Prime, I'm pretty sure Shakur is gonna accept that and make the fight happen. That's all. Like
That's all. That's all he
Easy
gotta
peasy.
Oh,
do.
One, two,
that's
crazy,
not
right?
all.
Go ahead, Phoenix. What
That's
you were
all he
saying?
So
gotta
that's
do.
not all.
I might be dropping a second
Y'all
too.
remember
you guys.
Can I?
y'all remember what Stephen Espinoza said. And people is misunderstanding what Stephen Espinoza
Man,
said because
fuck
he
that
done
white
talked
boy.
about it. What he said was they wanted Shakur to go ahead and fight Tank, but Shakur wanted a multi-fight deal. And the people is getting that mixed up with the whole thing about no contract being sent. Here's the thing. If 2 people want to do business together, and one person come up and say, hey, I want to work with you, this is what I'm going to offer you. If the person says no at that point and says that they want something else, it's like, okay, what are they going to send the contract for? Because what will that person sign? Their offer was a fight with Tank. Shakur wanted a multi-fight deal. And they said, okay, if you want a multi-fight deal that's not in the cards right now, we want you to fight Tank, and that's it. And
Hey,
that's
hey,
why
hey,
no contract
So we're
was
just
sent.
gonna
That's
glaze
it.
So,
Wait, wait.
over
wait,
what
so
hold
if
on,
Tank
hold on,
you,
said.
hold
so
on.
if
Can I?
y'all saying,
Hey, can I? Hey,
so if
big
y'all,
dog,
hold
Billy. Can
on,
I say something?
I ain't
Hold
done
on,
yet.
let him
Real,
finish,
I ain't
Rich.
done
Rich,
yet.
let him
I ain't
finish real
done
quick.
yet.
Let him
okay,
finish.
let me talk real quick after he's
I'm
done.
not done yet. You can do that after I'm done. So
All
like
right, I just said that.
the whole thing with that is like, okay, you tell somebody what you interested in giving them. And like he was saying, he said he's sure that whatever offer Tank sends, Shakur would accept it. He already showed that he won't because he wanted that multi-fight deal. He got that with Eddie Hearn. So the
Okay.
thing is right now, since he already done turned that down, and look at the way he behaving because he said he got his biggest bag ever for Padley just now, and that wasn't even a pay-per-view. Now think about that. When he fight Tank, that is going to be his biggest fight and it's going to have a pay-per-view, and he'll get a cut on the back end. But he ain't want to take that.
Okay.
He didn't want to take that at all. So my question is, if he really want the Tank fight so bad, why did he turn that down to go ahead and fight Padley? Or whoever
Here we
he's
go
going to
with the
fight
same
from
old,
behind.
same old.
Can I talk?
Hold up,
Yeah.
Rich is next. Go ahead,
Can I
Rich.
talk?
Rich
Can
is
I
next.
talk?
Hold up, hey. Go ahead, Rich.
And this is what I want to know, right? What was you inside the office buildings and all this shit when all this shit was going on? Was you on the phone with them when all this shit was going on? You going from word to mouth from a guy that be lying too. You know what I'm saying? So all that shit that you saying ain't making sense, man.
It's not
So,
making
Rich, do
sense
you
when we
think?
seen how
Hold
it
on,
played out.
Phoenix.
It's not.
Phoenix. Rich, does it not make sense that Tank reached out to him? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm confused
Nah,
what you're saying. He said.
I never said that he didn't reach out to him, but all that stuff that the
Okay.
fight was gonna guarantee happen if he would have signed over there.
Niggas
First
ain't
of
never
all,
just answer a question, bro.
y'all didn't follow Shakur tweet because when that shit all came out, Shakur tweeted this. He said if I he actually hit Coach Kenny. He said if I sign a deal over there, will I guarantee fight Tank? That's what he wanted to know. He kept saying that if I go over to PBC, will be a guaranteed Tank fight.
Yeah,
So
but when
all
they
that shit
reached
that
out to him, they reached out to him
so
for the
all
Tank
that
fight,
all
though,
that
Rich.
stuff.
No, they didn't. No, they
Nah,
didn't,
he
guys.
did.
Hold up.
Yes, they did.
They didn't guarantee
No, they
one.
did not.
They
This is
did not
not.
guarantee
Shakur
one.
It was
said
not a
they
They did
reached out
not
guaranteed
to him.
Tank.
guarantee
It
it.
was
No, they
not a
didn't.
They
guaranteed
reached
Tank
out
fight.
to him, though.
And,
They
No,
reached
it
out to him
wasn't.
Yeah,
for
but
the
it wasn't.
fight.
They
Yes,
reached
it
out to him. It
was.
wasn't a tank fight. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it
can I talk?
was.
No, it wasn't.
You
It was.
guys
It was.
misheard.
No, it
Shakur
wasn't.
said out of his
Can
own mouth that they
can
reached out to him. What are you talking
can I
about?
talk?
Shakur
Can I
also said
talk?
it wasn't a
Can
tank
I
fight.
talk? Can I talk?
Okay.
They reached out to Keyshawn too. They reached out to De La Santos too. De La Santos said that they never called back. They reached out to Lamont Roach 2 or 3 years ago. Lamont Roach said they never called back. So he got a pattern doing the same thing. But y'all don't
So
say shit
hold on,
about
but he
that.
also has
Y'all
a
don't
pattern
say
of
shit
getting the
about that
fighters
either.
lined up.
Y'all don't
But
say nothing
Rich,
about that either.
let me know when you
Man,
finish.
come on, man. Y'all just
Let me
be
know when you
Oh,
finish.
can I respond to one thing before you go, Jack
Well,
Queen?
no,
So,
you can wait.
no,
So,
hold.
Rich, so my question to you is,
Go ahead.
so when they reached out to him and Shakur said out of his own mouth that Tank's team reached out to him, are you saying now that that's not true?
No,
No,
I said it's true, but it probably wasn't a fight guaranteed. It's a next
it
fight.
wasn't. It
It
wasn't.
probably
What
wasn't
the
like that.
fuck?
It
But
wasn't.
you got dick riding ass Tank fans keep saying,
Oh,
oh, he reached out to him to fight the next month, 2 months, 3 months. Man, y'all know that shit ain't true, man. Y'all just
Why
trying
the
to
fuck
Well,
we
have
need
something
to
to
we
say.
don't
hold
know
on, hold on,
what's
You
true
guys.
and
dick
what's
Hold
riding
on.
not
ass
because, as you
nigga.
Hold
said,
on.
no one's in
Hold
the
on.
Fuck wrong with
boardroom.
y'all, man.
So
Wait,
go
wait,
ahead,
wait.
Rick. Go ahead,
Hold,
Hacker.
yeah, so when Espinoza was talking, he never said that it was a one fight deal for Tank. People get that misconstrued. What he
Oh my
said
fucking
is that,
god.
He
and you
didn't
can
say
quote
that.
and rewatch it. Wait, anybody can rewatch it. He said they reached out to Shakur. It was preliminary talks, and what Shakur wanted was a multi fight deal instead of one fight deal. He never said what he wanted to give Shakur. He only said, and I quote, what Shakur wanted. He never said we wanted to give Shakur a one fight deal. He never said that. In fact, in fact, Shakur came back the next day on Twitter Spaces, the audible one, right? And he talked about it. He said that during that preliminary talks, because people think it's negotiations or it's
So
offer. No,
why did he
preliminary talks.
so
Shakur
why did
came
he
Land
back
your
and
plane,
talked about
Hacker.
this.
Land your plane, babe. You long
Yeah,
winded,
Shakur came
Hacker.
back and talked about this, and he said, no, there was no one fight deal offered. Just actually what I wanted.
That's
And
why I
when
so
said,
Shakur
hey,
said that
Fox
he
Jagger, that's
queried
why I
about.
said, man, they gonna believe who they
Hold
want
on,
to
Rich.
dick
Let him
ride the
Well,
finish.
most.
I want to hear him.
Whoever
well,
Let him
dick they
finish.
on the
Go ahead.
most, that's who they gonna believe.
Rich,
yeah,
let
no,
him
I'm sure. But
finish.
wait,
Go
and
ahead.
what
emotional ass nigga.
Shakur said this. Shakur said when he asked about the Tank fight, he said Tank was not ready to fight him, and they would try to spin the block next year, which is 2025, which is this year. That's what they
So
told Shakur, and this is what Shakur said verbatim. This is not my opinion.
so
This is not
why
me
did he change
speculating.
his tune then?
He didn't change his tune.
Hold on,
So he
let's
didn't
hold on.
say
Let me
that.
Everybody
ask
got
this. Hold on,
Now
hold
hold
on.
on,
Let me
hold
ask
on.
this. Hold on, wait. Let me ask this. Let me ask this
yeah,
because I keep asking this, right? Let me ask this, right?
yeah.
Let me ask this. Tank Duck Shakur. What's next
Like,
for Shakur?
nobody never said
Nobody
Tank
said
Duck
Tank
Shakur.
Duck
Nobody,
No,
Shakur.
We don't
he's
talk
Nobody
like
saying
saying
that.
that.
why.
We don't talk.
listen,
Yeah, nobody.
Anytime you
listen,
Shakur,
When
anytime you
EJ
listen,
and Crawford was lined
listen,
up,
I'm emotional.
listen. I didn't say y'all said that. hypothetically speaking, Tank ducks Shakur. He not gonna fight him. What else is there for Shakur?
Shakur's gonna continue fighting. That's it. What else can you do? But that's
Who
his
else
biggest
do y'all
fight.
want to see him
Like
fight?
we 2 Cent right now. That's like
Nobody.
asking us.
There's only
That's
one
like
fight to
asking
make.
before the
We
Floyd
all know
Pacquiao
that.
fight. Who else do you want to see him fight? We want to see him fight who he's lined up to fight. We want to see Tank and Shakur. We don't want. Nobody wants to see anything else. We want to see that. Nobody cares. I don't know. People keep talking about Lamont Roach 2 and 3. I don't care about that. I want to see Tank versus Shakur. These two have been lined up to fight. We don't want it
Tank
to go by
fans want Tank
wayside.
want
Just like
Tank
Key,
fans
can you
want to see
click?
him
Hold on,
fight
hold on,
everybody
Rich.
but
Key, can
Shakur.
you hold on, Rich? Hold on, Rich. Key, can you click that link and put that in the private chat so I can pull it up because I can't get it out the regular chat.
Hayden Pennies, go ahead, man. Hey, go
I'm
ahead,
getting it
man.
now. I'm getting it now. Oh, she put it up there already. Okay.
I did it for you.
Okay.
Hayden Pennies, go ahead. Go ahead.
He funny as My thing is this, bro. Why, if that's the case, why did the nigga change his tune, man? Put your seatbelt on.
Because he the master of capping.
what do you mean change his tune? What was his tune prior?
No, he went from saying that nigga went from saying. Remember when he was in the video with his chains on? He
Yeah.
went from saying that to Tank ain't ducking him no more. What made him change his tune?
Because they told him that they were going to spin the block. So
Because
in
he
his
goofy.
mind, they were supposed to come back. But when Espinoza made it seem like Shakur was ducking, he said,
So what
no,
y'all
that's not
crying
what
about
happened.
for? Give him time to come back then. What the
Because it
fuck?
looks like it's not going to
Nobody, no,
happen.
wait, nobody not crying,
It's the middle of
nobody not
2025.
crying, but y'all pushing the narrative that he's ducking Tank.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah,
y'all,
I mean,
y'all,
that
y'all
we
You
hear
pushing,
that a
stop
lot.
saying y'all. That annoys me to no end.
y'all
Stop
pushing
saying
that
y'all,
narrative
because
that
I've
he
never
that
out of
he
my mouth said that.
But it does come up a lot, man. You guys say it started with you guys ducking, and I don't think neither one of them were
I just
ducking each
never
other.
seen
I
the
don't
nigga
think
that wanted to
nobody
fight. I
ducking.
just
I don't
never
Yeah,
think
I
seen
don't
the
know why
nigga
you
that
guys
wanted
think
to
like
fight
this.
so bad. I just never seen the nigga wanted to fight so bad, end up going in a whole
Pay
totally different
full, but
direction.
you have to remember,
I just never saw
Tank
that,
say
bro.
shit too. Tank says shit
I
too.
understand that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's
bro.
just leave it
What
like
I'm
let's
saying
just
is
leave it.
when
They
he
both be
what he was
capping.
saying is, bro, y'all trying to beat this nigga up like he's
Hold
something
on,
that he not.
Key.
But
Hold on, y'all.
pay
Key
full,
is
both of them.
no,
This can we admit?
I'm
guys,
really trying to
listen.
understand how we got back to
Hold
this when we
on.
were talking
Can we
about
admit that
commission
both be
treatment of the
capping? Can we
fighters
just
on
admit
last
that?
Friday's card.
The
man,
folks
they
Guys,
not
settings,
going,
I
they
got you,
not
the
big
going
folks
to
girl.
admit
settings. I
that
don't
shit.
agree with Big Dog.
Hey,
The
hey,
folks,
hey,
Big girl,
the
I
folks
got you.
settings.
hey, Tank.
Just Big Dog.
hold on, y'all. I gotta mute y'all because y'all tripping. Listen, Key, the video is 10 minutes long. Do you want me to play the whole video or is there a timestamp? Do you want me to let you on the panel? Key, is there a
Can you
timestamp?
hear me? Can you hear
Yeah, I
me?
can hear you. Yeah.
Hey, Key.
No, just the first few minutes. Espinoza cleans it right up with Shakur since there's so much misinformation that some of these folks are spewing up here.
Leaving white
It
man.
talks right about Shakur and the direction that Shakur was trying to
So,
take.
Okay. See, now y'all see why her name is Key with the T.
hey, can
This
I
is why
say
her
something
name is
real
Key
quick?
with the T.
All
She
right,
got
let's hear
Hey,
it
everything.
then.
before you play that, right? Do Key only believe in people that she don't like? Like anytime that she don't like somebody, she believe in another person that don't like them. Cause that's
Bro, you
all I
don't
just
even
I
know
don't.
I
Key.
don't
He
I
come
even.
don't
in, he
think.
I'm
just say
sorry.
some
I
stupid
don't even
shit.
know.
she
I
just
don't
Y'all,
said
even
can
know
all
you
how
that
to
play
stuff.
even
the
answer the question.
video?
She just said all
Damn,
that
get
stuff
Shakur
about
dick out
Turkey.
your
Now
mouth.
she
That
about
nigga
to
don't
ask
even
something
know
about
you.
Tank. I don't
Let's
give a
play the
fuck
video,
who
I
show
please.
up.
don't know why you think listening to people got anything to do with who you like. Like I don't know. Like a lot of the
Right.
stuff you be saying be just based off how you feel.
So
Everybody,
what makes you believe this guy?
some people can be like, just
Even
listen.
Espinoza been involved with the biggest fights in boxing.
But he be capping
That's
too,
why you
though.
should
So let's
believe.
just listen to it. Let's
That's
just
why
Then
listen
we
to
why
it.
should.
the hell? Listen, y'all might as well just get off the panel then, because ain't nobody gonna be able to talk to y'all about nothing if y'all gonna be like, who to believe it? Who to believe? If y'all gonna do all that, we ain't gonna be able to have no conversation.
Bunch of
It ain't gonna be no
females.
point in talk about nothing. All right, here we go.
Jay Martinez with Fight Hood TV here with Steven Espinoza. Really chilly day here in New York, right? Brooklyn, New York.
It's winter, yeah, for sure.
Waking up in Texas and coming over here, I'm like, geez, that cold is different, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Steven, Tank versus Lamont Roach, right? March 1st, we're gonna get this fight here in New York. There are a lot of questions of why Lamont Roach, right? Let's not discredit him. He's a great fighter, great chin, high IQ. But why Lamont Roach? That's the questions that all the fans are asking at the beginning.
Look, I think the reality is, I think those are fair questions. I mean, look, when you have fighters the caliber of Tank, of Canelo, the bar is always high. When you continue to perform well against high level opposition, people expect a lot from you. There were preliminary discussions about the Shakur fight, early on, like back early, for 2024 before this was scheduled. Didn't get very far for reasons I won't go into. But
come on.
I just think there were, I'm not sure that the time was right. I think, what Shakur was looking for was something different than, he was looking for more of a long-term commitment other than just doing one fight, and so he's got his deal.
That's what I
he's getting
said.
busy. He's got a fight scheduled, and, maybe we'll pick up and do something there. But aside from that,
That's what I said.
Candid, those are the big names at 135. I know Tank has gone up to 140, and he would on occasion.
So was I right or was I right?
Okay,
I
so
said
here's what you're.
verbatim.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
hold
I
on,
was
let Keith
verbatim. I
talk.
was
Go
right
ahead, Keith.
verbatim.
Hold on. So
Go ahead,
here's
Keith.
also
Yeah.
let me add this in for that timeline that Stephen Espinoza was discussing. Right around that time, Shakur Stevenson had left Top Rank. He had immediately signed a deal with Matchroom. What did he tell Eddie Hearn? He said, because it's what Eddie Hearn said, that he
Yeah.
can make all of Shakur Stevenson fights except for the Tank Davis fight.
Mm.
Tank Davis his team reached out to Shakur Stevenson for a one-fight deal after Loma pulled out of the fight. Remember, Shakur was on
That's not true,
Fanon's
Keith.
channel
That's not what they
saying
said.
that, hold on, wait a
Be
minute,
quiet.
wait a minute.
Damn. Let her
I'm
finish.
giving a timeline. Shakur was on Fanon's channel saying that if Lomachenko pulled out of the fight, he would replace him. So what happened? Because Kenny Ellis was there too. They reached out to Shakur Stevenson. He wanted a multiple fight deal. And they said, no, we can only guarantee the Tank fight for the replacement of Lomachenko. And that date they already had. Shakur said no, end up signing to fight Cordina. But then Shakur's hand got messed up somehow. All right. Then afterwards, he got on. Wait a minute. He got on the Riyadh season card. Tank reached out to at least 5 fighters. Here are the names that have been confirmed: Shakur Stevenson, Lamont Roach, Edwin De Los Santos, Teofimo Lopez, and it was one more person that I forget. But at
Jake
least
Paul.
those 4 that we
Venezuela.
hold on. Wait a minute.
Shut the
Because
hell
they've
up,
all
Keith,
came
dog.
out. Wait, and El Rayo, that got beat by Gary Antoine. We know these for a fact. Okay, they all said it. Teofimo Lopez had 3 offers on the table. He turned them all down. Brian Norman Jr., Tank Davis, and old boy that had got the stoppage a few weeks ago, and I clearly understood why he turned him down. Okay, so he turned it down. Teofimo and Bob Num started beefing because they're giving him these fights, and Teo said no. El Rayo told Tank, his team, they said, Tank was like, we can fight at 135. Rayo said, I'm a 140 fighter. After he got beat up, where's Rayo now? He's ranked as number 9 in the WBA. Don't at me on that. So he was capping. Edwin De Los Santos had blood clots and was injured and was not prepared to fight at that time. Then he doubled down, circled back, and said, hey, Tank, I want to fight you. But the Lamont Roach deal was already signed. Shakur Stevenson hand was messed up. So when y'all going to spit these, when y'all going to say what y'all going to say, you got to keep the facts in line. Tank Davis them reached out to 5 fighters. The only one that said yes to the newly scheduled March 1st date was Lamont Roach, period.
So this is incorrect, Keith.
Thank you,
This is
Keith.
incorrect.
Thank you, Keith.
This is incorrect.
Thank you.
Hold on. Keith actually incorrect. Hold up. He's
So
actually
are
incorrect. Hey, wait, hold on, guys. No, Key is actually incorrect, guys. So what was said on that video that we just watched, he said that they reached out to Shakur for preliminary talks, not negotiations, not fight offers.
You
for
don't
preliminary
talk, you don't get
And
to
we can rewatch
negotiations
it
that way.
line by line with captions on. Then he said what Shakur wanted, well, we didn't think what Shakur wanted was in line at that time. He said what Shakur wanted was a multi-fight deal instead of one fight deal. He only said what Shakur wanted. What Key's adding is that they made an offer. He never said they made an offer.
I
He never
never
they
said he made it. Did that come out my
wait.
mouth?
She never
He
Did that
also
said
come
ne-
out
that,
my
bro.
mouth?
That's what I
wait.
said.
I
Okay, wait.
never said he made an
Key.
offer.
Key.
He
Well,
reached
okay.
out.
She
Okay.
never said
He
that.
reached
Okay.
out. There were
He also
there was a
never said.
fight
But
date.
No,
There
But
was a
Tank,
fight date.
hold on,
Did
hold on,
I
hold on.
say
But
offer,
Key,
Phoenix?
Hold
Did
on.
I say
Hold
offer?
on. Let's quote
No,
the
she
video,
didn't.
guys. Let's quote the
She didn't
video.
say
Hold
that.
on.
Yourself,
Shakur was
bro.
not scheduled to fight because of his
Man,
hands. He had
Hold on,
surgery,
let
bro.
Hacker talk. Hold on, let Hacker talk. Go ahead, Hacker.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Let's quote the video. Let's not do this. Espinosa never said they wanted anything. Espinosa never in that video. He never said we wanted anything. He only said what Shakur wanted. Shakur also confirmed what I'm saying the day after on Spaces. He said Espinosa never said that they wanted to give me anything. They said I just told them what I wanted. And then when he
Okay,
queried about
so
it,
boxing
they said,
hacker. So
Regardless
boxing
of the
hacker.
fact.
Boxing hacker. So you're trying to tell me of what Shakur wanted. How is Ken Shakur? This one I'm finna a mic drop on you. How can Shakur say what he wants in a fight and he's already signed to Eddie Hearn for a
he
3-fight
wasn't
deal,
signed at
a
at
2
the
to 3 to
time.
fight deal? Hold
He
on.
wasn't signed
He
at the
was
time.
already signed to Eddie Hearn in a 2 to 3. Eddie Hearn was already during that Shakur Stevenson fight on Top Rank. Who was there? Who was talking about Shakur Stevenson prior to that? Eddie Hearn. You know who else he pulled that move with? Devin Haney. Before Devin Haney left Top Rank, he was talking already in Devin Haney ear about the who fight. Regis Prograis. Stop
Wait,
doing
it's
that.
my
No.
two
He
cents.
was
My turn.
already in works. Hold on. He was already in works or signed with Eddie Hearn. So they said, being Steven Espinoza, we can give you a 1-fight deal, but we can't give you multiples because that's called interference. They can get sued for that. So stop doing that, boxing hacker. If I come to you and say we got this fight that you continue to say that is the biggest fight in boxing, and you're gonna pull the biggest upset, and we got a date 2 months away. That's two full camps for both fighters, equal playing field. In Vegas, all you gotta do is show up, and they
He
say
never
no.
said this.
We want if they're coming
What
to
do
so
you?
Steven
Boxing
Espinoza
Hacker,
are
just let
wasting their
her
time.
finish. Boxing Hacker,
They're
let her finish.
wasting their
He's
time.
too
They're saying, so what
emotional.
did they ask? What did they ask Shakur? You want some McDonald's? That's what they asked him. We just wanted to know if you want a Burger King. Do you want a supersize or you want a small? That's what they asked him, boxing hacker.
That's a good question. We don't. So based on that video, we don't know what they asked him.
This nigga's
Who
crazy.
said? Come on. Wait. That's a good.
And then on
Yo,
top of that,
that's
the
actually a
nigga
good
had
question.
hand surgery,
Hold
so
on.
the shit all
Hold
add
on.
up.
Oh, Key. That's a good question. We don't know what they asked him based on that video. We don't know what they asked him. What you're saying
Boxing
and what
hacker.
was said in that video are two different things.
Boxing hacker.
Espinosa never said they wanted to
Boxing
give Shakur
hacker.
1 fight.
Boxing
No,
Hacker, just let
Hey,
it. Let's let
let
that.
him finish.
Hold on.
no. Let and if anybody
Let him
thinks,
Regardless of
finish.
the
Go ahead,
fact he wasn't going to be available to fight on that date, the nigga had hand
bro,
No, let
wait,
surgery,
hold
let
bro.
on.
Thomas Hill
Hey, hold
speak. He's
on.
just come up on
Hold
the
on.
panel.
We're just trying to clarify
Hurry
what's
up.
on
We
the
got
video.
somebody new on the
Let
panel.
Thomas
Hurry
Hill
up.
come, man.
oh my
He can
gosh,
all the
y'all.
platforms just waffling, man.
Listen,
Let Thomas Hill speak, man.
hold on. Before you go, let's just put this in perspective,
Oh,
right?
You
What
got
was
1 minute,
said on
boxing
the
hacker.
video?
Go. Come on. Go.
Yeah. So what was said on the video is not what Key's saying. Key's saying that they wanted to give Shakur a 1 fight deal instead of a multi-fight deal. That wasn't said on the video. That was never said
Yes,
on
it
the video.
was.
No,
Yes,
it
it
wasn't.
was.
No, it
And we
wasn't.
can
He didn't say
He
replay
that.
it
said he
in
said
slow
Shakur wanted
motion.
multi
No, it
fights
was
as
not.
opposed
He
No,
to
he
It was
said
said,
the
one.
only
tank
and I
a
deal. He
one
said
quote,
the
fight
tank
and I
deal.
deal,
quote, and
boxing
we can
hacker. It
rewatch
was
this,
only a
where
1-fight deal.
He
Shakur
did
no,
say that
wanted.
Key,
1 fight deal.
We can
But he
replay the video
mentioned
one more
tank.
time in slow motion. He
This
said
nigga is
what
man,
Shakur
bro.
wanted was a multi-fight deal, not a 1 fight deal. He never said
Okay,
he
but he
wanted to
was
give
already
Shakur.
signed and doing business
No,
with Eddie
but
Hearn.
let's speak. The reason why this is important because Espinoza owns a company, so he can't just talk willy nilly. He has to be
Go to
very
1 minute
accurate. So
27
what he's
seconds in the
saying right,
video.
My
so
goodness.
what he's saying
No, we don't need to go to
is
the video
that
no more.
no, he's only saying what Shakur wants. That's all he's
Oh
saying.
my
He never
fucking
That's
once said
god,
what.
important.
bro.
That's
Yeah,
important.
but you're trying to say that he was giving Shakur something and Shakur wanted something different. That was
He
never said
was
in the
giving
video.
shit. He was
hey,
offering Shakur a
hey.
fight.
Go
That is
go
giving
to
No, he
him
one
was
minute
something.
not.
27
No.
What
seconds
the?
in the
It's
Are we
video.
really doing
preliminary
this?
talk.
Boxing hacker.
Boxing hacker. Let me go to Thomas Hill. Shout out Thomas Hill on the panel.
What's going on, Thomas Hill?
What up, Thomas Hill? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show? Thomas, what's up? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
All I gotta say is how come the women are the most level-headed, most thorough and truthful people talking? Like why the men capping and why they getting all emotional over people, man? Gotta slow that down, dog. We men.
Okay.
I mean, just
He ain't
watch a
lying.
video with captions on. I don't know. We should just read it out loud. It was.
No, no,
It
no,
was.
no, no,
Can
no.
I ask,
Listen,
can I ask
her opinion, man.
Painful? Can I ask Painful a question,
Hold on,
please?
Big Dog Willie. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this because Boxing Hacker, like you playing, like basically he's saying we offered him something, and that's not what we not. And we're not saying we offer him like we offer him money. Like we call to be like, hey, do you want this? And you're like, no. That's all we're saying. That's basically what Steven Espinosa saying. No,
That's
I
not what
didn't
he's
want that.
saying.
I was looking for. That's exactly what he said. I'm gonna play it
No,
one
he's
more
not.
time. I'm
No,
going
1
please
to
minute,
don't. We already
27
heard it.
seconds in the
Okay, let's
video.
all listen. Okay,
1 minute,
let's all listen.
27 seconds.
And
everybody
let's
talking.
listen very
I'm gonna
carefully,
play
okay?
it again. Boxing Hacker, I don't know why you can't just be quiet, bro. I'm gonna play it again, and we're going to listen because I don't know what Boxing Hacker is hearing. I'm gonna play it one more time. Here we go. It's not this hard. It's not this hard, y'all. Like y'all level of comprehension and understanding is unbelievable. I blame the public school system. All right, here we go.
I'm in the Catholic school.
Tank versus Lamont Roach, right? March 1st, we're gonna get this fight here in New York. There are a lot of questions of why Lamont Roach, right? Let's not discredit him. He's a great fighter, great chin, high IQ. But why Lamont Roach? That's the questions that all the fans are asking at the beginning.
Look, I think the reality is, I think those are fair questions. I mean, look, when you have fighters the caliber of Tank, of Canelo, the bar is always high. When you continue to perform well against high level opposition, people expect a lot from you. There were preliminary discussions about the Shakur fight, early on, like back early, for 2024 before this was scheduled. Didn't get very far for reasons I won't go into. But
come on.
I just think there were, I'm not sure that the time was right. I think, what Shakur was looking for was something different than, he was looking for more of a long-term commitment other than just doing one fight, and so he's got his deal, he's getting busy, he's got a fight scheduled, and, maybe we'll pick up and do something there. But aside from that, I mean, to be candid, those are the big names that won.
Exactly. I
Long-term
keep
commitment
saying
as
it.
opposed
He
to one
never.
fight deal. He
He
said
never
long-term
said that.
commitment as
He said
opposed
what
to one
Shakur
fight deal.
wanted. Yes, he said what Shakur wanted. I keep saying this. He never said we were giving Shakur anything. It was preliminary. So what happens in preliminary talks, guys? And this is what's confusing people. Preliminary talks is just to gauge interest,
Boxing
right?
Hacker,
He
okay,
only
we
said
hear
what
what you're
Shakur
saying. We
wanted.
just don't
That's
agree
it.
with you, bro. We don't agree
No,
with
but
you.
that's.
We
I
hear
mean,
what you're
I'm
saying.
not.
We
It's not
don't
my
agree.
opinion. It's literally what
We
he
don't
said.
agree. We
Yes,
don't
it
He
agree.
is.
said
We
Can
don't
I,
agree.
can I say something?
Go
it's
ahead, Big Dog.
preliminary talks. I
Thank
don't get
you.
it.
Okay, I just want to ask you guys, because you guys, I don't want to take a man ass Shakur, whatever you want to call us. Can we just say both of them be capping, please? It's getting to a point that somebody's wrong. Somebody like Tank never lied. Like you guys act like Tank has never lied. Tank sat there and said, "Well, we offer Shakur a contract." That was cap, and you guys not
Because
even trying to
boxers
admit
don't
that.
deal with contracts. That's why Shakur ain't know his contract said there's a premium for
No,
Saudi
no, no.
Arabia, but
See,
you
you're
don't
not here
get that.
what I said
Listen,
at all.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Here's the thing. No, there's nobody in this world who
See,
does
look
not
at T.
lie.
Alexander. Tank
Listen,
didn't
I know
cap.
what you're saying. I know what you're saying. There's nobody who does not lie. The problem is this: if a person's lies are in abundance compared to the amount of times
No,
they tell the truth,
that's
that means
no. Now
something.
you're trying to switch
That
it up.
means something.
What? No,
No,
that's
no,
what I'm trying to say.
that's the no.
Tank,
Listen, that's the
can I?
reason
No,
that
let me
people will
finish what I'm saying.
disagree
Tank,
because
no, no.
we're not saying that Tank never caps. We're not saying
He
Shakur
capped.
is
I
the
just
only
said
person
he
who
said that
caps.
he offered Shakur a
The tweet
contract.
was
That
fake.
was super
The tweet
cap.
was fake, Big Dog Willie. The tweet was
Huh?
fake. The tweet was
What?
fake.
Who's
The
fake?
tweet was fake. The tweet was fake.
He said out of his mouth.
When? Where's the link? Where's the link?
I'll find it. Yeah.
Please. Yeah, find the
Yeah.
link.
Oh wait, y'all talking about that fake Javante account to be out there on Twitter? The one that got the underscore at the end of the name.
I don't know.
No.
Somebody put out a fake tweet. I think they was analyzing it one day in the
So
Discord.
so I know what Big Dog Willie is talking about, and I'm not gonna sit here and speculate. I don't know what Tank meant. All I can say is that he misspoke, just like the same way a lot of people do when they say he ducked the contract. He basically meant that
But
there
the
was
tweet was
something on
fake.
the table for
No,
him.
the
Yeah, the
tweet was
tweet was
fake.
fake, but what Big Dog Willie is talking about is after Tank's media workout, he did say something like, "We sent Lil Buddy a contract," because they asked him like basically why he wasn't fighting Shakur or whatever, and that's when he made the whole comment about he knows what he needs to do basically to get this fight, so on and so forth. So he did say something like that, but it wasn't a contract sent. Like Espinoza said, they were in talks. So Tank is not the brightest bulb in the box. I mean, we all can admit that. So maybe he misspoke, but that's what he's referring to. He's referring to the fact that they reached out to him. And I think we're all getting away from the point. The bottom line is they reached out to him. And again, Shakur did not take the opportunity that he was provided. That's the
He
point.
wasn't given the opportunity.
That is the point.
Shakur talked about this. I don't know what. Did nobody hear him talk about it the day after? He literally said he confirmed what Espinoza was saying, but he also said that they never put a tank fight on the table.
He also said that they never called him back. And then after Espinoza came out and said something, then he came out and was like, "Oh yeah," but then his whole story switched up.
So
Yeah, do you know
he
why? You know
talked about
why?
the whole, but he talked about the
Because of
whole
what
thing though. At
it's
length. It
because of
wasn't
what
like a
was
short
just
talk.
seen in this video. Like I was saying, he said that Shakur wanted a long-term deal as opposed to just one fight. A long-term deal, what do y'all look at that as? Well, you think it's no fights? You think it's
It's
just one fight and
multi-fight.
you're just going to stay there long? Yeah, which is what I was saying before. Multiple fights instead of just one, right? So that's the thing. If they know that that's what Shakur wants and all they want to give him is the tank fight, there's no reason to go further than that.
But the
Because
problem
here's the
is,
thing. No, it's not a problem. Like, hold
there's
on,
a
hold
problem.
on.
They never said
It
they wanted
ties
to give
into
him
this. Hold on, hold
They
on, because it
never
goes
said
into
they wanted to
this.
give a tank fight.
Listen,
Let's stop this
not
narrative.
done. What other fight
It
so
could
you're
be
saying
any
that
fight.
no, listen,
Pick a tank.
because Shakur's team said that Tank's team reached out to his. Why would Tank reach out to Shakur on behalf of another fighter?
Espinoza said it was preliminary talk, so it's just to gauge
No,
interest.
answer my question.
Yeah,
Why
I'm
would Tank's
answering it.
team
I'm
reach?
answering.
No, I'm not. I'm
So
not.
I'm
No,
answering your
listen.
question. Okay,
Hold on.
ask me a question.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You answered what Espinoza did. I'm asking
Hmm.
you, why would Tank's team reach out to Shakur for Shakur to fight somebody else other than Tank?
That's a good question. We don't know the answer to that, right? Then
This
all
guy
we
is
know
Then
is that
shut the hell
idiot.
up,
Are
yeah,
you
boy.
like we already know
serious?
what
Damn.
Espinoza.
Are we serious? Thank you. I can't take it anymore.
That's why he shouldn't be on no panel, because there's a difference
We gotta
between
get a
dumbing
break,
down the
man.
conversation for people to understand and just making the conversation dumb. And he makes conversations dumb.
We can't box him
Everything
out.
is, that's a good question. We don't know. We don't know. Everything like, yo, are you serious?
Come
Come
on,
on, man.
boxing hacker. You know that shit don't make no sense. You
Do
not
we
even
think
see
1 + 1 = 2, or do we know that? Like, come on. This guy, bro.
And that, see,
anyway.
that's what I'm saying. Like, man, I'm sorry y'all got to deal with him for as long as you do. Y'all got more patience than me. I'll tell you that. You a lot nicer than I am.
We try to let everybody have their own opinions on here, but they be
2
taking it
Cent
too
do
far
on my,
sometimes.
yeah.
Yes,
I'm gonna have 2
but
people
some,
on my shit because I'm kicking
but
everybody off
sometimes,
their shit.
if you want to have intelligent conversation, not every opinion can be shared. Because
Hey,
some people's gonna troll, and then some people's gonna be dishonest, and then some people ain't gonna bring any sense at all.
I mean, I don't even know how we got back to Gervonta Tank Davis. We were discussing the cards that happened over the weekend, and we were discussing the treatment that Turkey has been exhibiting to fighters that he does not favor. How that drug all the way back to Gervonta Davis land, I will never
I
know.
wanted to get your 2 cents about that Phoenix, the assassin, but let me get this super chat. Shout out
Yep.
to Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. He says 2 cents. It's time for a special show which includes Key Alexandria, Jab Queen, Barbara D, Marshawn West, Ariana, Boxing Queen, and we just listened to them. Shout oh. Hold on, Mr. Greg. Let me get you your dance. Hold on. Uh,
Yeah, that chicken wing.
Shout out, Mr. Greg.
really need to
So
consider that 2 cent.
yeah, for sure. I definitely would love an all women's panel up here. We'll be the first to do it on YouTube. Never been done. Y'all know how it go down.
That
Y'all know
would
how
be
it go
dope.
down.
Well, you
So
already on first. You got 3 shows. You got a network.
yeah, 2 cents boxing network. Now, my
Mhm.
question, Phoenix the Assassin, we was up here talking about how Romero was saying how he got done with the gloves and the money in escrow and the not having his hotel and all that. And we were talking about the things that happened with the other fighters with Turkey trying to give these fighters psychological disadvantages and doing things for the fighters that don't have any favor. And I just want to get your 2 cents about that because some people were of the opinion like this is just a regular thing that happened in boxing and it's no big deal. And they were trying to compare it to the Tank Davis situation with the knee in the ring and the ref making a bad call. I just want to get your 2 cents about that. What do you think about that?
No, those are two different situations because the ref making the call ain't the same as trying to mess with a fighter's head. You know, looking at everything that happened with Rolly, like with the fact that he went out there and still did what he had to do, he's like, okay, I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all got these plans. I'm gonna make sure I do everything to go ahead and make sure your plans go down the hole. Because now, who cares about seeing Ryan and Devin in the rematch right now? Especially after the way they stunk the whole arena. They look at Devin. People still really hyped that he landed 70 punches. They really happy he landed 70 punches. Like shit. Nobody want to see neither one of them. But comparing that to Tank taking a knee, that's on the ref, 100% on the ref. And the ref ain't got more control than what they give him in the middle of the fight. And the ref go ahead and make a judgment call. Like it ain't the only time that we've seen something like that happen. It ain't the only time that, like, shoot, look at what happened with when Bud fought that one dude. Name start with a K, but he done got knocked down. And, he was holding on to dude's
Hold on,
waist.
Phoenix, let me get this cash app. Shout out to
Okay.
D1 with the $2 in the cash app. He says, for my 2 cents, they knew boxing fans. Shout out D1. All right. Go ahead, Phoenix.
Yeah, so we seen that happen with that. We seen what happened with the long count that they say Tyson Fury got. We seen other times where like that Lucian Bute fight, whenever the ref had walked back with the dude, like that's why they got a timekeeper because the timekeeper doesn't only keep an eye on the clock; they help with the count too. So in a situation like that, they keep the count while the ref is handling business, and the ref's supposed to pick back up from the number they give them. But if something like that happened and the ref pick back up from the same number, then that's a problem because time has passed. That count's supposed to still be going. So we've seen a whole bunch of things like this happen in boxing. Like even people talking about the hair grease. Like, shoot, I know everybody in you. If you've exercised, you don't got sweat in your eye. The hair grease, that's a different story depending on what type you use.
Romero fight, she has some type of some in her hair, eye
It was
from her
Amanda
hair.
Serrano. Amanda
Yeah,
Serrano had that happen. They had to cancel her homecoming fight in Puerto
yeah,
Rico. So
yeah.
because that's chemicals. It's not just like regular stuff you putting in your hair. That's chemicals and stuff. So they I guess it burned her eye, had her face all swole up. She had to go to the doctor multiple times, tried to get them to clear. They wouldn't do it. So like having that happen in the middle of the fight, and he finished the fight too. But he could have stopped because that's something that's serious. But hey, they was wiping his face off and it's all good. Now me personally, the way I look at it is, well, shoot, I never seen nobody take no knees like that. So if he took a knee, then hey, it's up to the ref to decide what to do in that point. It's a judgment call because anybody could tell he wasn't hurt from no punch. Like, shoot, like if a fighter taking a knee like that, that means something might be wrong. So yeah, the ref got to go ahead and make a judgment call. Like, look how many fighters we done seen seem like they okay, walk back to their locker room and then collapse, like Pritchard Cologne. And he a vegetable now, can't use none of his limbs because he was taking shots to the back of the head and the ref ain't say nothing. And he lost that fight by disqualification because his corner took the gloves. So he ended up paralyzed, can't use none of his body, and the ref ain't make no calls on that. But the disqualification still stands, even though he ended up that way. So it's things like that happen in boxing and people complaining this much about a knee, but they're not looking at stuff like that. I mean, come on. It's one of them things where it's double standards. Depending on who the fighter is, it's going to be a big deal or not. So that's the whole reason that thing's a big issue right there.
No, I mean nobody's complaining about the hair
Hold
grease.
on,
It's
what's up,
the
Big
fact
Dog
there's no
Willie?
point.
Boxing, hold on, Boxing. What's up, Big Dog Willie?
I think I put in the chat. I was trying. My
You gotta
phone's
put it in
tripping,
the
but
private. You gotta put in the
huh?
private chat. You gotta put in the private.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, somebody, if you take a knee, they expect the count to happen. Nobody's saying they can't take a knee. Nobody's saying they didn't have hair grease. But it looked like
Boxing
that.
Hackers. Boxing Hackers.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
care, bro. I don't want to talk about this. No
Okay.
cap. What's up? We're on the panel. What's going on? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
No cap.
I just wanted to say it's called A-side privilege. Tank took the knee because he got A-side privilege. The referee.
Somebody be honest.
That's what it. But somebody brought up Floyd when they rushed and had the mayhem. I brought that up too when the referee supposed to disqualify Floyd Mayweather, but he knew you don't give Floyd Mayweather his first loss in that type of fashion. So he made the right call, but not this part where he made the right call. It's the same thing with Tank. It was a mistake, and it was a stupid move by Tank, but A-side privilege. See, when Devin Haney actually achieved something, it become a draw, he can have A-side privilege too. But he did have A-side privilege because how many times did he get knocked down by Ryan and they didn't stop the fight? He's supposed to get KO. You know what I'm saying? So it go both ways.
Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest.
Bringing that up, bro. Like Tank
I'd,
took a knee.
I'd
Like
say
They
the
can't help
I'd say the Floyd situation was different because even though
Oh
even though
man,
Floyd was
does
the
not
one who
want to
got
admit
hit
it.
with a low
Does not
blow in
want
the
to admit it.
rabbit punch, even though Floyd was the one who got hit with a low blow in the rabbit punch, he was the only person not involved in that brawl. His corner was, Zab's corner was. Zab even jumped in and tried to take a swing at Roger Mayweather. Floyd was the only one who didn't participate. So who knows? Maybe the ref took that into consideration. But the rules of boxing say your corner can't come up in the ring like that. Nobody from your side can come up in the ring like that. So, by the rules,
Phoenix. So you're not going.
so by
Phoenix,
the
you're not going to
rules,
admit it.
Phoenix,
Phoenix,
no,
you're
that's
not
what
going
I'm
to admit that he
saying.
had A-side
That's
privilege.
what I'm saying. By the rules, Floyd should have lost because his corner stepped up in there first. I'm saying, looking at the entire situation, who knows what was on the ref's mind? Maybe he did make that judgment call that since Floyd was the only one who didn't participate in the brawl, that's why he let it slide. Who knows?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not in the ref's head, but by the rules, Floyd should have lost that. He
Okay.
didn't though,
And by the
and
rules,
I'm
that
pointing
Tank
that
should have
out.
been counted for. But by the rules, Tank should have been counted down for a knee, right?
Which is what I said, that the ref probably just made whatever judgment call after
But there's
it didn't go
You're
down
breaking
from
up,
the punch.
Alan.
All right,
You
let's check
know,
out this video. Let's check out this video.
The last fight, you want to go out on? Like, who do you have anybody in mind?
Hold on, I ain't never played no I keep videos on here. I don't know if he gonna be tripping and be trying to flag my shit.
Oh, well, don't play. Well, I was looking for it. That's the only one I could find. But so he might flag it. He's kind of a dick. So let me look for another one. Okay.
All right. Yeah, man, you gotta watch some of these creators. They be, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess if that's how you want to be about your shit, but I don't, I be trying to do like the fight hypes and stuff like that because they don't mind. But let me see what y'all talking about. GM, you gotta click the link and put it in the private chat. I can't click it from the StreamYard. Or somebody put it in the private chat. I think Jab Queen Boxing be putting Jab Queen Boxing Key with the T. They asking for a show. Miss Barbara D. They asking for a show. They want all woman panel talking about boxing.
That's right.
Yeah. Why won't you guys do that? That'd be tight.
I don't know. Maybe we could see. Maybe we could throw it on one of my days, the Tuesday nights, the Friday, the Sunday. I don't know. People got schedules. People be busy.
But you need Bella Faith there too, right? You need the other side.
No, Ashley's corner, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Ashley's corner too.
Ashley's corner.
too.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah.
dope. Maybe we'll just do a surprise show.
Yeah, that'd be tight.
Yep. Got to do it too.
She say that will be fun. Okay.
Well, Key
do
was
a little-
enlightening, if I can say.
And I want to see a debate too.
I had never heard her before. I've seen her in the chats, but I had never heard her come up. But she's quite enlightening and was really a breath of fresh air for a new person coming on the panel.
so Key is always on point. He is always on point.
I had never heard her on the panel. Huh?
Yeah, that's why she key with the T.
Yeah, yeah. So she's a breath of fresh air. So and
That's Dr.
Ariana
T.
hasn't come up on the panel yet either.
All right,
You
here
know
we go,
why
y'all.
Key's used
Oh,
to
go
that
ahead,
because she has
Devin.
to keep order with upper.
What
All
happened?
right, here we go. Here we go. Let's get this settled once and for all, because I'm sick of y'all.
Espinoza said Shakur turned down a one-fight deal to fight you because he wanted a multi-fight deal. What's your thoughts on that?
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. He's not even worth it. Come on, bro.
Anyways,
Bam gotta fight somewhere else and prove himself and then like, you feel me? You know how they got UFC and like the underground shit? He gotta fight on the underground shit and then get that.
you gotta go to the G League.
You have an idea what your walkout fit might be?
Who would you say is more accomplished in the sport, Lamont Roach or Shakur Stevens?
Confidence in the sport. What you a Shakur fan or some shit?
No, I said Lamont Roach or Shakur Stevens.
Why you keep bringing up Shakur? He's fighting mad fighters out here. I'm fighting Shakur. I mean, I'm fighting Lamont. You keep bringing up Shakur. Get out of here. You from New Jersey or something?
No, I'm from here, from DC.
Yeah, what's the problem? That's probably why. I will fuck Shakur up and that nigga.
Steven Espinoza said Shakur turned down a.
So he's clearly irritated because they keep asking him about Shakur Stevenson and he in the Lamont Roach fight. Clearly.
He clearly doesn't want to fight either, so that's what I got from
Okay,
that.
well, he don't want to fight Boxing Hacker. Now what?
Yeah, I mean it's terrible. I mean, what else can we
Okay,
say?
now what? What else can Shakur do? Like, why y'all
You know,
hinging his career
y'all
on
are
another man, bruh? Damn, why he
when
don't do what David
man.
Benavidez did? When Canelo ain't want to fight him, what did he do? He kept it moving, bruh.
What
Why
We
are
got to
y'all
get him up out of here.
stuck
what's
We got to
on
wild?
this
get him up out of here.
Benavidez?
What? Calm down, Phoenix. But what's wild about
Ain't
this
about
is
to calm down. You got to get him up out of
you always talk about.
here. He's
Hold on, one
ruining
second.
good conversations.
Hold
He's
on.
ruining good
When
conversations.
EJ and Crawford were lined up, right, and we wanted that fight for a long time. Nobody was like, "Well, now that Crawford doesn't want to fight, what now? What's he gonna do?" Now that nobody was saying that because both sides wanted to fight.
Boxing Hacker,
You
I
know,
don't care
when
what
Pacquiao
nobody's
and
saying. You
Floyd
just said he
wanted to
clearly
fight for
doesn't want to.
years,
So
I've
what is
never.
Shakur going to do? If Tank don't
Boxing
fight
Hacker.
him, what is he gonna
Boxing
do? What is he
Hacker.
gonna do?
Hold on. This the thing, Boxing Hacker. You just gotta disagree
Damn.
so we can move on. That's the issue we have, and we don't
It's
agree.
never going to happen. We're going to have to move on and leave him behind. That's the way the things go. If
Phoenix, you don't
you
even know
fall
anything about
behind, you
boxing,
get left
Phoenix.
behind.
All right, go ahead.
I
I
don't,
just disagree. I could do
my
that.
experience from boxing comes from a gym, not fighting our champion, dude.
Oh
So come
my
on.
gosh. Well, you
Yeah.
obviously don't have much experience.
Or you say you learn boxing at NASA. Is that what it was?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Hold on. Shout out to JB Sports in the building.
Hey,
What
how's
up,
it
JB
going?
Sports?
I see we talking about what Crawford and Spence again. That's
Nah,
been
we not. We not.
well,
We
let's
not
talk
talking
about
about
that. Well, let's talk about
no.
the card though. Crawford, Canelo, how the undercard gonna shape up? I think hopefully Turkey load up that undercard, man. I know Tail been saying he want to get on the undercard. Maybe we get Tail and Boots on that undercard. Load up that undercard here in Las Vegas, like they do up in Riyadh.
It's gonna be the
Only
most
place Theo need to be is in the dirt.
I don't think this gonna be the most expensive card in boxing history.
Maybe
Turkey's
for the
gonna make it
payouts
happen.
they're giving to the fighters. Maybe for the payouts they're giving.
They supposed to be giving what they say Crawford making $100 million. That's what
Yeah,
I
man.
heard.
Salute to them, man.
The fight
Blessings to
won't even make
Turkey.
100 million.
No, Canelo is getting 50 million for this fight with Crawford, but he signed a 200 million 4-fight deal. The first fight was with Skull that he already had. The second fight is with Crawford, and the other two they haven't announced. But he was the only one who they told they published how much money he was getting. He's supposed to have a $200 million deal, but they haven't said what Crawford is making. And there was some people mentioned on the undercard, but I forgot what I had seen because I wasn't paying that much attention to it. I was just looking at the first fight with Crawford and Canelo. But that will be the most expensive card, that's for sure.
Hold on,
Yeah.
shout out to Why You
If
Mad
only it could be the
Toya
most lucrative.
and them on the panel.
Who's on
Why
it?
You Mad Toya?
Why
What's
you
your 2
mad?
cents? What you got for the show?
What's the topic? What y'all talking about?
Are we talking about Canelo Crawford and the undercard? Who gonna be on the undercard? And we just talking about Canelo Crawford because it just came up.
Oh, okay. Who y'all got?
I think Canelo gonna win. But I got a question about that. But I'm gonna let GM get his 2 cents off. GM, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Nah, I just want to come up here because Big Dog Willie had said that he had that video where Tank said he had sent the contract, and then y'all played the video, and then he dipped off. Y'all peeped that?
He went to go find another video, I think,
Ain't no
because
other video. He never said
I
that
didn't want to
shit.
play that. I keep it. Yeah, I know he never said that. That's why I asked him to
Tell him
find a
keep
video.
super chatting $5 capping. Stop coming up here capping, bro, for free. This shit crazy. That's all I had to say.
So I want to
All
make
right, GM.
about this Tank and Shakur stuff. Like, what's the why y'all not reading in between the lines? When Tank had his
Thank you.
when he had the promo for him and Roach, he said he had did some interviews with some podcasts, and he said the reason why, if you read between the lines, why he not giving him the fight. They had a falling out back in the day. He tried to put him on game about Floyd.
Well, do you know what the falling out was according to Shakur? According to Shakur, the falling out was right with his ninth fight. Whoever he fought in his ninth fight on the Terrence Crawford undercard. Because he was happy about it.
Shakur
And Tank blasted him
is a
on
snake,
Twitter
man.
over it.
Shakur is a snake, and he know that Shakur is a snake. He not giving him the payday. He don't have to if he don't want to.
I
That's
mean,
what I'm.
Ryan Garcia talked shit about Tank for years, and he fought Ryan Garcia. So I don't even understand what we're talking
No,
But
about.
they
but
took
Ryan,
4 years to build
Yeah,
their
like
fight up.
What did
Garcia
Ryan Garcia
also
do?
Lomachenko talked shit about Tank too.
also Ryan Garcia also agreed to all the stipulations to get that fight. He
Okay,
never
then let Tank get stipulations. Let
That's
Tank
because he
go.
believed in
had no
himself.
beef. He never
Bye,
had no
Toya.
beef
Let
with
people
Ryan.
talk. Go ahead, Toya.
Go ahead, Toya.
All I gotta say is Shakur ain't shit. They try to build his name up off Tank.
The man on the undercard
They
is
trying to
being
build his name. Hold up. They try to this is why Tank was saying. I translate for you. He was saying Shakur ain't shit. He ain't got no juice. But he trying to come in like he got big nuts and he got something to come to the table with. It can make demands and get motherfucker like they got a super fight. Shakur ain't no super fight. They gonna do the same numbers as Roach and Frank
the
Martin and them.
the
Shakur
man
need to
on
go
the
beat up
undercard is
some
good,
niggas
bro.
on the top rank that's undefeated, but he failed to do that. He didn't build. He should have fought Muratala. He took his O. He should have fought a couple other dudes, and he would have been on his way. Keyshawn passing him up after Keyshawn knock out
Pass,
Dos Santos and then fight T.O. He gonna fight Tank.
and he gonna pass Shakur up Shakur on the undercard again. They using this man to build the cards up. He can't even see between the lines of that. They using Shakur. They using him to build this card up. Turkey got him on the undercard again. This is second fight he on the undercard. He was just on the undercard with Better Beef and Bevo. And
Well,
he
it
supposed to
just
be this.
Yeah, you can kind of see it
He's
with that,
supposed
but
to be
not
the
this.
He's the
top.
co-main, by the way.
while you mad, Toya, in his defense, he's now on the undercard. In Saudi Arabia, he was on the undercard. So at least he moved up one under. He moving up.
Yeah,
He's
he
Man,
co-main.
he's
He,
the
he,
He the
undercard,
most
man. He's the
accomplished
co-main.
undercard
he was
fighter in
co-main to
boxing.
He
co-main
trying to
last
move
time. He
He's
the
the
up.
co-main
co-main
of
this
the
time.
undercard.
Yeah.
But
He
hold on,
moving
see,
up.
y'all not even saying nothing about him not being the main event, but being treated as the main event. Does that make sense to any of y'all?
And
how
who
you
said he being treated like the main
treated as the
event,
main event?
Toussaint?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy. That
so
is.
But do you know what that is? He got the biggest name but the most boring fights, and they don't want
I
people
think David
leaving
Morrell
that.
name bigger than his.
Yeah,
Phoenix is
No,
correct. Also,
but
no, Phoenix is
but they
correct.
but
got
think
listen,
about
they
this.
got
Think
Berlanga.
about this. Think
Think about you on Berlanga's undercard. Are y'all serious? Come
No,
on,
well.
bro.
Think about
no,
what just happened. Think
hey,
about
no,
what just happened this last weekend.
he doesn't want to
He
main
can't afford to have that
event
happen in the
the
main
last
event
fight.
again.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
worried about that.
yeah.
They know Shiraz Berlanga. Whatever happened, it's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a barn burner. They figure they look
Yeah.
at maybe
Yeah,
Shakur
and
might 12 the pay.
whoever David Morrell fight gonna be a barn burner. That nigga's a dog.
Yeah, Morrell. Yeah, he's a
yeah,
fight
but
fighter
Morel
too.
lost.
So how can y'all think it's such this great demand for a Tank Shakur fight when people don't want to see Shakur even on as the main event? Like it don't even make
We,
sense. Like
but
your
Because they
name
want
is
looking
to
for
see
that
it.
welfare check from
your
Tank.
your
They want the
name is
welfare
big.
check
Hold on,
from Tank.
your name is big, but nobody want to watch your fight. That's crazy. Tell me who that makes sense. We're gonna
People
use
want to see it.
to
Nobody.
promote the fight. Boxing Hacker, just wait your turn. You're gonna use my name to promote the fight because people know my name, but people not interested in watching me fight. That is crazy. That's a very bad spot to
He
be in.
been
Y'all
using.
realize
He
that.
need, and that's
Yeah.
Eddie Hearn. That's Eddie Hearn problem though. That's what I'm saying. This supposed to be his promoter. Man, they using your name to build the card up for belonging, and you still on the undercard.
I mean, at least he's getting the fight.
But
But yeah, you should be a
that
main
is
event.
wild though, Toussaint. You right. That is wild. How the hell you using my name to build a car, but I'm still not good enough to be a main event? That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
he's not. And it's
Hey,
also
they
not
just
the
did it to
undercard.
Devin.
He's on the co-main. He's on the other. He's on the co-main guy.
Yeah,
No,
See,
no.
here we go. A
People always
co-main is
people always
not the
say
main event, bro. Stop it,
Malanga
Hacker.
If you
saying
if
it's
you're
no
not the main
co-main. The
event, you're
undercard
the
is a different section
undercard.
of the
If you're
event.
not the
Hold
undercard,
on. What
you
had
if
that
you're not the
G
main, you're the pro. They got
No,
two. You know how the zone does. They have preliminary fights, which is going to be for free, and then they got
yeah,
the main card.
no.
Every
Oh my
fight
God,
that's not the main event is the undercard.
that's
It doesn't
not
matter if it's the
true.
prelim.
They
Yes, it is
separate them
true.
out. They separate the
They
events
st-
out. They
like I
literally
said,
call it within the fight event.
they have the prelims which they show free, and that's
Who's
Yeah,
separate
closing the
from the
show,
main
Hacker?
card, which
and
is
they
the
Who's
have an
closing
first
the
undercard.
show?
sentence I said.
Who's
The
closing the
first
show,
sentence
Box
I
Hacker?
said.
Yeah,
Who's
and
closing
they
the
have an
show?
yeah, yeah. No,
No. Who's
he's not.
closing the show?
Before we go any further, let me just explain to this guy, right?
Who's
They're the
closing
You don't
the
need
prelim.
to
I'm
show?
about
explain
to answer your question. The
anything to me,
prelim.
boxing hacker.
They
Oh,
announced the
short,
prelim
slow bus dude.
during the
Listen,
during the
listen.
event. They announced the prelims
Boxing
during the event.
hacker.
They announced
One
the
Boxing
mic.
undercard.
hacker.
One mic. One
Hey,
mic.
Oh,
hey.
let me just wait.
Don't let him dumb up the
No,
conversation.
because you're
He
not
done
saying it
said too
right.
much
No,
already.
no, be quiet. Hold
Hey,
on one second. Hold on
listen,
one second.
listen,
You're not saying
man.
the right thing. You're making up shit,
Listen.
man. There are there are
You in
multiple sections
special
of a
ed
fight
trying
event.
to teach algebra, man. Stop
Bro,
this.
bro,
Stop.
listen.
Stop,
There's a
please.
prelim, there's
Please.
an undercard,
No,
there's a co-main and a
please.
main. When the fight
Please.
happens, and listen
This
carefully,
dude.
they
I
announce
don't
each
need to
section of
listen
the
to
fight.
you.
They
I
say
don't need
on
to listen
the
to
second
you
bout,
because it's
on a
already
co-main
what I
event,
said
this is
in my
happening. On a
first
undercard, this is
sentence,
what's
man.
happening. He's
Come
not
on.
on
Hey,
that
somebody cut
section of
his
the
mic
event.
off. Somebody cut his mic
No,
off.
put your own mic off. What are you talking about?
Because this is
The
what I
fuck?
said in my first sentence. My
No,
very first
this talking about
sentence
put your mic
was
off.
that they
This is
have
not
preliminary
non-civil.
cards. They have the preliminary card, and then they
on
have the main
YouTube.
event. Because
That
y'all
is
know
not
that the zone.
true.
Listen,
You're not telling the truth.
listen.
Do you not
What do
watch
you mean? I'm not
fights?
telling them.
No, because they
You're saying
announce
there's
it.
not a preliminary card and a
There's
main
a
card.
preliminary.
You're
There's a
saying
preliminary.
there's not
There's
two
an
separate
undercard.
cards.
There's a
Okay, is
co-main, and there's a main. That's how it
okay.
works. They
Listen,
announce each
listen,
section.
Hey, the
listen, boy.
co-main ain't the main. That's the
Listen.
co-main.
Okay. Hey,
Robin is
yo,
not Batman,
Exactly.
nigga.
hold on. Hey, I done started talking before boxing hacker. Now a third person hopping in. Come on now. Shoot. They got preliminary cards. Preliminary cards will usually be shown free as part of the event overall. And then they
Yeah.
have the main card, which is the one that they'll normally charge for. And the main card has the undercard people and the main event.
And
There's
the
two different
co-main.
cards. The
And the
preliminary,
co-main.
it
Oh
doesn't
my
matter if it's
God.
not the main event. Everything that's
Oh
not
my
the
God.
main event is considered the
All right, we're
undercard
That
not about to
isn't
hold
because
on,
that is
true.
hold on.
listen, that is
Hold on,
they
Phoenix.
might put a
Hold on,
it's
Phoenix.
like
We're
it's
not about to argue
okay.
about this. We're not about to argue about this. Here is the tweet from Javante Davis that y'all keep talking about. Ninja sent him a contract. He went elsewhere. Get off my drink, you drink eater. This is fake. Do y'all see that this is from the ex Javante Twitter with the two A's at the end? That's his fake. That's the other fake account, Javante account. This is not from the original Javante Tank Davis. So can we please stop with the narrative that Tank said he sent the contract? He did not. The tweet is fake. Any questions?
Yep.
Thank you. It's over. Stop saying that. He didn't say he sent them a
All right. Let
contract.
me
That was a fake tweet.
all right, let me
Boxer
say
Hacker,
one
I
thing.
asked you a question. You said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Phoenix. I thought you was done." Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say this. Look at events wherever they got first, second, and third. Are they gonna call the person in second place the co-winner, or is he somebody else that's up there on the pedestal? He ain't first place. Do we
It's
call
not
him
the
the
same.
co-winner or
It's not
not?
the same thing, bro. Like I
It is the
don't.
same thing because hey, listen,
It's not the same
either you
thing,
the
dude.
main hey, listen,
You just
either
be
you the
saying
main
goddamn
event
thing,
or you on the
bro. It's
undercard.
not the
Either
same
you the
thing.
main event or you on the undercard. It don't matter if they want
It's
to call it
not the
co-main.
way.
Look,
Okay,
they
you know
could
what? It
call
doesn't
it
even matter.
co-main.
But just for the
Why
sake
Listen,
y'all
of
can't
logic.
Listen,
One at a
hey,
time. Why
boxing
y'all
hacker,
can't
you got to
talk
stop
one
cutting
at a
people
time?
off. You got to stop cutting
Go
people off.
ahead.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead. You
They
can
could
go
call
ahead.
it they could call it co-main. They could call it main junior. They could call it almost main, but it's not main event. That's
Okay.
under the main event. It's on the
Okay.
undercard. What's so hard for you to understand about that, boy?
Okay, so the reason why I'm saying to you is this, right? There is a section of the fight event that's called the undercard. They announce it. When you watch any fight and you listen carefully,
It's a
they
dumbass
announce it when
argument, bro. He's on
they
the
announce it
fucking
when the
undercard.
preliminary.
He's not the
No,
main event. It's
wait.
nothing to argue
Hey, it
about.
is what it
It's
is.
nothing to
He's not the
argue
main
about.
event.
Undercard fight.
Right.
But
That's
we're
the
not gonna
whole
sit here and
point.
pretend he's on the undercard when he's not. The undercard is
He's
he's
on the
not.
undercard.
Boxing
Why
actor,
am I always
bro.
getting
What
muted?
the
No, it's not in that
fuck,
section.
man?
That's all it is.
So drink.
How you go from panel to
It
panel
don't
Yeah,
with
matter.
the
like I said, you
same
would call it
shit?
the co-main, the co-feature. He's the
I
fight
mean,
before the
really,
main
it
event.
don't
Yeah, he's the
goddamn
fight before.
matter.
It is
He
what
ain't
it is.
closing out the card. That's it.
Yeah,
He
It's
ain't the
that's
main
over.
it.
card.
That's it. I'm just saying I'm just saying he's misspeaking. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, boxing
Anyway,
hacker are appetizers the same as the main dish just because they on the table too?
Dude, these analogies don't compare, bro. The analogies
Nah,
don't work.
now it's
Let's
this.
stop
Now
it.
it's that.
It
Boxing.
doesn't.
So why did Shakur say that shit on the Breakfast Club?
Yeah, he
But
doesn't
made
like
it
the
true.
fact he's not the main event. He's a co-main. Yes, I agree. He probably should be a main event.
So he's
But
an
it's not to
undercard
say there isn't.
shorty.
But he
But it's
He
is
not
in
to
the
shouldn't
main
be.
say.
He
event.
shouldn't be the main event, and this is why he's not. Berlanga fought
Yeah,
Canelo on pay per view. Shakur never been on pay per view. Hamza
but he
Tarak,
lost.
Turkey's fighter. So what? He still fought on pay per view. So Hamza's
I
like
can
everybody
say,
that Tank beat, they went on to become bigger stars. It's Brian and Rowe earlier just had all Tank's
All
past the
take
I'm
previous
a
folks
telling
was
you,
bowl.
they just
headlining
had
the
the
All
card.
leftover. They just had the
headline.
leftover bowl. Didn't you just watch
Right.
let
the
me ask
You know
y'all
leftover
a
what I'm saying?
bowl?
question. Let me ask y'all a question though. To Shakur Stevenson, he can't even headline over Belonga. Like, and y'all really think he should be Tank Davis should be on the phone trying to negotiate a fight with him?
With them
Like,
fight.
that's what I'm saying. Like, what are we
Shakur's fighting Roach.
talking
What
about?
are we talking about?
Oh
Who
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
like
too late now.
who's
He
more
fighting the
popular, Roach or
Fade and Tank
Shakur?
fighting Roach.
Yeah, come on, man.
So they probably
Nigga,
Let's
can't
not do
talk
that.
Shakur
about
was
that
calling.
after.
We'll
You know,
go.
both of them got
Nigga,
to take care of
Shakur was
business.
calling out Lamont Roach. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Bro,
and
if
that was
Tank
when
can
everybody.
fight Roach, he can fight Shakur. Shakur is way more popular than
Why do y'all
Roach.
keep comparing that? And let me tell you something else, Boxing Hacker. If he wanted the opportunity, he would have taken it. That's just it, yo. I don't understand why that's so hard for you to understand. When you are on a double undercard, then you're on another undercard. If somebody calls you to make a fight, and I don't give a damn what y'all say, it's going to be the biggest bag he's made in his career thus far. You take the opportunity. This is not the first time that he has skirted out on an opportunity. So I don't want to hear any of this shit. He call out whoever he wants to. Are he making moves to fight the people he's calling out? No, he's not. But I guarantee you he made that goddamn Kid Austin goddamn fight mighty fast. He make every other fight where he think he got the upper hand mighty fast. When are y'all gonna face the facts? He's only a dog when he's not facing a real one.
He damn sure
So there
did.
was
He
what
damn
offer you
sure did
talking about?
call the payday on the
There
phone.
was no offer given. I don't know why we keep going back to this offer that never happened.
You
Why
got
we
We keep
cooked,
keep
talking
Boxing
going
about
back
who.
to
Hacker.
the offer?
You're getting
Boxing
cooked by
Hacker,
the
let it
females, Hacker,
go,
bro.
bro.
Yo, the
We don't
females are
want to
cooking
keep
you,
going
Hacker,
back
bro.
and back over and over, bro. We trying to move forward, and I'm trying to ask, what is it saying about Shakur Stevenson that he can't? He's treated like the main event, but he's not the main event. Like, are they saying that to appease him, like to coddle him? Like, because if somebody told me something like that, I'd be like, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Like you my side chick, but I'm gonna treat you like my wife. But I got my real wife at the crib. Like, what are we talking about?
That shit is disrespectful if you
Yeah, that's
They
Turkey just
they
looking out for charades. He looking out for charades. That's his real. That's his real duty. Really
they
looking out
they,
for charades.
they
He trying to
smacking
give him
Shakur because
a title shot to set up a Canelo fight down the road. He really looking out for charades. Really, that's why he got him in the main event versus Berlanga, who's been in the pay per view main event with Canelo. So that's what that's really about. It's not really so much about
Exactly.
Well,
Shakur. It's about
he better
charades.
hope he don't get another upset like he did Rolly because Berlanga fuck around and knock Shiraz out.
Because Shiraz is
they have
moving
to go
up.
beat the shit
That's
out
the
of
other thing.
Berlanga.
Shiraz is moving up in weight today.
So give Shakur his own card then.
Why would they do that? They're not
they
gonna make
don't,
no
because
money,
they not gonna
Toussaint.
make no money off that shit.
Turkey don't respect Shakur like that. That's just what it is.
He don't. He
They
Shakur,
just
you
seen
talk
they seen the
crazy.
Cannon
You
fight.
talk
They seen the
crazy about
Cannon
Turkey,
fight.
he
But who
apologized, and then
does?
Turkey put up in
Who
the back of
does
the room.
respect Shakur like that is the
Eddie
question.
Hearn don't even Eddie Hearn don't even believe in the nigga because why he giving Boots he picking Boots up in the ring, giving the nigga his hometown fights. He not giving Shakur shit.
Yeah,
And they
Boots is
fight in New
solid.
York. They could have easily fought in Jersey. It's only a 20-minute drive, bruh.
Like that's crazy. But motherfucker,
Yeah,
but he
Shakur
want to
don't want
keep
the big
telling that
fights.
Turkey. I mean, he keep telling that Eddie Hearn is the best promoter, but nigga keep disrespecting you. Man, that nigga got to be dumb or delusional. One of the two.
He's a good
To be
promoter though.
honest, Shakur lost popularity going to Eddie Hearn. Top Rank was doing a better job promoting. He lost
Yeah, man,
popularity since he
ESPN.
went to Eddie Hearn.
How?
Hey, y'all know what it is? Y'all know what it is? What I think it is? I think they're getting ready to cash Shakur out. Because think about it. He went on this free agency. Now, who have we seen him fight since he moved to 135? He's fought Yoshino, who just got smacked a couple of weeks ago. I forgot who it was who had knocked him out. And then he fought Edwin De Los Santos. He fought Howard Tunian, and he just fought Josh Padley after pulling out of the fight with Cordina with hand injuries. And he said he had hand injuries for De Los Santos and Howard Tunian. So when we're looking at that, he's got hand injuries, and he already wasn't a knockout artist. And then people accuse him of being boring, saying he just running around the ring doing nothing. And we've seen how people responded to this last weekend. Without Tank, there isn't another big name that people care to see Shakur fight. Because anytime you talk about Shakur fighting, it's Tank, 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 Tank. They don't talk about nothing else because that's what they've been building him up for ever since they done moved him up to 135. And that's what he's been using to hype himself up this entire time too. So if Tank is gone, whether he retires or he fights Shakur and beat him, there's nowhere else left for Shakur to go because he spent so much time building his name up with Tanks. So if it ain't a Tank fight, they don't got nowhere else for him. So they're trying to make him as popular as possible without turning people off by putting him as the main event and having to be a snoozer. So that way, hopefully, they can get him one big fight and then just be done with him. Because I don't know if any promoter is going to be talking about giving him a multi-fight deal for what he wants when they're not going to be putting him in the main event because they don't want to have to worry about, okay, we don't want to be known as the people who put on a boring card of people walking out during the main event. Promoters got to consider all that. That's what I think is happening.
Shout out to GM with the 499 in the super chat. He says, "Cap, dog, silly. Cap and ran. I see why you like Shakur." Shout out GM.
So wait, the whole thing about Tank and Shakur, Shakur's not gonna make any money without Tank. Remember one thing, they're lined up. It's a mega fight. When Pacquiao and Floyd are lined up, whenever you see Floyd, they only ask
They're
about
lined up
Pacquiao.
because he keeps
Whenever you see
aligning himself
Pacquiao,
with
you only when
Shakur.
EJ and Crawford were lined up, it was the same thing. When Wilder and AJ were lined up, it was the same thing. That's
But
how it
there's a
works.
difference. There's a
No, it's
difference.
not. That's
No,
how
no,
it is.
listen. The one
They're lined
difference
up
is
for a mega fight.
Both Pacquiao and Floyd were consistently selling over 1 million in pay-per-view buys each on their own before they fought each other. Shakur is not doing that.
Okay, what about Bud and
And
EJ?
it's a
Were they
known
doing
fact
that?
that the
Was
same
Bud doing that?
demographic is not really going to do that much money, bruh. They're the
What?
same
EJ definitely was
demographic.
doing it.
EJ was Bud
definitely was
doing that.
doing it.
I asked you, was Bud doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
But
Bud got a
Was
welfare
Bud
check
wasn't doing that,
too.
right?
Bud wasn't doing that, and their fight only did 600,000.
Yeah,
Bud and
you guys are
Tank.
talking about money, but when you're lined up for a mega fight, people only gonna ask you about that other
They
person.
use mega
Every
fight within the
interview,
context of a fight that makes a lot of money. They're not just throwing it out there for
Crawford
no
had,
reason.
they always had context about EJ. They always ask him about EJ. What about EJ? How close every interview EJ had, it was always about Bud. It's just how it is. Like
And how
the
long it
fact
took that fight to happen? Long ass
That
time.
doesn't
Right?
that doesn't make it a
and
mega
that
fight.
sucks. And that sucks. Devin and Tank never happened. Y'all realize that, right? We missed
Devin
out on
ran out
Devin
the
and Tank.
division.
Devin was in the division for over 5 years, bro.
And he
That was Devin's fault.
He ran.
Okay, he wasn't relevant. He
at
wasn't
the
at the top
division
for like
since he
1
was
year. He was
17.
at the top for the division for 1 year.
Bro, he was at the division. No, he
And
was
he
a
left.
WBC champion. He was a WBC champion for years. First off,
was not a super fight.
Right, he was chasing Lomachenko. He wasn't trying to fight Tank.
no, he was chasing Tank as well.
He was not chasing Tank.
Y'all say these things, yo,
he-
but I don't believe them. Given the
It
recent
happened.
history and even the older history of Bill Heaven and Devin Haney, they say anything, man. Don't you see the play boxing hacker? You not slow, bruh. Attach your name to
Yes,
the
he
bigger
is.
star and let them and ride their fucking coattail. That is the play with all of these niggas that can't sell on their own. Look at Brian Norman Jr. Look
Why
at
you lie to that boy?
Shakur Stevenson. Look at Keyshawn Davis. All of these niggas align themselves with other niggas so they can have eyes on them. You don't see Abdullah Mason doing that shit. He never talk about none of these niggas, bruh. Because he goes in the ring and he steps on shit. Only people clout chasing and hanging on to other niggas is niggas that can't do the shit on their own. Why can't you see that? And it's
it sounds
obvious because he's an undercard shorty. You can say whatever you want to, you and the 6 other fans he got, but let me tell you something. Numbers, bruh. Men lie, women lie. Numbers fucking don't. He don't got the numbers, bruh.
Yeah, you know,
that all sounds good, right? That sounds good. Yeah,
Hey,
it sounds
don't
really
leave.
good.
Hey, hold on. There's one thing. Shakur, wait. Shakur does have numbers. Shakur does have numbers. Number of tweets he be putting out daily. That's it.
You
Problem
got
with
to do
Shakur
that
is he
all
did it
day
to himself.
show, 2 cents.
What you say,
like
Mr.
no
Greg?
career.
Hold on. What you say, Mr. Greg?
I just repeated. You just got to do the all ladies show.
Oh yeah, man, it's gonna go down. We gotta let some of these fellas up here to get roasted. We're gonna have an all lady show. It's gonna be called The Roast. And all y'all can come up here and get roasted that don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
Yeah.
By an all female panel. Yeah, it could go down up here.
I'll watch that.
Yeah, that'd be good. Well, Shakur, look here. Shakur got Zepeda coming up. You know, Zepeda coming forward, no head movement, flat-footed. If he don't look good in this fight, this guy's tailor-made for you. You a sharpshooter. You're supposed to be a sharpshooter. You're a guy that got the hands. You got the good 1-2, good jab. You need to put on a dominating performance. We don't need to see another Oscar Valdez performance where you beat him and you won the fight convincingly, but it wasn't an exciting fight. You need to cook Zepeda. If you don't cook Zepeda, then that's going to be a bad situation for Shakur, man, because his style is really tailor-made for Shakur. He can't 12-0 the guy and beat him by unanimous decision. He need to put on a Mayweather, Arturo Gatti type of performance on Zepeda, man, because his style is tailor-made for him. So let's see what he
Man,
do.
that's what he should have done to Padley. That Mayweather Gotti is what he should have done to Padley. He ain't about to do that to somebody throwing 100 punches around.
I bet on the early
Yeah, we'll see. Like I say, he got like I said, because his performances. That's why Turkey got him as a co-main, because he seen him in the last call with the Better Be Bivol rematch. You know, he didn't put on a great performance as far as a crowd pleasing performance. He dominated Padley, stopped him, but it was a fight that was boring. So I'm saying he need to really step it up against Zepeda. He brings a style that should bring his all his attributes and all his skills out.
Was that
He better hope Zepeda. So he better hope Zepeda do the same thing Padley did, and not train until the last 2 days before the fight.
Was the
all right,
date
y'all.
changed
We've been
for the
on here
fight?
for about which fight, Mr. Greg?
Shakur Zepeda.
I don't know if we have a date. What's the original date?
I thought it was a date for it.
July 12th, I think.
July 12th.
Oh yeah, July 12th.
July 12th.
All right, we finna go around the panel. I've been on here about 3.5 hours tonight. Great conversation. We're gonna go around the panel, let everybody get their 2 cents off. But I'm gonna say this before we start. I think what Turkey Al-Sheikh has proven is that these fighters are overvaluing themselves. And let me tell you why. That performance that was just put on this weekend by T.O., Ryan, and Devin, they may be quote unquote elite fighters or top fighters, but they're not the event type of fighters. Those type of fighters need to be with a star level type of fighter in order to generate and make things happen. The fans may believe that these fighters are, they deserve this, or they should be getting this, or they should be getting that. When you're getting exactly what you deserve, especially in a sport where you're getting paid by what you generate. When you start overpaying these fighters, when these fighters are getting in positions and in places to where they didn't work to get there, when you give somebody something and they didn't work for it, it's not going to make them perform better. They're not going to raise their level of performance now to the income that they're receiving. It's going to have the exact opposite effect. And y'all absolutely just seen that happen this weekend. And I kept saying, I clearly stated it in a debate that I won, but it got overturned, that paying fighters more money for fights is going to get you weaker, less competitive fights, because these fighters are going to be getting overpaid to fight lesser competition. And can y'all tell me what just happened this weekend? Exactly that. Boxing Hacker, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Now you want to be quiet.
Hey, the Jeopardy music done. It's okay. Skip them, please.
Going twice. All right, Boxing Hacker. JB
Hallelujah,
Sports,
hallelujah.
what you got for the show?
Let's talk about Ryan Garcia.
You back, Box
Ryan
Hacker?
Garcia.
Hold on. Box Hacker,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
back?
yeah. Go ahead.
You
Yeah,
got
I'm
to go
ready.
ahead.
I got to run real quick. But yeah, shouts out to the chat and the panel, even Phoenix the Capper as well. But
Good
so
night,
here,
Hacker. Good night.
hey, so here's the thing, right? Like I'm always gonna say this, right? At the end of the day, like when it comes to Shakur and Tank, that's the fight most people want to see. You know, I think that's gonna be a mega fight. And as long as that fight's not happening, that's the fight people are gonna talk about. Whenever you mention Shakur, they're gonna mention Tank. Whenever you mention Tank, they're gonna mention Shakur. In interviews, that's exactly how it's going to work. You know, people keep talking about Shakur got an offer. Shakur didn't get an offer. He said it himself. And Tank never said he gave Shakur an offer. So people keep, I don't know where people are getting this from, and Snowden never said that they gave him an offer as well. But for this fight to happen, both guys need to talk about it. I hear what people are saying that Shakur is the one capping. Oh, he doesn't want to fight. He's just saying it. Then let Tank say it. If they don't want to go Turkey, let them give him a PBC offer. But at the end of the day, let them give him the offer. That's what's important. We fan bases, we may not agree, but we should both be on the same plane. Like we should both be pushing for this fight. It shouldn't be, oh, let's not have the fight happen. Both fan bases need to be on the same page with that. After that, I'm out, guys. Salute to you guys.
Peace out. I completely disagree. Shakur Stevenson has lost a lot of popularity. His value has went down. I mean, he's being treated as the main event, and he's not the main event. Like, what are we talking about? I don't think that there's a demand for that fight like Boxing Hacker thinks it is, in my opinion. And it's evident. People would rather see. I bet if you put a poll out, people would rather see Tank fight Keyshawn than Shakur Stevenson.
Yep.
Why are you mad, Toya? What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yo, I feel like I should be added to that all girls panel.
Yeah, come on with it.
The show, and I just want to say, I just want to say, like we gotta appreciate Tank for giving us good performances in the ring, because the shit we just saw this past weekend was
Thanks.
So just appreciate Tank for the fighter that he is, regardless of what the naysayers say. He put on a great performance every fight, regardless if he have an off fight or not. The past performance he's given us has been great, and he's been carrying the sport for a while with entertaining fights. And shout out to the fighters. The fights that's going on this weekend. Never Ready fighting, and we got more to tell you. So check that out. I hope y'all do a panel on that. We come back and talk about that fight.
Also, if y'all didn't know, Devin Haney's fighter is also fighting on Pro Box tomorrow. If y'all want to check him out.
Oh, that's on the Lubin home card.
Yeah.
That's gonna be. Oh, okay, they got some good fights on tomorrow. Yeah, they got that, and then they got the Moritalia and Navarrete card on ESPN. That whole card is stacked, so it's gonna be some good night of boxing tomorrow.
All right, shout out Why You Mad, Toya. We definitely could use you up there on that all-female panel.
I'm sorry,
Whenever we get it
Toya, I
together,
didn't
I'm gonna
see
let
you.
everybody know.
I
I'm gonna
didn't
let
see you,
everybody
Toya.
know.
I'll mention you as well.
Ladies' night. That's what we're gonna call it. Ladies' night.
There you go.
Right?
There it is, ladies' night.
JB Sports, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Okay, we've been talking about Tank and Shakur. I'm gonna talk about Ryan Garcia, man. Ryan Garcia got exposed this Saturday. That was the fight I was really more interested to watch, even than the Devin Haney fight and in the fight between Barbosa and Teofimo Lopez. I wanted to find out, will a real Ryan Garcia stand up? Was his power real or was it manufactured? And that question got answered. Was it a case of Devin Haney having the wrong game plan, or was Ryan Garcia like that? Did he have the power? Did he have the style and the punch output and could walk through punches and dominate his opponents with the left hook and stop opponent on the level of a Devin Haney? I think the question got answered this past weekend, man. It's been manufactured, man. He was a guy that didn't have no confidence. Once he got dropped by Rowley, he failed to let his hands go. He pulled an Adrian Broner. He had no confidence because he didn't have the help that he had.
Leave AB alone.
Not only before the Devin Haney fight, but we don't know when he started taking Ostarine. We just know that he got found with Ostarine's system after the Devin Haney fight. So he got exposed. His power was not real. It was manufactured. And it's just a case of these guys got to come into the ring on a level playing field. You shouldn't have an advantage over your opponent. The sport of boxing is dangerous enough. People putting their lives on the line. And you shouldn't have an opponent with an unfair advantage with Ostarine, which gave him the advantage. And we seen in the Rowley fight that he was not the same fighter that we seen against Devin Haney or against Luke Campbell or against Duno. And that was really the first fight where we seen that he had the one hitter quitter, the one knockout power. He never showed that before that fight, and he never showed that since he got busted from the Devin Haney fight. So,
You don't watch Ryan Garcia fights, do you?
You
don't watch Ryan Garcia fights, do
yeah,
you?
I watched all this fight, but I did understand. I watched it all the way up. I watched his whole career coming out of the Olympics. Though he never showed that type of power till when he fought Duno. After Duno, he was knocking guys out. He had a devastating left hook. I'm not saying he don't have skills, but what we do know is he wasn't the same fighter against Rolly that he was against in his previous fight. Not only the Devin Haney fight, but go back to all his fights after the Duno fight, like I said earlier. He did not show that. Was it because Rolly caught him with a shot and he just lost confidence? Maybe it's because he was out of the ring for a year. I think it was because he had help. He had a lot of confidence. When you got that edge, you got that power that's not real. Going into the fights, you'll let your hands go. You'll be more aggressive. But when you don't have that edge that you had before, you get dropped. You don't have nothing to fall back on. We seen what he seen after the Rolly knockdown. He did nothing after that fight. Didn't let his hands go and got beat by a guy that we did consider a great boxer. Outboxed him. So he just got exposed, in my opinion. But salute to the panel. Y'all have a wonderful weekend and a happy Mother's Day.
Thank
Shout
you,
out
JB
to JB
Sports.
Sports. I guarantee you, Rolly probably the hardest puncher Ryan ever faced. He did say Duarte hit pretty hard though, and y'all seen him shelling up with the Duarte fight. So Ryan Garcia bitch up when he get hit hard.
And Duarte just stopped the dude that Keyshawn went the distance with, that Medueno guy.
Yeah, Duarte got some pop. No cap. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Well, I respond to that saying Ryan Garcia was in his best form against Rolly. People just don't want to admit that Rolly better than Devin. Rolly a better boxer than Devin. Rolly got more power than Devin. Ryan got power. That's why Rolly kept that right hand glued to his jaw, because he didn't want to get hit with that left hook. He didn't get hit with that left hook. He beat Ryan ass with that left hand. With one hand. Why Devin couldn't do that? Because Devin ain't really like that. He ain't fucking with Sugar Rolly Romero when it comes to the sweet science. And that's people don't want to admit it. Rolly outboxed Ryan.
They're not gonna admit that, no cap. They ain't gonna admit that.
That's what the real is. And we don't want no smoke with Rolly at 147, because Sugar Rolly gonna box Devin up the same way. We can bet whatever.
Devin went there stepping on your Rolly Romero.
Who would have thought Rolly was the best? He got 3 belts, 3 division champion. He passed. He on the same confident. He on the same accomplishments as Shakur. Y'all talk about all these belts. Rolly got 3 division belts.
And then they want to discredit. They're gonna discredit Rolly belts and jump through hoops.
Want to discredit his skills? They just discredited this man his whole career. Said he don't even belong in boxing. But he easily outboxed Ryan. Something Devin couldn't do. And they want to blame it on Osterine, which just help you cut weight. The Osterine just help you maintain muscle mass after cutting weight. That's literally what it does. And it is cheating, but it's not the end all be all to where he just helped. Devin could have kept blocked him damn left hook. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks.
It's like shit. He can't mess with Rolly. Rolly just too smart. He supposed to be dumb. They called the boy retarded. But who the real? He's smart enough to keep that right hand up. He will never get touched on the chin with that left hook. He countered Ryan left hook. And he put that left hook in the drawer after that. You know what I'm saying? As far as Shakur in his car coming up, Shakur is just a clout chaser. He don't realize he damaged his career to the point where people just despise him because he's a clout chaser. They never deliver. He talk big, never deliver on his words. Like when Floyd popped all that shit, he backed it all up. That's why he took off. You can't talk all that stuff and then not deliver. You know what I'm saying? That's why Conor McGregor don't have no career no more, because it only worked. The antics only worked when he was winning or putting on a good performance. He ain't had a good performance in damn near 10 years. So nobody talk about him no more. It's like the same with Shakur. You can't cry wolf 5 times and then come back and cry wolf. You know, and as far as Turkey, you know, he gonna fail in boxing. They gonna give us this Canelo and Crawford card. Canelo gonna lose because Crawford holding hands with Turkey. So Crawford's been anointed by Turkey. He's Turkey's right-hand man. He let the world know by having Crawford hold his hand in the ring. It's like, this is who I'm with. This is Crawford. So Canelo in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Crawford might be snacked up. His gloves might be stacked up. We don't know. But he gonna beat Canelo ass. Canelo ain't getting no home time. Canelo ain't he get fed to Crawford, nigga. That's all I got to say about that.
So they feed Canelo to Crawford.
They feeding Canelo to Crawford. Turkey
But
is
this is the thing about Crawford too. I'm gonna talk about this when everybody was up here, right? Terrence Crawford coming off a year layoff. He moving up 2 weight classes. He 38 years old. Like what are we talking about? Like how that is the work, like them long layoffs as you older, that stuff really affects a boxer. But y'all think that he finna do all of that.
Get rest.
Canelo coming fresh off being active, he coming fresh off of fights, and y'all think that Crawford is gonna be Canelo. And then I'm hearing everybody say Canelo done. Canelo look like trash this fight. I know for sure Crawford gonna beat him. So I'm like, if Crawford do beat him, what kind of credit do he get? Look at y'all talking about the man. He slow, he done, he old, he this, he that. But then y'all gonna be excited if Crawford beat a old, slow fighter.
He older than Canelo.
I'm just saying though, this is how they're talking about it. Like they're talking about it as if
Because Canelo's overrated. You know he's been overrated for so long. But now they see the writing on the wall. His fans is already making excuses. And we about to see the end of Canelo, the end of the show, the end of the hype job. Canelo's been the most disgraceful thing that ever happened in boxing.
Canelo is not about to lose to Terrence Crawford, no cap.
He gonna lose. I'm telling you.
I don't think so, bro. I don't see it.
I think Bud's gonna win. Gonna be one of Crawford's easiest fights.
Hold on, no cap. Hold on. That's gonna be crazy. But all right, no cap. Thanks for coming up. Give me your 2 cents. Phoenix, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say this. Man, boxing got a lot of these fans confused. I wasn't surprised with Rolly Romero and Ryan Garcia. I actually did a video on that. I ain't made it public yet, but it's a breakdown of it. The thing with these guys is everybody thinks that every black fighter that got an athletic style somewhat and an okay defense is Floyd Mayweather. And it's disrespectful to Floyd Mayweather because it downplays what he did in the ring, which is make adjustments. Making adjustments is what Mayweather did. And these fighters don't do that. They don't. You can't go in and get smacked. Like, I guarantee any of y'all get hit in the face by something y'all don't like, you're gonna get the hell out the way the next time you see it coming. Devin Haney didn't do that. And on top of that, these guys taking these long layoffs, like I said, not everybody is Floyd Mayweather. They can't take layoffs for like a year or something, come back and look the same because they don't have the same discipline he did. And that's something that anybody who's seen him train will tell you do. Like Nate Jones. He said Floyd got up in the middle of the night, 3 a.m, to go out and run 8 to 10 miles because he had a dream about losing the fight. These fighters these days ain't doing that. And that's why they can't compare. As far as their skill levels, it's just a whole bunch of talk. And this whole Canelo and Bud thing, I'll say this. Bud taking this much time off, only fighting at 154 since his fight with Spence, moving up another 20 pounds. With all this time off, his body ain't going to be used to that weight. He ain't going to be used to fighting at that weight, and he's got to carry it versus Canelo, who's been active and been at that weight. Now, however you want to say Canelo looked in his last several fights, keep in mind that these are people that's taller than him with a longer reach. He can't be moving around on the outside. He has to be able to stay within range to be able to counter because he's shorter and got shorter arms. That's why he ain't moving back from punches, and that's why he's blocking them and just standing there instead of moving back, because otherwise he won't be able to hit them. And Bud is there to be hit, and he's also not as tall as these last few guys. It's going to be a different fight than what people expecting, unless Bud miraculously knocked Canelo out. And if that happened, well, that's going to be some super snacks he must be on if we see that. And that's what I got for you.
All right, Phoenix the Assassin. Thank you for your 2 cents. Who else we got over here? Dragon Assassin. We got Phoenix the Assassin and Dragon Assassins. Official. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Salute 2 cents. Regarding boxing, man, we know that it was a bit of a stinker last weekend, and obviously anyway saved the weekend. So salute to him for that. But like I said, for me, stars make fights, and I want to see good fights. We've got Zepeda and Shakur to look forward to, and obviously Tank versus Roach when that happens. But But I definitely do want to see Tank versus Shakur. Don't care about anybody else. That needs to happen at some point. But all this double standards and fanboy business that people are doing, man, it's just ridiculous. And lying on certain boxers, it's stupid, and going on different panels and different shows regurgitating the same ish. It's crap. So for me personally, like people like you, Jab, Queen Boxing, Ashley's Corner, proper people that speak boxing, I appreciate it. You know, you like help the sport of boxing, unlike these fanboys. So keep up the good work, man. I'll catch you soon. Peace.
All right, all right, all right. Too Rich, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, I just got a quick point, little game for y'all, man. Cause me, I don't really do opinions and stuff like that, right? So what I do is listen, right? And how I pick a fight a lot of time, I listen to who do y'all put the propaganda around. You see what I mean? When you talk about Shakur, we're gonna hear a lot of shots. He's undercard, he's this, he's that, he this, that, and third, right? What I know is where I hear the propaganda, I know where the threat is. Because the propaganda exposes the threat. So if you think about Hector Garcia, any propaganda? Hell no. Got his ass whooped. Any propaganda around Mario Barrios? Hell no. Got his ass whooped. So where there's no propaganda, that's where there's no threat. So whenever y'all say these things about Shakur, say these things about Devin, that's because they're a threat. Because this what we got in boxing. We got a ring right there. And if two niggas want to fight, listen what I'm saying. If two niggas want to, not one, if two niggas want to fight, they gon' fight. They gon' fight. If two niggas don't want to fight, or just one nigga want to fight, there will be no fight. So you can have the stars, you can have the excitement. But if you want to be the best in the sport, you gotta get in the ring. And that's the problem everybody having. You can't get them in the ring because that lets you know that's where the threat are. But that's all I got.
What's propaganda about him being on the undercard?
Well, what all I'm saying is that's the thing, right? He's on the under. Let me give it to you an example like this. Shakur fights Padley, right? The electrician. Everybody's the electrician. And now they ain't gonna mention that Mark Chamberlain was it Padley's biggest win. They won't mention that, right? Shakur goes out there like with a replacement fighter, like he should, and stops him in 9 rounds. We watch Inoue fight a replacement fighter that nobody knows, who we don't know who this guy beat, and he drops Inoue. Inoue comes back and win, and y'all cheer while down in Shakur. That's propaganda. Okay, so the skill guy does what he's supposed to do and win, and it's all about he fighting an electrician. But the guy who y'all claim is the star gets his ass dropped, and y'all cheer when he wins. So that I'm just saying, just me personally, if I'm picking fights, I look for that propaganda. So all I'm saying, personally, y'all have to be careful with some of these opinions because you actually expose the opposite. You show where the threat is. So you will never hear me cook Tank on no personal level. All I ever talk about is styles. Styles make fights. They won't put Tank in there with a boxer. That's all you ever. I'll never cook a fighter. I'll never say nothing derogatory about a fighter. Cause then that would expose me as saying, what do I think this nigga a threat? Hell no. You see what I'm saying? It's simple. It's boxing. Get in the ring and fight. These two niggas don't fight because somebody don't want to fight. It's cut, it's dry, it's simple. We saw David Benavidez. He could have had an easy fight against Jesse Hart. No, that nigga said I want Morrell. Morrell said I want David. Two niggas want to fight, gonna fight. So that's all I'm saying. Be careful with the propaganda because you actually exposed. Because they got a ring, just put your superstar in there with that dude and get rid of him. Get him out of boxing. But that don't never happen. And that's what the problem is. Tank don't give y'all no closure. Y'all had Devin looming over your head, then closed it out. Now you got Shakur looming over your head, it's not getting closed out. If he don't close the show, y'all gonna try to close it with propaganda. But that's not gonna work. You see what I'm saying? Because you still got to beat the guy at the top of the sport. That's why I say all B-side people get a belt. Don't let them force you out of boxing. Get a belt where they gotta fight you or they gotta avoid you. One of the two. But that's all I got, man. Let me get out of here.
All right, Too Rich, thank you for coming up. Boy, some of y'all don't
Stop
understand the
thanking these
definition of
clowns.
words. Some people don't even know what propaganda even mean. Robert Pitts, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show? Robert, you there? We can't hear you. You gotta unmute.
You're on mute.
Yo, all right, you unmuted. Go ahead. Barely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm at work. I just want to say something real quick. I had to jump in when people were saying common sense.
No, we can't hear you. We gotta put the phone closer to your mouth. We can't hear you. Say it again. Yeah, we can hear you.
I had to jump in when somebody said that Aaron Crawford was Turkey's name. That's not true.
I can't hear
Nah, we
him.
can't hear
What's
you. We can't hear
happening?
you, bro. We can't hear you. You sound like you far away.
Yeah, let me put that. Yeah, I'll just get out. Sorry.
All right.
My bad.
Yeah, Robert, we couldn't hear you, Robert. Pins, you gotta get you a better headset with the mic, bro. We can't hear you. Blaze P for P, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, my 2 cents is Bud Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. We finally got here. Wasn't sure if we was gonna get here, and we finally got here. And when it all comes to these shows, what I don't realize now is that you get caught up in debates and we'll get morphed on what happens in the ring and outside the ring and everything around. And just for me, I'm interested in what's going on in the ring, and I respect when everybody got their opinion about who they think will win and all of that. But when we get to going into all these conspiracy theories and contract negotiations, we don't see contracts and what's doing what, and then it just gets all mixed up. I think the whole reality of why we love the sport gets lost in this new era where everybody has an opinion. Everybody can post, everybody can just, mix, thumbnails and videos in between fights. When like back in the day, like I say all the time, I said it before when I come on your show, where there was a time where there wasn't none of this. So when the spike gets set, we just see the poster and we anticipate it. And we don't get caught up in all the other nonsense. And so fans of boxers is different now, not just for what they do in the ring, but what's going on and what's being spun outside the ring. And my fact of the matter is Bud Crawford, 4 division champion, undefeated, 2 division undisputed. Before Madrimov, he had 11 straight stops, like an 8-year run. Hey, he's about to fight. It's about to be a real fight. What I know ain't about to happen is I know he ain't about to run. I know he ain't gonna not fight. Every one of his fights, he fought. So win, lose, or draw, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. And that's what I love about this fight. It's like, you can say Canelo will win and knock him out, and I can be like on my end, hey, I can't debate that because he go up in 2 divisions. It's a challenge. But we're about to have a real fight. And so, and it's a legitimate fight. And it's, I hate that, Canelo pulled that stunt he pulled to get there with Skull. That's bad. That's bad. Anything concubines history is bad to me. I don't even want to have to go more into it than that, especially when, he's an all-time great. And so, it does create a narrative for, people who are just rabid fans to believe that all Canelo can get beat because he pulled that performance, not seeing that it was a see-through fight. So, ultimately, I'm looking forward now. Hopefully nothing happen to prevent this fight from happening. Because, outside of any other fight this year, I think this is the biggest one of the year. And with that said, I'm out.
All right, Blaze P for P, shout out. I know everybody's saying Bud gonna fight, Bud ain't gonna run around. I'm gonna say this. If Bud did run around, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised if him and Canelo get in there and slow dance and just rob Turkey. Mr. Greg, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Oh, I got a few things. Let me move fast on it. Boxing never fails to be the theater of the unexpected. We saw that last week with the fight card that we had on. Devin has the skills, but he doesn't know who he wants to be in that ring. And you keep showing in the different ways that he has been fighting. And the reason why he's still getting criticized is because you don't know who you are yet. And you're not trying to be the best you can be, in my opinion, right now. He has the skill. Like I said, I'm questioning his will. Same thing with Garcia. He has skills, but he definitely will wilt, and his will is also questionable because this is not the first time he starts to wilt when he gets hurt. You hit Garcia, you hurt him, he starts to low. He falls apart a bit, and that's the question that he's going to have to ask himself. Does he want to continue to do this? Because sooner or later, somebody's going to put him down even harder. But we shall see how they market him, who they put him in the ring with, and Devin too, who they put him in the ring in the next fight. And on the Bud Canelo fight, I've been watching how Bud is being preparing himself, which is why I haven't really made no real predictions. Other than my only question about this Bud fight is how well he takes Canelo's punch. If we'll see that probably in, I think, around about the first 5 rounds, and then you'll see what Bud is able to do. No, I don't think there's be any. I mean, we don't even have to discuss whether he'll run around or whether they'll dance or whether they rob a turkey because they already robbed a turkey basically because they're getting as much money out of him as they can. So I'll wait. I probably won't say anything more about that fight until I look and I'll see how Bud is preparing. If he prepares the same way that I saw him prepare for Spence, I'll have a prediction, a real
You see
prediction.
how big he is? He definitely didn't got bigger.
Oh, I've seen that part. But now I want to see what else he's doing. You can get the size. He's up to 180, 189, I actually believe. I saw that read. Got to bring it back down. It'll probably have to be long, lean muscle. Right? I have to see how evenly distributed that weight is. I want to see when he's in the gym what his footwork looks like. Want to see if there's any fluidity in him. So things like that, because sometimes with a frame like his, you have to have that weight evenly distributed so it doesn't weigh you down because you're going to have to move a little bit on Canelo anyway. Canelo can be outboxed. So I want to see a rapid fire jab. I want to see some better, even more counter punching. There's a lot of things I want to see. So I'll wait and see again how he's preparing and training and so forth. And then I'll have a prediction probably, I would say probably around August. So we'll see how that's going to go. Uh, with boxing the way it's been with this big card. Speaking of Canelo and Crawford, this TKO, that this will be their biggest fight. This will be their entry into the big world of or the world of professional sports. With Dana White now being the official partner, they're spending a lot of money on this fight. They're supposed to be doing a lot of a lot
It's
of.
gonna be terrible,
Wait,
Mr.
hold on.
Greg.
This Shakur
It's
versus
gonna be
Zepeda is on the
promoted by Dana
TKO.
White.
Oh,
No, Dana White is promoting the Canelo Crawford card, and I'm like,
Oh.
why are y'all letting Dana White promote? Like Dana White don't know what he's doing in boxing. He's failed several times trying to do boxing, several times, and I'm like, he used to talk bad about boxing.
a
How
lot
you
of
lose your money, how he hate boxing, all this other stuff, and all of a sudden he want to try to throw a boxing event. Y'all think that Dana White is going to be able to pull off the biggest boxing card of the year?
I don't.
How?
I think sometimes people think, and even business people think, that if you have enough money, everything is possible, and that's not necessarily true. But this is their big fight. This they spending a lot of money on just the two fighters. We will see, and it may. I think it's going to be, supposedly it's going to be on Netflix, so that will give it a lot of exposure. Hopefully, that just because it's on Netflix doesn't mean everybody who has Netflix will watch.
Or just because it's a Mexican and a black fighter don't mean it's going to be a big fight.
That's absolutely true as well. So I'm waiting to see how the promote what kind of promotion they're going to do because they need to start now. I mean, I'm seeing things written, but they need to really set a theme for this fight. They need to be talking. They need a lot more.
They not,
Enough.
and it's another thing too, Mr. Greg. Like I heard Ellaby say it, it's a way you have to promote different fighters in different markets. And
Mhm.
he said it's a formula to it. Like it's a certain way you got to promote an African American fighter. Like it's a formula to it. And he was like, we've mastered the formula. The other promoters they don't know the formula. They don't have the formula. If they did, they would be creating what we creating. So they don't know the formula. You got a Mexican fighter and you got a black fighter. They don't know the formula to be able to promote them.
and one is known much better than the other. Canelo in his market, and even in the American market, Canelo is much more popular and better known and has better fights than Bud has. So that's just a fact. So let's see how they play this. They're really going to have to play this well, and they're going to have to be spectacular. And right now, to as we're talking, I don't see that happening yet. But there is still some time. But they need to get started. And if they're going to use marketing people that maybe we don't know, they better be damn good. Because this is a lot of money they're spending on this fight. So we'll see how that goes. Um, the box, Pro Box, even though they're a small company, they're a small promotion, they do solid fight cards.
Yeah, they do. They're linked with PPC.
Solid fight cards. I wonder who the people are, because those are the kind of people that you need. You know what your market is, you know what you're trying to do, and you can grow from that. They could be a reason why other cards will look at them and pay attention. And I hope that happens. We're seeing changes taking place in boxing. Whether they all will be good, time will tell, but it'll tell pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. So we'll see that. As far as this all ladies fight card I've suggested, I hope you do it and do it soon. I want to see all of you all show your knowledge. And even if you're going to debate, So some of these guys that come on, they need to see the interaction. Maybe they'll see themselves sometimes and how they should conduct themselves when they're going to come on a show that allows you to have your opinion and yet don't disparage you. Don't, other than say maybe a boxing hacker. I don't mean to say that to him too much. But I wish that would be very entertaining for y'all to come on and display your knowledge of boxing, how you feel about certain fighters, see your personality. And like I said, this is the first time I've heard Kai live. And again, she was a breath of fresh air, just like you were the first time I heard you over on Marty.
Right.
I don't know if you remember what I said, but I was complimentary. But I said, where'd she come from? But that was good to hear. It was good to finally hear Ty when she first started coming on. Barbara as well. So if you get all the ones, all the favorites, and I never heard Toya before until tonight, but I didn't mean to exclude her because if she wants to come on and you decide to bring her on, that should be a good thing. The more you have, the different voices is what we'll listen to, and I'm sure everybody want to listen to it and promote it once you put it together. Why not? Nobody is doing
Why
this.
not?
You're doing. You're doing 3 shows, 3 distinct shows. You got a network. Keep going. Oh, and don't. And Hacker should get 24. You damn cuss. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he need to order 2 dozen of them jokers.
Yeah, as much headaches he gives people on here, and I know he's listening. So hopefully he'll pull out his credit card and go ahead and order some. But overall, I like the show today. And I like to listen more than I like to talk because I know I can talk. So I try to keep it to a minimum. But I enjoyed the show as always. I will see you both on Sunday, hopefully, if I'm here. And if I'm not, I'll see you the following week. So until then, good night, ladies. I enjoyed my night with you on the show. And
Good night, Mr. Greg.
Good night, dear. All
Good
right.
night, Mr. Greg. Thank you for coming up, giving your 2 cents. You have a good weekend.
All right, you too.
Jab Queen Boxing. Listen, I'm thinking about this, ladies' night, roast night. Maybe I could do it on Friday nights, all lady panel, and the fellas can call in since that's my call in show. That sounds like a good idea to me. Jab Queen Boxing, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know how we got all the way into Shakur and Tank again, but I think that the original conversation was geared around Turkey and his mistreatment of fighters that he did not favor. And I don't see how anybody can think that that's a coincidence Those type of things are done on purpose. They don't happen, I guess, as often as some would like to think, when you just blatantly show favoritism and blatantly try to, I don't want to say destroy other fighters, but put them in a situation to where they are not on the same playing field as the fighters that you favor. But that's not okay. You know what I mean? That's definitely not okay. So I'm not sure what Turkey has going on. As far as what Shane Mosley was saying about Devin, I mean, the boy is almost 30 years old. He needs to decide who he wants to be inside and outside of the ring. Because regardless of where Bill has gotten him, it's time for Bill to let go and for Devin to put on his big boy pants and figure out which path in life he really wants to walk. I mean, hopefully he overcomes whatever mental block that he's experiencing. But the fighter that I saw in that ring on Friday is shell shocked. He's afraid to get hit, and I'm not really sure what type of boxing career he will have moving forward, or who he will even be able to fight. I mean, obviously they're going to keep him away from big punchers, because that's just not going to be beneficial to him right now, and at least until he gets that mental edge back. But as of right now, Devin Haney, I don't want to call him damaged goods, but he's definitely shell shocked. So I'm not sure what his path to greatness will be moving forward. As far as Ryan Garcia, I don't know what that little Instagram model gonna do. I mean, he is a decent fighter, but it does appear that when he gets hit, it's like he gives up all will to fight, and all will, like, he doesn't have that bite down and fight mentality. So I'm not really sure what he has going on either. I don't think we covered Tio and his racist rant, but fuck Tio. Um, as far as, as far as the three of them, I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do moving forward, because them boys at 147, they only hit harder. So I'm not really sure which one of them is going to fare at the top of that weight class. So I'm very interested to see that. As far as Canelo and Bud, I gave up on that Chucky doll a long time ago. But I mean, the fight has been announced, so I will be watching it just to see, what happens, because it is going to be interesting to see how Bud carries that weight. If that weight is going to be too much for him, how he reacts to Canelo's punches. That's definitely going to be interesting. And I know that Bud probably thinks he sees like a sleeping dog because of the way Canelo was moving around that ring. I was calling him Grandpa Nello as I was watching the fight because of his legs, but something tells me that Crawford's going to be pleasantly surprised. There's definitely going to be a fight, especially if he plans on standing in the pocket with Canelo. So I'm very interested to see if and how many of Canelo's shots he can take before he gets on his bike. So, but that's it for now. Now I'll see you Tuesday, boo. Oh, Sunday.
All right. Sunday.
Yep,
All right,
Sunday.
Jab Queen Boxing, thank you for joining me on the panel. Listen, Ty, Key with the T, Why You Mad, Toya, Ariana, Miss Barbara D. Next Friday, we can do the ladies' night. All female panel, and I'm about to say something. And the men will have to call into the show because it's my call in show anyway. So jot that down in your schedule. I'm live Friday, 6:30 p.m. We can come up here and chit chat about a bunch of different topics. Anybody that disagree can call in, and we could do it that way. That sounds like that'd be a lot of fun. Listen, we had great conversations tonight. For some reason, everybody want to cry about Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis. Listen, y'all, if Tank not gonna fight him, Tank just not gonna fight him. Like, I don't know. See, Shakur needs the Tank fight. He needs it. Because as you can see, his fans, they say he ain't got nothing else. He ain't got nowhere to go but Tank. That's why they crying, Tank, 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 Tank. Tank got plenty of other fights he can make. He don't, you know what I'm saying? He need to fight Shakur like that. I mean, of course I want to see him fight. It ain't like I don't. But I'm not going to cry about the fight every day. I'm talking about, we worried about the Lamont Roach fight. Shakur Stevenson need to be worried about his Zepeda fight. Tank should not be the only thing available to any of these fighters. He could go make the Keyshawn fight, but boxing hackers say they got a deal relationship that they don't want to fight each other. So that's on Shakur that he don't have nobody else to fight. That's not on Tank. Tank about to fight the Lamont Roach rematch. Shakur has got Zepeda problems that he needs to worry about. He need to get his management together and his free agency or whatever it is that he doing. And then we can see what's up with the fight. Nobody crying about Keyshawn fighting Tank. He got people he can fight. Why is the only thing for Shakur is Tank? Y'all don't think that's crazy? Tank fighting on the Shakur on the undercards. Listen, y'all just not being realistic with the reality of Shakur Stevenson right now. Just be realistic with the reality. Look at his trajectory, what he got going on, where he's been heading. Now they saying he using illegal therapy and treatments for his hands and all this kind of stuff. I haven't even looked into that yet, which is why I didn't bring it up. But we might discuss that on the next show. But listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, timing you out, kicking you off the panel, timing you out the chat, leaving you in the background, yelling and cussing, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.